Douluo, Wuhan Black Turtle. Anti-armor critical attack at the beginning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26. Slowly cook various meats and vegetables. Don't be stunned. It's boring for me to eat alone. Come over and eat together. You haven't served me for a day or two. You are all our own people. Don't be so arrogant. Huang Wei waved and said, the maids in front of me are all beautiful in various poses. It is indeed a fantasy world, and even the most ordinary girls are so beautiful. It is really a blessing to be able to live in such a world. The most important thing is that Douluo world is not too dangerous yet. Especially Douluo Yi. The whole battle was between Chen Xin and Wuhandian. As long as you stay away from the places where big battles take place in the original work, it's very comfortable. The other maids also sat down, serving Huang Wei and eating gracefully. After eating the meat, every face showed excitement. Tang-san, it's time to start my little plan. Huang Wei thought to himself while chewing the soul beast meat. The meal was finished soon, and after a short rest. After Huang Wei took a simple bath, he turned on the air conditioning. Soul guide. He lay naked on the big bed. I twisted my butt, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep. He began to fall into a wonderful dream. In the Xiandao Empire, in the prince's dormitory, a dark figure came here and handed the envelope in his hand to Zuking, who was about to fall asleep in front of him. Zuking took it over, curious about what the news was. This is what the Grand Priest asked me to bring to you. Under the black robe, Snakespeare said in a very respectful tone. Grandpa, why would he send me a message? Kyan Rinxu frowned slightly, feeling a little confused and curious since it was a letter. Snakespeare would naturally not know the content of the letter. If the other party knew about it, peeking would be a serious crime. Moreover, there is a trace of Kyan Daoliu's angelic power on this envelope. It can only be opened by those with the soul power of the angel martial spirit. If it is opened by someone who does not have this soul power, Kyan Daoliu will feel it immediately and find the person who opened the envelope from the other person's aura. I know, Uncle Snake. Kyan Rinxu nodded and said. Snakespeare Douluo immediately disappeared on the spot. This is within the royal family, and others cannot be separated from his presence. Otherwise, something big will happen. Controlling an empire is not as easy as imagined. Kyan Rinxu injected a bit of angelic power and opened the envelope in her hand. At this moment, Kyan Daoliu, who was practicing far away in the enshrinement hall, suddenly sensed the familiar angelic fluctuations. He felt much relieved when he learned that it was Kyan Rinxu who opened it. Although he is not afraid of being touched by others, he continued to try to communicate with the angels and gods in the divine world and wanted to ask for information about the black turtle. Kyan Rinxu's eyelids suddenly jumped as she read the contents on the envelope. His face was extremely shocked. A 6-year-old 23rd level Great Soul Master? How is this possible? And the martial soul is not inherited from the gods. After all, I also have an innate soul power of level 20, while the opponent has an innate soul power of level 10. I have reached this point in a short period of time, and it only took more than a month. Such cultivation talent and speed have surpassed my god level martial spirit. Kyan Rinxu muttered in shock. A ray of light flashed in her beautiful eyes, looking towards the moonlight outside the window. Now he is very curious about Huang Wei and wants to meet him. Do a good in-depth study. Moreover, the letter mentioned that although this person was only a 23rd level Great Soul Master, his defense power could easily block the attacks of ordinary soul emperors, and his defense power was astonishing. Moreover, it can gather the counter-injury force and then strike at a target. This blow is extraordinary. Huang Wei, I must meet you. Kyan Rinxu murmured. Chapter 33 Death Canyon. Bloodthirsty wolves, eating melon seeds, and watching a show on the morning of the second day. Huang Wei had a hearty meal under the service of his servants. Douluo arrived here and was waiting at the door. Huang Wei happened to come out and confront him. Elder Jew. Huang Wei called softly. A smile appeared on Yu Guan's feminine face, and she said, Master Wei, let's go. Your senior sisters and others are already waiting for you over there. But, Huang Wei walked over, Yu Guan grabbed his little hand, and a powerful soul power lifted him up, and flew directly towards the entrance of Death Canyon Point. Considering that Huang Wei might not be able to stand the fast wind resistance, he deliberately slowed down his flight speed. Soon, Huang Wei came to a stop on the outskirts of a dark forest, where a group of Wuhan Palace troops were stationed. It is also the coaching camp of Death Canyon, which is specifically responsible for entering and exiting Death Canyon Point. The head coach is a level 79 Soul Saint. Yu Guan and Huang Wei have arrived on the ground. Feel the powerful energy fluctuations. The people below looked over immediately. Among them were 3 people Huang Wei was familiar with. It was Hulina, Yan and Xiaoyu, Elder Ju. The 3 people came over and bowed respectfully to Yu Guan. Your Majesty. The head coach and others also walked out of the camp one after another and saluted with their hands in hand. I'll leave this little guy to you. Yu Guan nodded and said, yes. The head coach nodded. Don't worry, he is my junior brother. I will definitely take good care of him. Hulina walked up and said, okay, I'll go back and recover first. Yu Guan nodded and then flew into the sky. Huang Wei said, sister, let's enter Death Canyon as soon as possible. I can't wait. Yan said, Death Canyon is a very dangerous place of trial. Are you so eager to go there and die? Huang Wei said, go early and come out early. Speed. Not to mention, how old is the most advanced soul beast? Pursue inside. The head coach came up and said, Mr. Wei, the tallest soul beast in Death Canyon is 50,000 years old. Your only goal this time is to come out alive. There will be many levels to pass. It is divided into the outer area, the middle area, and the deep area. Generally speaking, Mr. Wei, your level is only level 23, so you only need to pass through the outer area. We will pick you up at the end. If I still want to continue to challenge, but at most I'm in the mid-range, unable to enter the deep levels. Hearing this, Huang Wei nodded. It seems that he has passed the test in different levels, and he is not so ruthless. He insists on sending people to death. Ziyu crossed her arms and said calmly, this time we will take you through the outer area quickly, and the 3 of us will enter the middle area for a trial. If you want to follow us then, it will be no problem according to your defense. Forget it, let's set off quickly. Huang Wei said. When the bishop and others heard this, they were immediately speechless. Good guy. When other people heard that they were coming to Death Canyon for training, they were so frightened that they wished they could enter later, so they entered later. But now this guy is so impatient, and it seems that he is still confident. After all, you are still young. After entering, I hope you can still be so happy. Okay, you can go in, the head coach said. So under the leadership of Hulina's 3 seniors, Huang Wei followed behind him and entered the Death Canyon directly. At the same time, inside the camp, Yu Guan turned into a figure and quickly followed, hiding in the woods. This was to protect their safety. There is no way. The Death Canyon is extremely dangerous. These 4 people are all the geniuses of Wuhan Palace, and 2 of them are His Majesty's direct disciples. There is no room for carelessness. Once inside, everything is safe for now. Hulina said, unless you encounter a problem that you can't handle, we won't help you. You have to deal with everything by yourself. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei smiled slightly and said without fear at all, I know Sister Nana, this is interesting. Otherwise, if you all take action, I won't have any fun. If anyone else is not as big-hearted as you, they would all be wary. Haven't you discovered that there is a group of bloodthirsty wolves that are more than 100 years old lurking around you? When Yan was speaking, his eyes were like those of Hulina and Ziyu, looking around the forest, front and back, and now there were many purple-red beads appearing. It was none other than the eyes of bloodthirsty wolves, and there were a large group of them, lurking here for some time. One of these 100-year level bloodthirsty wolves is okay, but looking at the current formation, there are at least 30 of them. Even Hulina's 336th level soul masters feel that it is enough. It is easy to kill those with high cultivation level, but it is not easy for them. Although it is not fatal to them, they only need to be careful to kill them. The 3 of them immediately summoned their martial spirits to be alert. With this group attack, they had to take action to at least make the other wolves around them retreat to ensure Huang Wei's life safety. Huang Wei heard Yan Yan's words and looked around again, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Of course I know, but I don't care. It's just a group of 100-year-old soul beasts. They have no ability to break my defense. Zhuangui, defend." Huang Wei waved his hand, and a huge black turtle appeared like it was standing tall on the sky and the earth. A huge turtle shell defense instantly spread and enveloped the four of them. The next second, the surrounding bloodthirsty wolves rushed out in a swarm. Seeing the tortoise shell in front of them protecting them, Yan and others felt much more relaxed. They understand Huang Wei's defense. Just as he said, even if there are 30 bloodthirsty wolves of the century-old level, they cannot break through this defense. This time, Huang Wei simply used his first soul skill point, the bloodthirsty. That wolves collided, exploded into flesh and blood one after another, and many milky white electric currents continued to appear on the bloodthirsty wolves behind them. They are hurting each other. Huang Wei, who was inside the tortoise shell, looked at the bloody scene in front of him and was very excited for some reason. Maybe he had some mental abnormalities in his previous life. He grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the soul guide, handed them to Hulina and the others, and asked, "Come and eat some melon seeds and watch the show. Do you still have the appetite to eat under such circumstances? You are really different from ordinary people." Chapter 27. Can't you show any fear of this place? At least respect it, okay? This is the Death Canyon trial site that scares even the students of Wuhan Hall. The three of them were all complaining, but they still picked up a few and chewed them. Looking at the explosion scene outside, they had never felt so comfortable. Yu Guan, the head coach, and others who were hiding in the dark couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths when they saw this scene. Why is this boy's turtle shell defense so terrifying? And there is such a terrifying rebound power that these bloodthirsty wolves directly explode themselves. Chapter 34. Cliff Iron Bridge. Inside the tortoise shell, 4 people were eating melon seeds and looking at the bloodthirsty wolf that kept exploding in front of them. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty wolves realized something was wrong. More than a dozen of them died, which was quite embarrassing, so they stopped attacking one after another. Wolves are vindictive, but in this situation, the turtle shell is too hard. They cannot break it, and their sacrifice will be in vain. Looking at the compatriots on the ground, who had turned into flesh and blood, with circles of yellow century-old soul rings rising up, I was very reluctant, but it was of no avail. So I could only retreat in the end. At this moment, the mysterious patterns on the black tortoise shell on Huang Wei's body burst into light. A dozen soul rings on the ground instantly turned into particles and merged into the turtle shell. Immediately afterwards, Huang Wei felt that part of the energy was transformed into his level of experience, and part of it was integrated into the first soul ring, increasing his age point. But it's not about stacking and improving those century-old soul rings. If that were the case, the age of Huang Wei's first soul ring would now be close to 1,000 years. Vaguely, the level that he wanted to break through due to the increase in cultivation speed achieved a breakthrough at this moment. Huang Wei's soul power cultivation level increased to level 24. It's really an exciting thing. Those scenes of soul rings turning into particles and being absorbed were also seen by Hulina and the others, as well as Yu Guan and others who were hiding in the dark. They all widened their eyes, shocked by this scene. What kind of operation is this, Your Majesty? What is going on? Why did all those soul rings enter the tortoise shell? This is really incredible. The head coach and others were shocked. Yu Guan narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had seen this situation. So he said, "You continue to follow. I will go back and report to Your Majesty, and I will be back soon." The head coach nodded. "Don't you worry, Your Majesty. The soul beasts in the outer area are no more than 2,000 years old. Well, remember, what you saw today must not be spread out. Otherwise, don't blame me for not respecting the righteousness of the same sect." There was a gloomy look in Yu Guan's eyes, and he warned several people. The pressure of the title Douluo was no joke. These people were sweating coldly. They panicked and immediately expressed their stance. "Your Majesty, don't worry, we didn't see or hear anything today. We are just waiting at the finish line. We have no idea what happened in the middle." "Very good. Yu Guan nodded with satisfaction, then quickly turned into an afterimage, disappeared here very quickly, and flew towards the Pope's palace. Seeing this scene, as he left, the title Douluo's power also disappeared. Several people also breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of title Douluo is really terrifying. Let's continue to pay attention. Several people seem to have forgotten some information. This is also their professional quality, otherwise they would not be alive today. Seeing that all the wolves had run away, Huang Wei stopped fighting and was no longer interested. He took back his tortoise shell and continued walking forward. Hulina and the others wanted to ask Huang Wei what happened just now. Huang Wei just replied lightly, "This is one of the characteristics of my martial spirit, and your martial spirit cannot do it. Continue walking forward, and you will reach an iron bridge." This was not the first time Hulina and the others had passed this iron bridge. "You three, do you want to go there first?" Huang Wei looked at the three of them and asked. This iron bridge is a bit permeable. It is made up of iron chains connected to each other, and there are no wooden boards at all. Below the iron bridge is a bottomless cliff. There are clouds and mist under the cliff, but you can clearly hear the sound of flowing water coming from below. At least you know there's water flowing down there. If you are lucky, you may not die if you fall, but it will definitely hurt. If you are unlucky, you will be disabled or die. I'll go over and take care of you first, Yan said. Go ahead, we're here just in case. Ziyu and Hulina nodded. Kit, watch carefully. When crossing such a long and rickety iron bridge, you must be fast and step on the next step accurately. In the end, you will hate it and be brave. After saying that, Yan jumped up directly, jumped onto the chain bridge very skillfully, and quickly headed towards the opposite side. At the same time, be very careful. Even if you have many experiences, if you are distracted, you will miss the mark and fall. He didn't want to make a fool of himself. Soon Yan arrived on the other side. Finally he breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, his expression became solemn, and there was movement in the jungle ahead. Immediately a huge python sprang out. 500 years of Zuanming snake. Hulina and Ziyu recognized him at first sight, and naturally so did Yan. He immediately dodged and avoided the Zuanming snake's surprise attack. Sweat dripped from Yan's forehead. Ziyu said, "This place is like this. When you are not paying attention, all kinds of heart-beating soul beasts will suddenly appear in all directions. The reason why this place is dangerous is because of the bloodthirsty martial arts spirits and spirits. There are too many poisonous soul beasts, and there are few other foods to eat, so it's not easy to find." Hulina continued, "However, soul beasts are also a kind of edible meat, but if they are cooked, the aroma and bloody smell will attract more fierce and bloodthirsty soul beasts to attack, which is very dangerous. Even if we are soul masters, we will if you are not careful, you will become food in the mouths of these soul beasts." After Yan avoided the attack, he immediately summoned the Fire Lord and directly launched his first soul skill, Hell Magma Rush, blocking the movement of the mysterious snake. At the same time, it also knocked away the Zuanming snake. Immediately afterwards, he used his second soul skill, Granite Rock, to smash the Zuanming snake to death. For him, it is more than enough to deal with a 500-year-old Zuanming snake. This thing contains very cold Zuanming poison. If it is bitten, it will be a mortal body, and he will be seriously injured at a glance. Seeing the century-old soul ring in front of him, he was no longer as evil as Huang Wei, so he could only watch helplessly, waiting for him to disappear. "Junior brother, go quickly and be careful," Hulina said. "As long as Huang Wei gets over it, they can get over it easily." Huang Wei nodded and came to the iron bridge. He looked at the scene under the cliff and felt that it was okay. He was not particularly scared. He had been studying the structure of the chain bridge just now, constantly simulating it in his mind, and finally found a way to cross the bridge that best suited him. He jumped up on the spot, running his soul power on his feet to let himself get used to it, and finally landed on the iron chain. Controlling the strength and speed, he landed on the next iron chain. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at the center of the chain bridge smoothly. This is also the most suspended and unstable position. Huang Wei grabbed the iron chain on the edge of the bridge and looked at the mist-shrouded scene in front of him. He felt very wonderful. It seemed that at this moment, his whole body relaxed. But he couldn't relax now, otherwise his feet would slip and he would fall. He is a turtle, so he is not as fast as Yan. Point, but every step is so steady. Point finally passed successfully. Point everything is so safe. Point it can be considered a near miss. Huang Wei turned around and looked at the two people behind him before he could speak. Point when Hulina and Ziyu saw that he had successfully passed, they immediately followed him. Chapter 35 Bloodthirsty Demonic Wolf. After crossing the bridge, the four of them continued walking forward. Point the further you go inside, the more you can feel the vastness and majesty of the jungle in this Death Canyon. Point in the outer area, basically every step is dangerous. There were snakes on the ground, and suddenly a large eagle flew out of the sky. Point without saying a word or saying hello, he launched a wing attack directly at the four people below. Point Huang Wei calmly summoned the turtle shell defense to protect the four people. Point suddenly, whether it was a snake on the ground or a large eagle attacking from the sky. Point a milky white electric current appeared all over his body. Point then they all exploded and flew all over the sky. Point circles of century-old soul rings fell down, and the mysterious lines on the tortoise shell continued to shine, absorbing these soul rings. Huang Wei is feeling suddenly changed. I haven't eaten the meat of the big eagle. He headed towards the place where the big eagle fell. Although there was a large area of blood mist, there were still pieces of meat remaining. Put away the two broken wings. The four of them continued to set off. Ahead, everything is a swamp. Under the swamp, there are crocodiles lurking. All of them are more than 100 years old. Point this time Yan took the lead and passed easily. Point as for Huang Wei, he looked at the surrounding valley cliffs, then he looked at the swamp area on the ground. He might be sucked in somewhere. It was too dangerous. As for climbing a cliff, even if he accidentally slips and falls, his tortoise shell can protect him. After thinking about it, he ran directly towards the cliff on the left. Hey, what are you doing over there? This scene made Yan, Ziyu and Hulina stunned. Climb the cliff. Huang Wei has climbed up, taking every step carefully. Fortunately, the cliff is not completely vertical, but irregularly shaped, with many protruding irregularities. Stones. Good guy, he doesn't play by the rules at all. No, you can't get over that cliff. Suddenly Ziyu discovered it and shouted. Point yes, there is only half of the cliff in front of Huang Wei, and the other side is not connected at all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28. Could he be thinking? Seeing that Huang Wei ignored him, he ran towards the broken half. Suddenly a huge spider flew out and tried to knock him out. Careful! The three people below shouted quickly. However, he came back to his senses the next second. At this moment, Huang Wei was still possessed by the martial spirit and had not been released. And this guy has that layer of green armor attached to him. A rock spider that was only 700 years old couldn't hurt him at all. Huang Wei also stopped, looked at the big spider in front of him with a calm face, smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Spider, please move forward and don't stop me from jumping off the cliff." Hiss. But the next second, the earth rock spider was spitting spider silk directly towards Huang Wei. Huang Wei rolled directly under the spider to avoid the silk, and the earth rock spider just happened to seize the opportunity, and the huge spider legs fell towards his head. Bang. But the next second, spider felt numb all over, and his whole body was covered with milky white electricity. Severe pains swept through him, and turned into blood mist with a loud bang. Really? The three people below, and a few people hiding in the darkness also breathed a sigh of relief. Yan and Hulina also quickly crossed the swamp. After Turtle Shell absorbed the soul ring, Huang Wei felt that he was reaching the bottleneck at level 24. After all, he had absorbed several before. The age of his first soul ring has also been increased to more than 500 years. However, his soul skills have nothing to do with his soul rings, and whether he can upgrade them or not is not a big problem. He jumped over and jumped directly. The tortoise shell on his body was exposed, leaving him unharmed at all. It was so easy to cross the swamp. The four of them continued to set off, and the people behind them continued to follow. In the Pope's palace, Yu Guan has returned and told all the wonderful things that just happened to Huang Wei. Bibi Dong and Jiu Mei were both very surprised when they heard this. Bibi Dong fell silent immediately. recalling the scene of hunting soul beasts with Huang Wei for the first time. Why wasn't the century-old soul ring transformed by the dead wolf at that time, absorbed by the Huang Wei zoo and turtle's tortoise shell? Does this have anything to do with reaching level 20? In fact, her guess was not bad. It was one of the abilities that the black turtle brought to Huang Wei after entering level 20. This ability was not included in the unsealed soul skills, but came out separately. But she didn't know, it was just a guess. Ghost said, "That's really amazing. Mr. Wei is really full of surprises." Bibi Dong nodded, "Don't spread this news. Who else will see it?" Yuguan nodded, "Who? Lena and the other 3, as well as the head coach and others who are following me." Bibi Dong narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashed, and said, "Shut them up, or let them shut up forever." Yuguan immediately said, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. When I came back, I gave you a special warning. They are all old people from Wuhan Palace. They must know what is important, and what is important. Well, you go back quickly, and continue to protect me secretly." Bibi Dong nodded, "Yes." Yuguan left quickly. Looking outside the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong's lips curved into a satisfied smile, and she murmured to herself, "I'm increasingly looking forward to seeing how many surprises Xiao Wei will have for me when he grows up." When the ghost below heard it, he was also looking forward to it. Time passed quickly, and 15 days passed in one go. Within the Death Canyon, Huang Wei and others also entered for 15 days, during which they experienced many troubles from monsters and terrain, as well as terrible natural threats. But Huang Wei still walked over easily. The Death Canyon is huge, and the 4 of them walked for 2 days before finally reaching the end of the outer area. However, at this moment, a wolf as big as a giant appeared. The scarlet black hair on the whole body stood up, revealing a cold and murderous aura. The red eyes and bloodthirsty wolf fangs made people involuntarily retreat. This is a bloodthirsty demon wolf, at least 2000 years old. He is the strongest and the largest in the outer area. Why is he coming out now? Yan, Hulina and Ziyu were startled, and said, "Even if they are soul masters, they are getting serious at this moment." Bloodthirsty demon wolf. What does this have to do with bloodthirsty wolves? Huang Wei looked at the guy in front of him curiously. I have to say, this guy looks a bit like the bloodthirsty wolf I met earlier. The bloodthirsty demon wolf is a growth form of the bloodthirsty wolf, Hulina said, bigger in stature, stronger in strength, and more bloodthirsty. Ziyu continued, "Don't panic, it's only been 2000 years, and you still can't break through my tortoise shell defense." Huang Wei smiled nonchalantly, and he gets excited. After absorbing this soul ring, your cultivation level will be able to break through level 27. Yes, he is now at level 26. He was promoted by killing a group of demon spiders the night before yesterday. The bloodthirsty demonic wolf pounced on him, its ferocious teeth still dripping with blood, which was very oozing. "Come and bite me," Huang Wei shouted and raised his middle finger. Completely made the bloodthirsty demon wolf furious. Bang, click, but the next second, the 2 teeth biting the tortoise shell fiercely. It felt like biting on an indestructible iron block, making it tremble all over, and the 2 teeth directly tore and then shattered. Ouch. Bang. Chapter 36 Sunset Forest. The bloodthirsty demon wolf screamed and exploded instantly, turning into a puddle of flesh and blood. It was really pitiful and cruel. Unexpectedly, it originally came out to hunt humans for food, but now it bit itself into a pool of flesh and blood. How could this damn tortoise shell be so hard and scary? Even if that's the case, then it should only be a broken tooth. How come the body was also exploded? 100,000 questions, but unfortunately there will be no chance again. I didn't kill you. It was you who hit my turtle shell and died. Don't blame me. Huang Wei put his palms together and murmured with his eyes closed. The 3 people beside Hulina, who were a little worried, all had their mouths twitching. Huang Wei passed through the border and finally past the outer perimeter of Death Canyon. In front of them, several figures had appeared. It was the head coach and others. "I didn't expect that you would be so fast and pass through the outer area. Next, are you going to enter the central area?" the head coach said. After Huang Wei's tortoise shell absorbed the soul ring in front of him, his cultivation level was raised to level 27 as he wished. He was still 3 levels away from becoming a soul master. Hulina and others nodded. Let's continue the challenge and enter the middle area. However, at this moment, Huang Wei said, I want to go back. I won't play anymore. I can't sleep well in the past 15 days. You can go ahead on the next journey. If I follow you, I will encounter someone on the way. Soul Beast, it's okay if you don't attack me, but if you attack I will be killed instantly, so you won't have much experience effect. Considering this, I won't go with you. When Hulina and the other 2 heard this, they also felt that it made sense. So they all nodded. Okay, in that case, we will take the first step. After saying goodbye, the 3 of them continued to set off. At this moment, Yu Guan came to Huang Wei, and said, Master Wei, let's go. In midair, the system prompt sounded in Huang Wei's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing through the Death Canyon. Reward, 1 piece of armor and veil. 1 piece is stored in the system warehouse. Armor gauze. It is transparent when worn on the body, and is not visible to the person. It has rich stretchability. It can currently resist all attacks below the Soul Saint level. It has growth potential. Hearing this, Huang Wei was overjoyed. It's really a good baby, although now his deafened can do it. But in case of a sneak attack, at least wearing transparent clothes will give you a different sense of security. With a thought, the armor and gauze were already put on by him. What he saw was transparent, like a body part, and it was very comfortable to dance with him. Jian Yu Guan's gaze showed no movement. Just know that the other party really can't see it. Otherwise it would be really difficult for him to explain. Could it be said that Huang Wei gave it to him? It seems okay, as long as he bites him to death. Yu Guan took him directly back to the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong looked at Huang Wei and felt a little strange at first glance, but couldn't explain it. In the end, he concluded that it was his own misunderstanding. Huang Wei looked at her. Hello, teacher. A familiar greeting voice brought her out of her thoughts. It's good to pass the outer area so quickly. You are now at level 27, which is great. Next, you can go back to practice. Once you reach level 30 and hunt for the 3rd soul ring, you will announce your position as the Holy Sun. Bibi Dong was very satisfied. Why don't you continue to follow Nana and the others into the central area? Huang Wei immediately said, my defense and anti-injury power are so strong. If I go, there will be nothing to do with the 3 of them, and the training effect will not be achieved. Moreover, that place has made me miserable in the past 15 days. I couldn't sleep well. It was extremely hot, very stuffy and irritable, but I was still comfortable at home. Is this your truth? Later, hearing this, Bibi Dong's mouth twitched slightly and spoke meaningfully. Teacher, I think it's better to go back and practice first. Huang Wei changed the subject. Bibi Dong said, that's all. Go back. I'll give you a few days off. You can go and play by yourself. Chapter 29. Good teacher. Soon, Huang Wei came out of the Pope's palace. Immediately, he returned directly to his luxurious villa. During the 15 days of absence, the maids were cleaning and waiting for his return. When they saw Huang Wei returning, they all saluted respectfully. Young master. Huang Wei nodded, and without saying a word, he headed directly towards the artificial lake, took off his clothes, and jumped into practice. Then he entered the cultivation state. As always, now only practicing can make him feel so comfortable. Staying in the Wuhan Palace is currently the safest option. The days passed by. Soon, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, Huang Wei practiced while playing. For example, after breakfast in the morning, go out to play in Wuhan City, come back in the afternoon to practice, and go back to the room to sleep with the air conditioner on at night. Occasionally I go back to school. It's been 3 months and they haven't come out yet. Huang Wei looked in the direction of Death Canyon. Over there, the 3 of Hulina are still there, and they haven't come out for 3 months. Is it really that difficult? I wonder how much their cultivation will improve after they come out. He was very curious. Now that I'm at level 30, I will ask the teacher to take me to hunt for the 3rd soul ring in a while. It's time for me to plan for the Ice and Fire Rise in Sunset's forest. Huang Wei muttered. After getting dressed, He ran quickly towards Bibi Dong's dormitory. Bibi Dong couldn't help but be surprised when she learned that Huang Wei was at level 30. After all, this is the 6-year-old Soul Lord, the number one person on the continent. Bibi Dong was extremely happy and planned to take Huang Wei towards the Stardao Forest. Huang Wei asked, "Teacher, in addition to the Star Forest, is there also a Sunset Forest nearby?" Bibi Dong nodded. "Yes, but this Sunset Forest is on the side of Xiandao Empire. Now, Wuhan Palace has not really broken up with the Xiandao Empire, and there was no big problem in the past." Huang Wei said, "Teacher, for some reason, after I reached level 30, the turtle black in my body seemed to be guiding me in that direction. It seemed that there was some opportunity for me." Bibi Dong was shocked when he heard this. "Really? Does Wuhan still have such ability?" She was really unheard of. Huang Wei also fell into deep thought. Well, somehow, there is a chance to be in the direction of Sunset Forest. I don't know what it is. In that case, let's go and find out, Bibi Dong said, taking Huang Wei and speeding towards the Sunset Forest. Titled Douluo is very fast. We arrived near evening. At night, Bibi Dong's terrifying aura was released, and the spirit beasts here did not dare to come out. Bibi Dong asked, "How do you feel now?" Huang Wei pretended to close his eyes and think deeply, and said, "I'm not sure either." Bibi Dong said, "Then I will catch a turtle for you first. After you absorb it, we will see if it comes from the soul ring." Huang Wei nodded. "Okay. After all, the ice and fire eyes are likely to be surrounded by Douluo with poisonous mist, and it's very hidden. The Sunset Forest is so big, it's not easy to find. Even if he finds it, he can't seem to pick out the fairy grass inside. The extraction method is particularly particular. Unless Bibi Dong has something that can hold live animals." Chapter 37 Blood Yang Strange Turtle. Your third soul ring is also looking for a turtle, right? Bibi Dong walked slowly and said. Huang Wei followed and nodded. "Well, just find a tortoise of the same age or older. Anyway, my soul skills are not given by the soul ring, but by my martial spirit black turtle. The third soul ring limit for normal people is 1760 years. You are special. How many years do you think you can challenge?" Bibi Dong nodded slowly. She had known about this before. Huang Wei frowned and thought for a while, but actually he didn't care. But he still said, "The insurance estimate is 2000 years. An extra 240 years, but with your current physical defense and the special characteristics of the black turtle, this may not really be a problem." Bibi Dong did not refuse, but nodded in agreement with Huang Wei's insurance plan. Estimated age. The two of them continued walking inside. "How about it? Now you can find the opportunity to feel something." Bibi Dong looked at Huang Wei, who was standing aside. Huang Wei thought to himself, "Find some yarn. I made it up to deceive you." He shook his head. "No, I don't know why this feeling suddenly stopped. I don't know if it was an illusion." As he spoke, he raised his hand and scratched his head, looked up at Bibi Dong with a guilty look on his face and said, "Teacher, I'm sorry." Bibi Dong didn't care. She smiled slightly and said gently, "What does this mean? If you don't see it, just disappear. There is no need to apologize to your teacher. Not to mention that turtle type soul beasts that match your age are not necessarily only found in the Stardao Forest. At worst, I can just find one here for you to absorb. Hey, it can't be such a coincidence, right?" Suddenly, Bibi Dong's voice paused. He released his powerful mental power, penetrated everything around him, and discovered a red pond at the bottom of the valley not far away. It caught her attention, so she decisively took Huang Wei with her and flew into the sky, arriving at the mountain pass where she sensed with her mental power. Under the rolling valley ahead, there is a red jungle. These colors are completely incompatible with the surroundings. In the red jungle, there is a blood red pond. "Teacher, is this formed naturally?" Huang Wei sniffed vigorously, smelling a faint smell of blood. But this doesn't look like it was left over from a massacre. Bibi Dong looked at it deeply and then nodded. "Yes, it is formed naturally. This is the first time I have seen such a natural formation." "Teacher, is there my martial spirit here?" Huang Wei asked again. "There is a very large spirit beast inside. Its body shape looks like a turtle." Bibi Dong nodded, raised her jade finger, and pointed to the blood red pond below. Teacher, let's go down and have a look. Huang Wei guided eagerly. Bibi Dong brought Huang Wei down, releasing a terrifying titled Douluo aura, and 9 soul rings emerged, especially the last one, which was blood red. The aura instantly crushed everything around him. Because Huang Wei was protected, he did not feel the terrifying power of this force. The big guy in the blood red pond was trembling with fear. It seems that he has understood his fate and is done with tonight. Huang Wei's eyes were burning. As he looked at Bibi Dong's last red 9th soul ring. I thought to myself, is this the soul ring of Xiao Wu's rabbit spirit mother? Hey, the family needs to be in order. The mother has become a soul ring, so naturally the daughter cannot be left behind. As for who the rabbit spirit's father is, it has never been mentioned in the original work. Could it be that he was given by a big rabbit on the roadside? TSK. It hurts the eyes thinking of this. Huang Wei secretly clicked his tongue. Now he is 6 years old and is about to become a soul master. As for Tang Xin and others, they should only be at level 10 now. It is completely incomparable to him. So after he becomes Soul Lord, the plan will be started. Because at that time, he will have a very awesome public identity. The Holy Son of Wuhan Palace, with this status and power, everything is much easier to handle. Thinking of this, a cruel smile appeared on his lips. He will smash all external forces that are against Wuhan Palace, and will cause the death and destruction of Wuhan Palace in the later stage. Thinking of this, he seemed to have seen that day coming, and his heart blossomed with joy. Bibi Dong, who didn't he know what Huang Wei was thinking, had already raised his hand, and the huge spider spear of Wuhan fell into the blood pool. A sudden pick, a huge blood red turtle flew up and landed directly in front of Huang Wei after being slapped by Bibi Dong. 2,100 years, more than 100 years. Do you have confidence? Bibi Dong frowned slightly, not happy, but a little worried, and immediately looked at Huang Wei. Huang Wei nodded decisively and said, Teacher, don't worry, there is absolutely no problem. Because in his eyes, the previous scene appeared. Soul Beast, Blood Yang Strange Turtle Year, 2100 years. Personality, resolute, strong, and hot-tempered. The host martial soul is a black turtle, which has the suppressive effect on these turtles. In addition, the body's defense is strong at this moment, and it can easily absorb this soul ring. As it absorbed, whether Huang Wei immediately summoned the spirit black turtle to possess him. With the green armor attached, the whole person's spirit becomes different. He also looks more handsome. Teacher, I'm going to absorb it. Huang Wei said. Bibi Dong nodded. Absorb it. With the master here, no soul beast dares to approach here. Chapter 30. So Huang Wei secretly thought, yes. Then he raised his hand and pressed it on the Zhuang Yiga's head. The next second, the mysterious tortoise pattern on the black turtle's back lit up again, and a strange tortoise shell mark appeared. The blood yang strange turtle instantly turned into green particles and merged into the turtle shell. Without saying a word, Huang Wei immediately sat cross-legged, concentrated, and began to absorb and refine the soul power guidance technique. The feeling inside my body is becoming more and more real. Disappearing little by little over time. The sky has also turned completely dark. It must be around 8 o'clock. This season is summer, and it gets darker slowly. At this moment, the huge black turtle on Huang Wei's body roared. Soul rings in the 3 most standard colors of yellow, and purple appeared on his body. The next second, when Huang Wei opened his eyes, a reddish green light flashed past. The familiar character panel appears directly. Turtle Invincible System Host, Huang Wei Martial Spirit, Black Turtle Talent, Turtle Longevity Lifespan, 1200 Soul Power, 33, 3 Ring Soul Master, Soul Skills, Defense, with 1 level of counter injury critical hit, and 1 level of Tortoise Shell Strengthening, Tortoise Shell Storage, Armor Spirit Space. Can move creatures within 1 kilometer that do not exceed the body's defense tolerance limit into the space opened up in the black tortoise shell, and can continue to grow. Magical power, golden turtle mask equipment, thorn armor, defensive version of static electric blade, armor veil. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate, 100% critical hit rate, 50% cultivation speed, 10%. Seeing the change in his information, he immediately secretly rejoiced. especially when he saw the third soul skill given to him by Zoo and Turtle. His whole body became excited. Damn, this is awesome. It came just in time. Just what I need. And his defensive power has also been greatly improved. It's really great. Chapter 38 found it currently. The author has 3 books open, but one has been suspended now. The other with more than 800,000 words will be completed in early July. When the time comes, he will concentrate on updating this one, and the number of chapters will increase by then. The 2 updates per day are only temporary now. Huang Wei stood up with satisfaction, moved his body, and looked at Bibi Dong, who was working hard to protect him with a smile. His eyes glanced at the plump chest muscles from time to time. And the buttocks in the back. And those big white legs. It's really tempting. But unfortunately, he is still very normal regarding the age of the person he likes. Bibi Dong can only be admired. However, Hulina and Kyan Rinksu fit his taste very well. Bibi Dong didn't feel anything wrong with Huang Wei's eyes. Everything was so ordinary and normal. She asked, "What kind of third soul skill did your black turtle give you?" Huang Wei said, "It's called the armor spirit space. It is a kind of space that can move creatures within 1 kilometer that do not exceed the limit of my body's defense into the space opened up in the black turtle armor and can continue to grow. This skill doesn't sound very useful. But if you think about it carefully, and if you think about it after magnifying the situation, you will see that this ability is completely unexplainable and unfathomable. It sounds useless, but this soul skill is very good." Bibi Dong was silent for a moment, thinking about the problem in her mind, and then she looked slightly horrified. Then she asked, "If that's the case, is it possible to put a living being into your space and let it grow into a more advanced soul beast?" Huang Wei nodded. There should be no problem. The next second, he seemed to remember something, so he started from another direction and specifically reminded, "By the way, teacher, can you feel where the toxic energy exists?" Bibi Dong frowned slightly and murmured, "Poison attribute energy. Why do you ask this?" she asked. Huang Wei pretended to be thoughtful and said, "Just when I had just absorbed the third soul ring, Zhuang Wei gave me a hint of opportunity, which is poison attribute energy, but I don't know what it is, so I tried to communicate with you, teacher. Let's talk about it." Hearing this, Bibi Dong was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Huang Wei's so-called opportunity was actually related to poisonous energy. She couldn't say anything now. After all, she didn't know much about Huang Wei's black turtle spirit. Very magical. Moreover, Kyan Douluo had also sent back news before. The angel god's answer was, "There are no gods related to tortoises in the divine world, but there are records of Zuanwu among the ancient mythical beasts, but these are all legends, and have not been defined at all." Even those Zuanwu spirits on Douluo continent are actually just Zuanwu turtles. There is a big difference between Zuanwu and Zuanwu turtles. Moreover, their body sizes are similar to those of other turtles and other animal spirits. As for Huang Wei's black turtle, which is so big and far beyond common sense, it is the first one on the Douluo continent. Therefore, it was concluded that Huang Wei's black turtle was not a god-level inherited martial spirit. Then this is really amazing, Bibi Dong said. "Master will take you to find it." Okay. Huang Wei wished for it. The eye of ice and fire was in Dugubo's poisonous mist. As long as he found it, he would try the third soul skill. I was still confused about what to do after unplugging it. No need now. What's more, his hands are protected by green armor, and he also has a transparent armor veil to hide himself. Picking those fairy grass is also a simple enough task. In this way, Bibi Dong led Huang Wei in the dark sunset forest, relying on her martial arts soul's characteristic perception of poison, to search for all poisonous places here. After all, her martial spirit is also extremely poisonous. In the original work, her poison is far better than that of Dugubo and the dolphin Douluo, and she can be easily destroyed. Bibi Dong hid very deeply in order to prevent Kyan Douluo from discovering that she had inherited the position of Rakshasa god. With Bibi Dong around, Huang Wei felt extremely safe. The two also discovered several poisonous places along the waypoint, but after walking in and taking a look, it was not the place Huang Wei wanted. So I continued to search point heading towards the deepest edge point. The sunset forest is also very large, with many known and unknown hidden areas it won't be completely found out for a while. Bibi Dong released her powerful mental power and kept searching point. As long as Huang Wei wants it, and she can do it, it will be completed. Huang Wei's talent has surpassed all monsters. There must be someone who becomes a titled Douluo, or even a god. When she becomes a god, she will look for a god who is slightly compatible with turtles and see if she can pass it on to the other party. It was so early now, and she already had this plan in mind. If Huang Wei knew that she was thinking this way, he would be so moved that he would cry. Just when Bibi Dong had a sad look on his face, his expression changed in the next second and she said, "It's so strong, such a rich poisonous energy. Teacher, go and have a look, maybe it's there." Huang Wei's sleepy eyes also cheered up at this moment. Yes. Bibi Dong quickly led Huang Wei to the place where she sensed the poison strong energy. The next second, he used a burst of soul power to wrap Huang Wei and push away the poisonous mist in front of him. Wherever it passed, all the surrounding creatures were poisoned and turned into white bones and corpses. A large area of the surrounding vegetation died, and the living ones were also poisonous. Huang Wei's pupils shrank. This place looked so similar. It's probably here, Douluo's lair. Eyes of ice and fire. Legend has it that the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King fell here from the god realm. After the ice and fire were entangled, they gradually formed the form of red and blue Takai and finally became a super treasure basin. It contains many precious spiritual plants. Of course it's the grass jelly. Huang Wei immediately asked, "Teacher, can you feel how strong the poisonous mist is?" Bibi Dong said, "At least contra level." "Contra? Isn't this too scary?" Huang Wei said, "Teacher, is this poisonous mist formed naturally?" Bibi Dong shook his head, his face condensed slightly, and said, "It is definitely not naturally formed. I'm somewhat familiar with this poisonous mist. It must be man-made." Huang Wei said, "Teacher, my feeling seems to be here. It is very strong." Bibi Dong nodded, and an inexplicable coldness flashed through her eyes. She remembered that this poisonous mist was exactly the same as the poisonous mist on Douluo Point, but she didn't tell Huang Wei Point instead. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take you in and have a look. Although this poison is very scary, my master's poison can just suppress it. What's more, the other party didn't release it on the spot, but kept it for a long time." But when she thought of something, she immediately said, "Don't look at me, teacher, just close your eyes." "Yes." Huang Wei nodded. The next second, Bibi Dong completely summoned the death spider to appear on her body with a very terrifying death threat aura. The poison of this death spider could be seen at a glance, which was very terrifying. After being possessed, layers of armor appeared on Bibi Dong's body, but she would gradually become ugly. This is also the reason why she rarely possesses people. At least it won't be that ugly when summoned. She didn't want her disciples to see this scene. Chapter 31. However, as soon as the death spider came out, it instantly suppressed the poisonous mist in front of her. She waved her hand, and a separated road suddenly appeared. He took Huang Wei and rushed in directly. Encountering a poisonous spirit beast on the way, she had an idea and ruthlessly killed it without hesitation. Chapter 39. Ice and Fire. Eyes. You can open your eyes. Bibi Dong's soft voice reached Huang Wei's ears. Huang Wei slowly opened his eyes at this moment. Bibi Dong has returned to normal, still the beautiful young woman. The scene in front of him had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before. Ahead is a basin covered with medicinal herbs. Huang Wei suddenly became excited. "That's right, these are grass jelly. And here is the two eyes of ice and fire. Teacher, is there anyone here now?" Huang Wei looked at Bibi Dong and asked. Bibi Dong used her mental power to sense early in the morning and found no one. "No, maybe that person didn't come back." Her voice was light. "Your voice opportunity is the flower basin in front of you?" Then she looked deeply at the land in front of her that was covered with various vegetation. Huang Wei nodded. "Yes, it's right here. Take a good look yourself. Eye lines go somewhere." Bibi Dong's voice fell, and she flew up, heading towards the valley ahead. There she discovered a cave. Maybe it's that person's cave. She left, and Huang Wei naturally ran towards the ice and fire eyes without any courtesy. Based on his memory, he analyzed the various fairy herbs in front of him. In front of you is a large flower with light pink color. Yaoxiang. Kilo immortal product. Huang Wei's eyes lit up. This fairy product has a large pale pink flower. The flower is huge and the stamens are lavender, just like purple diamonds inlaid there. It has no leaves, the stem is 3 feet long and the diameter is full of feet. Each petal looks as clear as crystal and exudes a light fragrance. Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal is the nemesis of hundreds of poisons and has the effect of neutralizing all toxins. It does not detoxify itself, but it can overcome it. Within the range of its aroma, it has no effect on any poison. Its aroma has the effect of neutralizing hundreds of poisons, and it is the best anti-toxic herb. The octagonal black ice grass grows at the center point on one side of the cold spring. It is octagonal in shape, with little stamens shining like ice crystals in the center. It is a rare cold poison that can make the heart feel chilly and the central nervous system numb. The air conditioning within 10 meters is overwhelming, and if it stays for a little longer, the cold poison attacks the heart and there is no cure. Huang Wei continued to move and watch. Star anise ice grass, fierce apricot, strange antler chrysanthemum, 8-petal fairy orchid, kilo tulip, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, narcissus jade muscle and bone, acacia heartbroken red, 9-grade purple zizki, bloody swan kiss, looking through the autumn dew. Huang Wei smiled happily. Haha, not bad, not bad. They are all here, and there are other fairy grasses, just right. He summoned a black turtle to possess him, covering his whole body in green armor, plus an armor veil, and he activated his third soul skill, Armored Spirit Space. The next second, within 1 kilometer centered on him, the fairy grass and soil were all enveloped by a green light, and the huge shadow of the black turtle appeared. Except for the ice and fire eye fountain, all the immortal items were collected by Huang Wei into the self-contained space inside the tortoise shell. At the same time, Huang Wei could feel that the consumption was huge. His face turned pale. Evacuating this place would mean cutting off one of the opportunities for Tang Xin and others. And he completely uprooted it, leaving no backhand for growth. Anyway, Huang Wei can continue to grow within his space. As for the 2 ice springs, although Huang Wei also wanted to get them into the Jialing space, he was unable to do so. The ice springs were far beyond the defense he could bear now. So I can only secretly say it's a pity. The scene just now happened to be seen by Bibi Dong, who came out of the cave. He was also shocked by Huang Wei's third soul skill. The basin that was originally full of flowers now only has 1 red and 1 blue spring. Huang Wei took out 2 things from the Jialing space. 1 red and 1 blue, just matching the spring. What is this? Bibi Dong asked, although she was not sure Huang Wei knew. But Huang Wei said, teacher, these are called octagonal black ice grass and Lihuozing Jiaoshu, which are 2 kinds of immortal grass from the Xiang and Zihan. Immortal grass? Is this what your martial spirit told you? Bibi Dong looked at Huang Wei with strange eyes. Huang Wei looked calm and said, yes, my martial spirit told me everything. These 2 kinds of immortal grass need to be taken at the same time to jump down from the spring. Teacher, I want to follow this feeling. Can you help me protect the law? He was actually afraid that Bibi Dong would disagree. Hearing this, Bibi Dong wrinkled her eyelids and said, it's too dangerous. Are you really sure? Looking at the 2 fairy grasses in Huang Wei's hands, she didn't know what they did. Take a look at the ice spring formed by 1 blue and 1 red below. Under the protection of the armor gauze and black turtle armor, Huang Wei also felt some cold and heat. But fortunately, this feeling is not very strong. It is conceivable that if these 2 things did not protect his hands and body, then he would definitely be bruised now. Bibi Dong's voice was extremely domineering. Okay, my master believes in your martial spirit. As my direct disciple, you must be different from others. Just follow its instructions. No one dares to come in while my master is here. When Huang Wei heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. He quickly picked off the petals of 2 fairy grasses and took the whole plant back into the Jialing space. Then swallow both petals together. The next second, Huang Wei felt a strong sense of heat and cold appear in his body, and his body was red and blue with flames and ice crystals. This shocked Bibi Dong too. The defensive light on Huang Wei appeared and was suppressing it quickly. Without saying a word, he jumped directly into the ice and fire eye fountain. Plop. In this way, Huang Wei dipped into the pool. The black tortoise on his body, the mysterious tortoise pattern on the tortoise shell, bloomed with green light, illuminating the inside of the pool. The power in the pool was quickly absorbed, neutralized with the energy in Huang Wei's body, and a balance was quickly reached. This is an internal reaction in the body, so even if his defense is low, this moment is still uncomfortable. But with the continuous injection of energy and balance, this feeling will calm down. In this way, time passes little by little. Bibi Dong was waiting anxiously above. Although she said she believed in Huang Wei's martial spirit, her heart skipped a beat inexplicably when Huang Wei jumped down. Very worried. Zhao Wei, don't let anything happen to you, she murmured in a low voice. As time passed, Huang Wei felt very comfortable, and a glaze-like luster appeared on his body. At the same time, he felt the low roar of a dragon in the pool. It seemed to be waking him up. Opening his eyes, he felt the changes in his body. Now he didn't feel as uncomfortable as before at all. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing his transformation and developing immunity to ice and fire. Your body has become stronger, and you have become invulnerable to all poisons. At this moment, the system voice in his mind rang. Hearing this voice, Huang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. This is really done. He immediately got out of the pool and looked at Bibi Dong above with a relaxed expression. Cool, he shouted and quickly got out of the pool. Chapter 40 Angry Douluo. Seeing Huang Wei come out safely and still looking energetic and lively, the big stone Bibi Dong had been holding on to his heart disappeared in an instant. As expected of my disciple, he is indeed different from ordinary people and has profound blessings. A cheerful smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face. She slowly raised her hand and lifted Huang Wei up with a force. She asked curiously, your body and physique have become stronger. Apart from these, what else have you gained? Huang Wei said, I'm immune to both ice and fire. My body has been trained to be invulnerable to all poisons. When Bibi Dong heard this, her pupils shrank, and she was extremely shocked. Finally, she nodded and uttered one word, okay. Nothing was said after that. But at this time, Huang Wei had a bold idea in his mind. He still has the star anise ice grass and fiery apricot in his hand, so can he let Bibi Dong, Hulina, Yan and Ziyu and others also eat them, and then jump down? To practice. Also give them immunity to ice and fire. Even a body that is invulnerable to all poisons in this case, there is no need to worry about being poisoned by Tangsan. Wait a minute, I remember there is a jade phosphorus 7 wonders flower outside the mountain. Suddenly Huang Wei thought of something. So he and Bibi Dong started searching together. Sure enough, I soon discovered a flower that was exuding a phosphorus colored poisonous mist. In these rich green poisonous mist, they dance with the wind. The 7 absolute blue phosphorus flowers, the highly poisonous fairy grass, the best plant type martial spirit. The flowers bloom in 7 kinds of blue colors and 7 different poisons. Each poison can restrain a type of martial spirit. The phosphorus poison powder is silent and odorless. The poisoned person's soul power is scattered, and his senses are dulled. Chapter 32. Very scary. Without saying a word, Huang Wei released the jade phosphorus 7 absolute flowers again, and tried to put them into the Jialing space. He didn't know if he could succeed. But the thought disappeared the next second it appeared. Because the energy in Jialing space was far more powerful than he imagined. Except for the ice and fire eye fountain, which cannot be collected, other fairy grasses can be harvested. Moreover, this ice and fire eye fountain must be temporarily unavailable. When he reaches a high level, he can come back and try again. Huang Wei said to Bibi Dong, teacher, these immortal herbs are of great use. When I return to Wuhan Hall, I will make a good use of the knowledge passed down to me by Zhuangui. Then I will help you choose the one that is most suitable for you. Ambrosia. As the jade phosphorus 7 dew flowers were brought into the Jialing space, the surrounding poisonous mist dispersed in an instant. At the same time, far away in the Xiandao Empire, Douluo in Xiandao City sensed it instantly. While practicing, he suddenly opened his closed eyes, showing an absolutely incredible look. How is it possible that I've broken through the poisonous mist? No, someone broke into my medicine garden. Damn it, don't let me catch it, or it will turn into blood. His eyes were cold and murderous. He flew directly up and rushed towards the sunset forest at an extremely fast speed. But now, on the other side, Huang Wei also felt a bad feeling, so he said to Bibi Dong, "Teacher, let's leave quickly. It's better not to let the owner of this place find out." Bibi Dong nodded. In fact, she was not afraid. If she really wanted to kill the little Douluo, it would be very easy for her. After all, the death spider's poison is no joke. So she took Huang Wei and flew away quickly, head directly towards Wuhan City. Here, only a valley like a Loess plateau is left. A pond is lonely waiting for Douluo's return. Douluo's residence is also some distance away from Sunset Forest Point. Even if he flew at the fastest speed, it took him a full 10 minutes to reach the depths of the Sunset Forest Point in his seclusion in the Medicine Garden Point. However, when he saw the poisonous fog dissipating in front of him, leaving only a bare pool, he became completely furious. Damn it, my medicine garden is gone. I have been growing herbs for so long. The 7 absolute flowers of jade phosphorus. He was furious, and his body was filled with poisonous gas, but the next second he remembered something very important. Immediately set off to the location where the phosphorus 7 dew flowers were planted. I saw that where there should have been the 7 absolute flowers of phosphorus, now there was only a small hole left. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. All my hard work is gone. Douluo was extremely angry, reaching an extreme level. He must find the murderer, find out the murderer, peel off his skin, and cut his body into thousands of pieces. Creak, creak, creak. His fists were clenched tightly, and his bones made a crisp and sweet sound as they rubbed. So he looked for the breath inside. When I reacted, I realized something was wrong. Someone can actually break through the protective circle of poisonous mist created by him, and the 7 dew flowers of jade phosphorus. Then this person is definitely a master of using poison. And he is also a titled Douluo. At least not weaker than himself. Thinking of this, his head ached. Nima, who is this person? On the mainland, he is the #1 person who uses poison. Who else is better than me? In an instant, Douluo was in a mess in the wind, and had no clue. Could it be someone from Wuhan Palace? He frowned and looked in the direction of Wuhan City. This possibility cannot be ruled out, but it is not necessarily. He wasn't sure of the answer. He can't be depressed. That person shouldn't be far away. So he acted quickly, searching for any suspicious people or spirit beasts with strong poison resistance in the entire Sunset Forest. However, at this moment, the culprit he was thinking about had arrived safely in Wuhan City and entered the Pope's palace. It's getting late now. You should go back and rest first. I will take you to the big worship place tomorrow. Bibi Dong said to Huang Wei. A 6-year-old 33rd level soul master, immune to both ice and fire, with a body that is invulnerable to all poisons. I'm a good boy. This is really remarkable. He is worthy of being my disciple of Bibi Dong. Now it seems that she has long forgotten about the fairy grass. Everything about Huang Wei is what she values most. He nodded. I understand, teacher. It just so happened that he needed to go back and sort out the fairy grass. Without the energy of the ice and fire eyes to warm and nourish these fairy grass, they would definitely not be able to survive when planted in these places, so it can only be stored in the Jialing space point. After returning to the villa, he first asked the maids to prepare supper. I happened to use this gap time to take a shower and change my clothes. By the time he came out, the maids had finished the supper. He is responsible for finishing the meal. After eating, I brushed my teeth and lay on the big bed, recalling the information about the grass jelly from my previous life, while selecting it in the Jialing space point. Let's get a fairy grass suitable for Bibi Dong first. The first choice is the jade phosphorus 7 absolute flowers, in which case Bibi Dong's poison will become even more terrifying. If you're lucky, you might be able to mutate your martial soul point, but the toxicity of the phosphorus 7 absolute flowers is so terrible. If it hadn't been suppressed by the Jialing space, even now he wouldn't dare to catch it. After careful consideration, he planned to choose Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone for Bibi Dong. As for the 7 wonders of phosphorus flower, he didn't want to harm Bibi Dong, so he still placed it in the space first. The one chosen for Hulina was Kilo Tulip. In the original work, Ningrangrang eats the 7 treasures and turns them into the 9 treasures he didn't know. If Ulina would turn into a 9-tailed sky fox after eating it. Really looking forward to it. As for Yan and Ziyu, these 2 guys naturally have their share. Evil Moon, 9th grade Zizzy. Yan, Coxcomb, Phoenix, and Sunflower. After all, both sides have fire attributes, so they might have different effects. Chapter 41 Predictive Dream. In summer in Douluo continent, even the morning sun is so strong. Several rays of rich light shone on the windows of the villa. Even if they were blocked by curtains and glass, they still shone on Huang Wei's face on the big bed through the tiny gaps. He turned around and slowly woke up. He had a dream, which was very long. It said that he gradually became the most powerful master of all realms. It felt very domineering. In one thought, all heavens perished. In one thought, the heavens were reorganized. Moreover, he also dreamed that he had transformed into many clones named Huang Wei all over the world, constantly fighting monsters and upgrading. One of them is the awakened Chaos Blue Dragon bloodline, and the other is a bronze gun that can evolve infinitely. He also went to the world of Uncle Jiu and became the most powerful heavenly master by worshipping Uncle Jiu as his disciple. There are also those who go to fight demons with the Emperor's armor. Their names are all Huang Wei. Among so many clones, it seems that there is one who is the awakened turtle. Oh, my head feels so swollen and heavy. I obviously just slept for one night, but why does it feel like I've slept for an eternity? Huang Wei raised his hand, put it on his face, and lifted up his thin hair with an upward stroke. My hair has gotten longer. I wonder if there are any haircuts in this world. He shook his head to wake himself up completely. He slept naked, which was a habit he had developed in his previous life, because sleeping like this was particularly comfortable, and a nice fragrance would come out before he knew it, which could help him sleep. But it wasn't all bad. At least she was wearing a pair of white underwear. Walking into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, listened to the clear sound of running water, and started to wash up. These are daily routines, but they are also part of the memories in the future. After washing up, get dressed. Huang Wei is now wearing casual shorts, short sleeves and flip-flops, showing his respect for the times. When I walked out of the room, the maids were already cleaning. Master, when the maids saw Huang Wei, they all bowed and saluted. Huang Wei took a deep breath, and the scent of his body made his face look rosy. Well, morning, everyone. Is my breakfast ready? Huang Wei's eyes swept over the beautiful maids in front of him. It's ready. It's your favorite set, sir. The maid brought the covered plate from the kitchen to the table. When he opened it, the aroma was fragrant, and Huang Wei was very satisfied. Sit down and dine while the maids serve you, your majesty. However, at this moment, a respectful and slightly frightened maid's voice came from outside. Teacher is here? Huang Wei was slightly surprised, then asked the maids to get up, and started to eat by himself. At this time, a clear, melodious, and charming sound of high-heeled shoes clicked. Bibi Dong walked in from outside, holding a gemstone scepter, and dressed in papal attire, and her aura instantly overwhelmed everything here. His Majesty the Pope. The maids knelt on one knee one after another, not daring to raise their heads, and felt uncomfortable breathing. Chapter 33. This is momentum suppression. Huang Wei was affected by these people, but he recovered after taking a deep breath. Teacher, why are you here so early? Teacher, please sit down. Do you want to have breakfast? Huang Wei left his seat with a smile on his face and walked towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong slightly in response to the etiquette of the maids, then looked at Huang Wei, showed a gentle smile, and said softly, Zio Wei, my master has already eaten. I came here so early to see how you treat those fairy grasses. What are you trying to do? Huang Wei also remembered what happened last night. After all, Bibi Dong was taking him to meet Douluo today and become the Holy Son. This was one of the purposes of her coming here this time. And what she is talking about now is also one of the purposes. In fact, after returning home last night, she had been looking up information about fairy grass. You wouldn't know if you didn't check, but once you checked, even she was shocked. I didn't expect the fairy grass to be so precious and have such miraculous effects. She originally couldn't wait to come last night, but thinking that Huang Wei was already asleep so late at night, and that all the fairy grass was in the space of the big black turtle, she suppressed her excitement and came early this morning. Huang Wei looked at the maids, smiled softly and said, "You go down first. I will personally receive the teacher here." "Yes, sir." The maids nodded. Bibi Dong looked at them and said, "From today on, I will call you Holy Son." The maids who were turning to leave were shocked when they heard this. They turned back quickly and said in fear, "Yes, the Holy Son. Well, let's go down." Bibi Dong waved with satisfaction. Although there is only one word difference between young master and Holy Son, they are worlds apart in terms of status. These maids were naturally frightened, but after calming down, they were secretly happy. Unexpectedly, the person they were serving had changed from a young master to a Holy Son. Now that His Majesty the Pope has spoken, the news will soon be announced in the Wuhan Palace. They are also the first people to know the news in advance. At the same time, they felt even more awe and admiration for Huang Wei. "You should finish your breakfast first." Bibi Dong looked at Huang Wei with a motherly smile. Huang Wei felt a little uncomfortable being looked at for a moment, so he nodded quickly and started eating. After swallowing the last mouthful, he looked at Bibi Dong, smiled slightly and said, "Teacher, I'm done eating." "Yeah." Bibi Dong smiled and nodded. Huang Wei said, "Teacher, regarding the fairy grass, I digested the knowledge given to me by the black turtle martial spirit last night. I concluded that having 2 fairy grasses is more suitable for you at the moment." Bibi Dong's eyelashes twitched slightly, showing a slightly surprised face, and said with a smile, "Tell me about it." Huang Wei immediately said, "The first one is the jade phosphorus 7 absolute flowers that I finally brought into the space last night. Teacher, your martial spirit is of the spider type. It should be very poisonous, right?" Although Huang Wei had never seen Bibi Dong possessed, he had seen her summoning a martial spirit, the phantom of the death spider, so he knew that Bibi Dong wouldn't be surprised either. Bibi Dong's expression moved slightly, as if she was thinking about something she didn't want to recall, and then nodded. "Yes. The toxicity of the jade phosphorus 7 absolute flowers is so terrifying that even titled Douluo dare not touch it. This is a matter for future generations. The current phosphorus 7 dew flower has not really grown up and should only be in the seedling stage. Otherwise, Huang Wei would not have died before." So with a thought, he summoned the black turtle martial spirit and took out the jade phosphorus 7 dew flowers from the space. As soon as he came out, Bibi Dong's expression changed slightly. "There is no way. This thing is very toxic." But she wasn't afraid. "Ah. You really not affected by its poison?" Bibi Dong was very curious. Huang Wei shook his head. "No, my black turtle spirit and the armor spirit space suppress it, so that its poisonous mist cannot spread too much and cannot hurt me. But if I refine it, I will end up. It's different. The protection is limited to the immovable jade phosphorus 7 absolute flowers. If Huang Wei swallows the refining, it will no longer be within the scope of protection. At that time, with his current cultivation and defense, he will die without rebirth." Chapter 42 Narcissus Jade Muscles and Bones. He thought about not taking out the 7 wonders of phosphorus flower last night, but no matter what, the final decision still rested with Bibi Dong. But what surprised Huang Wei was that Bibi Dong did not continue to listen to Huang Wei's words. "Okay, put it away. I won't absorb this flower, so I'll leave it to you for protection. Let's talk about the second one." He didn't know what he was thinking in his eyes, so he shook his head and spoke softly. Huang Wei was stunned for a moment and quickly put it away. Although Jialing Space and Zhuang Wei suppressed the jade phosphorus 7 dew flowers, they were also consuming his soul power and the energy in his body. Then he took out the second one. "The one in front of me looks like a white crystal flower, looking as spotless as a green lotus." Although Bibi Dong checked the fairy grass book, there were only 2 or 3 types recorded in it, and the one in front of her was not among them. So she didn't know what kind of fairy grass it was. But with her current mental strength, she can clearly feel the majestic medicinal power emanating from this fairy grass. And for some reason, she loved this flower very much. "There is an urge in my heart to absorb it." She asked, "Zio Wei, what kind of fairy grass is this?" Huang Wei replied, teacher, the name of this fairy grass is Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone. The information Huang Wei left me is that this fairy grass has the effect of nourishing the bones, and unblocking the 8 meridians. As for the specific effect, it may need to be taken after taking it. It depends on the individual's constitution. He didn't remember it too well, so he didn't dare to speak too fully. However, this fairy grass has the same effect as the strange velvet celestial chrysanthemum. Okay, I want this one as my teacher. Bibi Dong nodded and took a fancy to this one without even thinking about it. After Huang Wei handed the Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone in his hand to Bibi Dong, he said, teacher, the way to take this Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone is to eat the petals and finally suck the pistil. This process requires the use of soul power to stimulate the absorption. Don't eat the remaining rhizomes, leave them in my space for cultivation. Later, he wanted to get the ice and fire spring into the space point after all. There are treasures made from the corpses of the ice and fire twin dragon kings. Teacher, you can take it here. Bibi Dong nodded, took it, and started taking it according to Huang Wei's method of taking it. So she started taking it point at this time. Her cultivation level was only that of a 93rd level titled Douluo point. She could feel that this Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone immortal grass might be able to help her quickly break through to level 94, although she is now undergoing the test of the Rakshasa god. She has been accumulating for many days. To improve her soul power, it's time to breakthrough point, and the fairy grass in my hand is this opportunity for breakthrough point. After she took it, she put down the gem scepter in her hand, slowly sat cross-legged on the ground, and directly stimulated the soul power in her body to start digesting and absorbing it. This process is not as fast as imagined. Huang Wei watched quietly from the side point. Although he knew that the current Bibi Dong was a titled Douluo, he did not know how many levels he had reached. However, according to her restraint against Lonely Bow Poisonous Mist, in addition to the extremely poisonous Death Demon Spider itself, it also had something to do with her strength. So he is definitely not weaker than Douluo. Either he is level 92 like him, or he is level 93 or even 93 or 4 after all. Chen Xin was still 6 years old at this time, and it was impossible for Bibi Dong to cultivate as much as he did later in the original work point. It's still growing point. Moreover, all the fairy grasses, and so on at this stage, are in the seedling stage. And they will definitely not be as awesome as the legend of the Dragon King in later generations after all. Even immortal grass soul beasts that are 100,000 or 200,000 years old appear in later generations. The grass jelly has really become a spirit point at this moment. As time gradually passed, a faint jade color spread over Bibi Dong's body point. A mysterious aura appeared on her body point for a moment. Huang Wei was in a daze. He always felt that Bibi Dong's skin had become smoother and younger, and all the subtle lines on his face that had been left by the years had completely disappeared at this moment. Bibi Dong became even younger and really returned to the skin of an 18-year-old, like a beautiful jade fairy point with her 18-year-old skin and her current age-appropriate appearance. She looks like a super beautiful young woman. Women are envious and jealous when they see her, and men are drooling when they see her. They want to go up and have an in-depth communication with them. Huang Wei, who was standing aside and watching this complete scene, his eyes were shining brightly, staring at Bibi Dong with burning eyes, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. So charming and has great body fragrance. It's so beautiful. Damn, no, if I keep looking at it, my anger will go straight to Shinlinge. Huang Wei's complexion changed, and he complained in his heart. At this moment, it was already being touched down there, so I quickly reached out to cover it. Leave here quietly. There is no way. You can't blame him. After all, his soul is an adult, and he is still a bachelor. Now that Bibi Dong is so beautiful, for him to have such a reaction, he can only blame the other party, not him. After all, he is a normal man. Fortunately, Bibi Dong didn't see all this, otherwise it would have been really bad. In addition, the soul power aura on Bibi Dong's body became many times stronger than before. This isn't great. Half an hour passed again, and Bibi Dong also woke up from meditation. The first feeling is to feel the changes in the body. I'm at level 94. I'm finally one step closer. I'm still one step closer to completing the Rakshasa God's test. Bibi Dong sighed inwardly and then showed a satisfied smile looking at her skin again. Even she was extremely surprised. She was very satisfied with the effect brought by the Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone. As a woman who doesn't love beauty, she is no exception and even goes so far as to go above and beyond. Where did Huang Wei go? Immediately, she looked around, but Huang Wei was nowhere to be seen, so a look of doubt appeared on her happy smile. At this moment, Huang Wei walked out of the shower room and looked at each other with Bibi Dong. But now he is normal, but he looks a little pale and tired. Teacher, have you finished absorbing it? Huang Wei immediately laughed and said, as if he was hiding something guilty. Bibi Dong asked curiously, why is your face a little white? He immediately stood up and walked towards Huang Wei. Huang Wei immediately forced himself to calm down and said calmly, just now, the disciple tried to use the soul power to pull the Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone rhizome left in the space, trying to make it continue to grow. This operation consumed my soul power. It was relatively old, and when I was sweating, I came in and took a shower. I see. Hearing this, Bibi Dong immediately understood, and she had no doubts. After all, Huang Wei was so young, she would not think in that direction, and she had no such idea. It took so much. So what did you gain in the end? Chapter 34. Then she asked again. Chapter 43. The Holy Son of Wuhan Palace? Undercurrent. Huang Wei nodded and said slowly, I found something. The two walked towards the table in front of them. Sitting down, he continued, the rhizomes of the Narcissus Jade Muscles and Bones, when I specially used my soul power to cultivate them, combined with the strange life energy in the space, they can indeed continue to grow, but it will take a very long time. But this has something to do with the strength of my soul power. If my soul power level increases, then this training process can be shortened. However, greatly if we can get that pool of water into the space, it will definitely grow faster than outside, if it matches the characteristics of the black turtle space. These were all things Huang Wei had just tried in the shower room. He was definitely not doing those things just now. Bibi Dong listened to Huang Wei's story quietly, thinking about something in her mind. Looking at Huang Wei again, I always feel that this little guy is not a child of his age, giving people a very mature adult feeling. Could this be legendary the little adult? Bibi Dong made a gentle arc at the corner of her mouth and said, Chizzy, is it the one you jumped into before? Is it red and blue? Huang Wei nodded. Yes, Bibi Dong suddenly said, except for Nana and the other three, don't tell anyone else about the fairy grass you have. Huang Wei was stunned for a moment and nodded. She also understood Bibi Dong's little thoughts. Okay, let's go to the worship hall. Bibi Dong stood up, and Huang Wei took her hand and followed her away. The enshrinement hall is still the familiar corridor, the familiar hall, and the familiar people. It was very quiet here, completely covered by the rhythmic clicking of Bibi Dong's high heels. His Majesty the Pope. When those elders saw Bibi Dong walking in, they called her politely. But in the next second, they were all stunned. Bibi Dong seemed to have become smooth and smooth. Could it be their misunderstanding? Why did it suddenly become so beautiful, and a refreshing fragrance emanates from its body? However, they were elders, so naturally they couldn't show that kind of expression. They quickly restrained their expressions, and looked at Bibi Dong seriously. She saw the familiar kid holding hands next to Bibi Dong. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then his pupils shrank, and he was startled. 33 level Soul Master? He's only 6 years old, right? Even though Golden Crocodile Douluo had made preparations before, he still gasped now. This talent has already surpassed Kan Ringsu, who has innate level 20 soul power. At least the other party did not reach the level of Soul Master when he was 6 years old. This is a little scary. Seeing the horrified expressions of the people in front of him, who had never seen anything in the world, Bibi Dong suddenly turned his lips even more proud, snorted, and said in a nonchalant tone, this emperor is here to make a big sacrifice. At this time, a golden figure walked out of the inner hall. The charm on his body is permeating the air, giving people a very powerful sense of oppression. Big offering. The other elders knelt on one knee and addressed him respectfully. Bibi Dong held the gem scepter tightly in her hand. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but she refused to kneel down, half kneeling, and a line of soul power enveloped Huang Wei. Kai and Douluo didn't say much when he saw this. The pressure on his body soon disappeared. Looking at Huang Wei, the face that seemed to have remained unchanged for hundreds of years was moved again. This was already the second time. There was no way he could do it. He was really shocked by Huang Wei's terrifying talent. 6 years old, level 33 Soul Master, very good. Kai and Douluo looked at Huang Wei with great satisfaction. Grandpa Kai. Huang Wei called. Yes. Kai and Douluo nodded with a gentle smile, then looked at the elders and slowly said, Huang Wei has outstanding talent, a non-god level inherited martial spirit, and became a 33rd level Soul Master at the age of 6. I enshrine him. It is announced that Wuhan Palace will establish a holy son who is equal to the saint, and Huang Wei will be the holy son of Wuhan Palace. Yes. Everyone's eyes narrowed slightly, beads of sweat overflowed from their foreheads for some unknown reason, and they quickly nodded in agreement. No one dared to have any objection. Please pass on this matter quickly. Kai and Douluo said again. Lines understand later. All the elders handed over their hands. In this way, after receiving the order, these elders took action one after another. Spread this news throughout Wuhan Palace. Kai and Douluo looked at Huang Wei and said, the conferment ceremony will be held in the main square of Wuhan Palace in 3 days. Yes, Grandpa Kai. Huang Wei nodded. That night, the pretender Kai Ringsu, who was far away in the Xiandao Empire, also received the news. Grandpa actually appointed this guy as the holy son of Wuhan Palace. It seems that his talent is really far superior. How about I use the excuse of watching to go and observe? Kai. Ringsu's red lips moved slightly, becoming more and more curious about Huang Wei. So we started planning. 3 days passed quickly. In the past 3 days, the entire Wuhan hall was extremely shaken. Unexpectedly, the great minister would personally declare Bibi Dong's disciple as the holy son. As soon as the news spread, it attracted many people from Wuhan Palace to discuss it. Some people even arrived at Wuhan City on the second day, just to take a look at the ceremony of conferring the title of Holy Son. At the same time, some of the younger generation in Wuhan Hall were very unconvinced. Especially the grandchildren of the elders. I plan to challenge this Holy Son. The strong one in Wuhan Palace will be respected. Some elders also wanted their grandsons to be the Holy Son. They had had this idea before, but now such a person came out to cause trouble. Even though there were thousands of great offerings pressing down on them, they were not convinced in their hearts. So just following the trend, a group of people went to find the great worshipper and asked him to hold a martial arts competition for the younger generation of the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace on the day of the ceremony. As for the age limit, it is under 25 years old. Although this is more shameless. There is no other way. In this way, the rest of the people can also see the appearance of the Holy Son. By the way, it can also satisfy their wishes. This is completely the same as killing someone with a borrowed knife. How could Kai and Douluo not know this truth? But he still agreed. This process will always happen. It doesn't matter if you come early or late. What's more, although Huang Wei is only a level 33 Soul Master, his defense power is very terrifying. Those grandchildren cannot break Huang Wei's defense at all. After Huang Wei received this temporary notice, his face was extremely calm. This was all what he expected. After all, this is a coveted position. Some people from the sect's forces also plan to come secretly on this day to see who this holy son is. HMPH. Why did he become the holy son? Our talents are not weak at all. I have reached the 45th level of Soul Sect at the age of 19. Why isn't I the holy son? The big offering is too biased. Just because he is the Pope's personal disciple. In the Wuhan Hall, a young man who was the grandson of the Elder Hall was extremely angry and resentful. He hated Kai and Douluo for being unfair and Huang Wei for stealing his position as the holy son. The young man narrowed his eyes, and a cold beam of light flashed. Very good. This time there will be a martial arts competition. Haha, I will definitely make you lose face in front of a large crowd of spectators, and then I will naturally inherit the position of the holy son. Ha 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 ha. He is the kind of person who can do anything. Before reaching his goal. I will not let go of those who have stolen my things. As for being afraid of big offerings, he was naturally scared, but it was an above board martial arts show. Could it be that the other party still took it seriously, that so many people did not care about the opponent's face even if they lost? So he also has a big stake in it point after all. He usually loves gambling point, but little did he know that he would risk his life this time. Chapter 44. This holy position is up for grabs on this day. Huang Wei, with the help of the maids, put on the clothes of the holy sun. Follow Bibi Dong towards the large square in Wuhan Palace. This place is already crowded and bustling with people coming below. Hulina and the others just happened to come back to watch the ceremony. When they learned from the news that Huang Wei had become a level 33 soul master at the age of 6, they were also shocked. Isn't this cultivation speed too fast? His Majesty the Pope, almost everyone in Wuhan city knelt down on one knee. Beside Bibi Dong were two Douluo, Yu Guan and Gui Mei. After that, the other elders also arrived one after another. As for Qin Liu, he did not appear as the person behind the scenes. Just leave everything to Bibi Dong. There are other elders presiding over it. According to the previous regulations, there will be a sealing ceremony later. Bibi Dong landed on the supreme throne, holding the scepter in her hand, her whole body glowing with the noble luster of glass, holding a young boy beside her. It is Huang Wei, the protagonist this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35. Bibi Dong's voice was calm, and she said to the people below, "Today is the time when the holy sun of the Wuhan Palace is established. There is a challenge for the younger generation. Any soul master under the age of 20 can apply to challenge the holy sun. If the sun loses, the throne of the sun can be given to the victor." As soon as these words came out, the whole place immediately became excited. Hulina, Yan and Xiao looked at each other, but they couldn't understand why Bibi Dong was acting like this. But when they saw Huang Wei's calm little face with no emotion at all, the three of them immediately understood. The other party is not worried, and the three of them don't need to worry about it. Huang Wei's defense was so terrifying before he had reached Soul Lord, let alone now that he had reached Soul Lord, and it was still level 33, and under the age of 20 in Wuhan Palace. The strongest guy is just the soul sect. This person is the god grandson of Galway Douluo. At this time, Bibi Dong spoke, and the other half kneeling people stood up one after another. People, especially the younger generation, who meet the requirements have extremely itchy hands, especially those who are unconvinced. Seeing this, some of the other elders smiled slightly in their hearts, and at the same time had an answer. "We have created an opportunity for you. Whether you can win it or not is up to you. Don't blame us if you can't get it." Then their eyes are especially on their own grandsons or the grandsons of other elders. Huang Wei reluctantly broke away from Bibi Dong's jade hand. "I was complaining in my heart. It's really troublesome to confer the title of Holy Sun and have to cause such a big battle. I was an introvert in my previous life. What I didn't like the most was being looked at like a monkey by so many people in public. Although he felt a little bitter in his heart, he accepted this reality. It all has to go through. Bibi Dong also told her that this originally didn't exist, but it was finally proposed by some elders at the same time. She also told Huang Wei the names of the elders. Huang Wei looked at those elders intentionally or unintentionally. A cold light flashed across his eyes instantly. "Wait, you old troublemakers, when I grow up, I will find an opportunity to destroy you." A swarm of boars. These old people made him very unhappy. Then he aimed directly at the center of the large square from above and jumped down. With a bang, Huang Wei landed firmly on the ground without the blessing of martial soul. No pain or itching. He looked around. People around him were also looking at him. Many people are thinking, is this guy the holy sun? Nothing special. He's so skinny, he'll die if he's kicked. Isn't it a mistake to make a big offering? However, at this moment, there was a particularly cold look in the crowd looking at Huang Wei. He had been waiting for this opportunity. He is the god grandson of Aray Douluo, arborist, level 45 soul sect. Only 19 years old this year. Ding. It's been detected that someone is concerned about the position of your holy sun. Show your strength and crush them. Defy the heroes with your absolute qualifications. Reward the aura of the superior. If the host can ensure the completion of the task, this reward can be claimed in advance. If the mission fails, it will naturally disappear, and at the same time, the power of the turtle that comes with the black turtle will also disappear. Do you want to accept it? Do you want to collect it in advance? Do you bear the penalty for failure? There is no forced host in the system. Please consider your choice carefully. Once you choose, there is no turning back. However, at this moment, the system's mission prompt sounded in Huang Wei's mind. Huang Wei was stunned. Good guy. The mission will come when it comes, but your system has changed its character? This is the first time I'd heard you speak so many words at once. Yes. Yes, but the next second, I shouted 3 times decisively in my mind point as the mission was successfully accepted. A powerful aura appeared on Huang Wei's body that plunged the entire audience into silence. Point under this aura, everyone below felt uncomfortable breathing. Point cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Point even Bibi Dong and the elders above felt a big change in Huang Wei at this moment, and their expressions suddenly changed slightly. What? A powerful aura? I didn't expect Bibi Dong to teach him this, but aura is just aura after all. It's just a mystery. The elders frowned, thinking in their hearts, and then breathed a sigh of relief. This battle is risky. I kindly advise you that those who are lower than the soul sect should not come up to show off their power. If someone is killed in the battle, then I will not say sorry to you. Huang Wei, who was in the center, glanced at the silent but eager people below, showing the contempt of a king. The terrifying aura on his body was unparalleled and unbelievable, and his voice was as calm as water. People standing on Huang Wei's side also gave him a big thumbs up. After seeing how calm Huang Wei was, and his aura point become more satisfied with this, and those who were unhappy with Huang Wei were very dissatisfied with this. What are you pretending to be? Damn it, I'll break through your hypocrisy in a moment. Haha, okay, since the Holy Sun said so, then we will satisfy you. How about I show off the power of the Holy Sun in this first game? At this moment, a cold and disdainful voice sounded from the crowd below. It's Thorn Addiction. Now, we have something good to watch. Sixi is the grandson of Sixi Douluo, level 45 soul sect. This Holy Sun's words just now were so arrogant, and it won't end well now. The melon-eating crowd below became excited and prepared to watch a good show. Bibi Dong and others also looked over. His eyes also glanced at the Ajudis Douluo on the left, who didn't seem to notice it. He looked at his god grandson, and didn't know what he was thinking. But he had never let his godson do this. This would offend the Pope and the great ministers. He couldn't help but frown. Above, Huang Wei saw this, looking at the thorn with the eyes of a superior like an ant, and a clown looking at the thorn below. He said calmly, come up. This Holy Sun will give you the qualification to seize the Holy Throne once. Chapter 45 Bloom, Flesh, and Blood Fireworks. When Sixi came to the spirit fighting arena, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold and dangerous light flashed through his eyes. Otherwise, it was Huang Wei's words that made him very angry. He was so arrogant that he didn't even take him into consideration. Point to humiliate my character in such a public way. Very good. Then I will make you, the Holy Sun, be embarrassed in public. Point. When the time comes, I will naturally win the position of Holy Sun. Point, and you will become a joke in Wuhan Palace. Point. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Jizi's mind, as if he had already seen the scene where Huang Wei was defeated and the opponent was crawling in front of him. Point. I feel very good. Point. Looking at Six's wretched look, Huang Wei asked in his heart, system, why can't this superior's aura suppress this guy much? The aura of the superior currently obtained by the host is only in the seedling stage, and will grow as your cultivation level increases. The effect will be very significant in the later stages. After hearing the explanation, Huang Wei also understood. I see. But it's not a big problem. Then he looked at Sixi and said calmly, take action. You only have one chance to take action, so you'd better go all out. Haha, the Holy Sun sounds too arrogant. Can he really lead the spirit all down like this? Sixi said coldly. The tone was somewhat sarcastic. Huang Wei said, you talk a lot of nonsense. You will regret your humiliation of me. See, I Z's face was gloomy, and he snorted angrily. Bayo Z is possessed by an ape. Roar. 6E stepped forward violently. The ground shook. It's a pity that it didn't break. It can be seen that the strength is not enough to break point, but even so, the powerful aura on his body appeared like a strong wind. Soul power surged, and a ghostly figure of a great ape with a blood-red body, scarlet eyes, and sharp teeth exposed appeared on his body, swallowing breaths. This is the explosive ape, a very extreme melee attack beast martial spirit. The long red hair, combined with the aura, makes its majesty reach the top of this level. 6's body continued to expand at this moment, and finally reached a height of 2 meters. The muscles all over his body swelled, and he became a muscular man in the gym. During this process, his eyes also glowed scarlet, and strange red lines appeared on his body from under his feet. The foremost standard soul ring configurations of yellow, yellow, purple, and purple slowly rose up. It's a explosive ape. What a terrifying power, as expected of the assassin. The one with the highest cultivation level in Wuhan Palace under the age of 20 has the same fighting ability. Next, we have to see how the newly promoted Holy Sun responds. Everyone was excited. Recalling Huang Wei's arrogant words just now, abandoning the world behind his eyes, these people suddenly began to rejoice in his misfortune. Waiting for a good show. Although 6's martial spirit is very strong, he also meets his junior brother who is dedicated to restraining him. There will be a good show in a while. Who? Lena below twisted her fox-like waist and looked at 6E on the stage with a playful expression. The same goes for the other two. They all know the inside story. Huang Wei, this perverted evildoer, the more terrible the injury, the more terrible the rebound. If this thorn is blasted away with all its strength, the rebounding turtle shell will definitely break his body into pieces. Bibi Dong looked at Yu Guan aside and said, "Let the healing soul master summon the martial soul to be on standby." Chapter 36. She doesn't have a good impression of the drug addiction, and she actually dares to deliberately look for trouble at her age and cultivation level in public. This is her enemy. Yes, your majesty. Yu Guan was stunned at first. At first he thought it was for Huang Wei, but when he thought about it carefully, something was wrong. That guy's defense was so terrible, and the damage was also so bad. Thinking of this, he knew that the assassin was going to suffer, so take action immediately. The healing soul master who received Yu Guan's order did not dare to neglect, and immediately summoned his martial soul, ready to rush out, to save people at any time. In their opinion, Bibi Dong was trying to save his own disciple, the newly promoted Holy Sun. If the Holy Sun loses, his position will be taken away by CIZ. When the time comes, 6E will be the Holy Sun of Wuhan Palace. But this is none of their business. On the field, the beast's blood was boiling, and he decisively moved towards Huang Wei. The explosive ape is originally a martial spirit that is very eager to fight. As his master, 6E was naturally affected. The fourth soul skill, the wrath hammer of the explosive ape, Jixen, roared angrily and punched out all his unwillingness, frustration, and anger in one punch. It was the strongest fourth soul skill right from the start. It seemed that he had no intention of keeping Huang Wei alive. At this moment, the expressions of everyone on the scene changed slightly. The same goes for those elders who have ulterior motives. Asshole, he really wants to kill Huang Wei, brainless thing. These elders suddenly broke into a cold sweat. No matter what, he just wanted the other party to make a fool of himself and lose his position as the Holy Sun. But if the other party dies or is deposed, then they will definitely implicate them. After all, Huang Wei is the orthodox Holy Sun personally declared by the great priest. He is also Bibi Dong's personal disciple. At this moment, they felt a little regretful. When the agouti Douluo who was watching from above saw this, his eyelids twitched, his heart skipped a beat, and his breathing stopped. He looked directly at Bibi Dong. At this moment, Bibi Dong's calm face revealed a cold murderous intention. If she hadn't known that Huang Wei's defense was unparalleled, and that it was only insignificant to block Soul Sect's attack, then relying on the difference in strength and age, Huang Wei would have been crippled if he had been hit by this punch. As a seasoned dolphin, Douluo naturally read the murderous intent on Bibi Dong's face. He wanted to jump down to stop it. But the next second it was too late. The distance is simply not enough. But Huang Wei looked calm and stood motionless while he showed disdain. There was also a cold flash in his eyes. You want to kill me right from the start? Great. Then you don't have to live anymore. Anyone who has the intention to kill him will not survive. In his mind, Huang Wei gently raised his hand, and a huge black turtle appeared. The aura on his body instantly overturned and leapt up. A green turtle shell appeared, and his body was attached to green armor. It's so mysterious. 60 is full of disdain for the turtle shell in front of him. Just punch it down. Bang. Wow. Poof. However, at this moment, the scene changed. After his punch landed, his whole body was filled with a milky white electric current. There was severe pain inside and outside his body, and he instantly vomited blood. He didn't even know what was happening before he could react. The next second, snapped. I saw that the mid-air was shrouded in a thick mist of flesh and blood. Killing people. Suddenly, a scream of terror rang out in the quiet place. Everyone turned pale with fright at the scene in front of them. They saw a nightmare. The living assassin actually exploded and died. It became a blood mist all over the sky. This scene happened so fast. The visual impact is too great. Let no one react. Suddenly there was chaos below. Those above, including Bibi Dong and others, were suddenly stunned. Sexy. Addiction. Suddenly, the angrily roaring sound of Galway Douluo rang out. No. My grandson. Boy, I want you to die. The agouti Douluo felt as if he had been struck by thunder and felt pain in his heart. Anger rushed to his head. He jumped up. The agouti martial soul and the 9-ring soul ring appeared on his body and killed Huang Wei directly. Be bold. Stop. Chapter 46. You are so shameless. Bibi Dong had been paying attention to the Agedigu Douluo just now, but I didn't expect that the other party was so disrespectful of face, blinded by anger, and went straight towards Huang Wei. Even she was too late. Stop. Bibi Dong could only shout coldly, but it was too late. Bipolar Forbidden Realm. But at this moment, Yu Guan and Gui Mei did not hesitate, decisively grasped their hands and forcibly activated the martial soul fusion skill. Huang Wei, who was still worried, breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this voice. Immediately, everything around him stopped. Including himself. The flying figure of the array Douluo also stopped. When it was about to hit Huang Wei. Galway Douluo's pupils narrowed, and he almost forgot about the martial soul fusion skills of Yu Guan and Gui Mei. The next second golden crocodile Douluo appeared instantly, snorted coldly, filled with murderous intent, and directly kicked out, knocking agony Douluo away. Galway Douluo's body kept bouncing in the square, and finally fell to the ground. Stab. The blood. You are so brave. You dare to assassinate the Holy Sun in front of everyone. You are looking for death. On. Golden Crocodile Douluo. The soul power of the 98th level titled Douluo rippled out. 9 soul rings and a huge golden crocodile appeared, and his aura instantly crushed the entire audience. At the same time, the bipolar forbidden areas also disappeared at this moment. When Bibi Dong looked at Golden Crocodile, her eyes narrowed. She was only at level 94 now. Golden Crocodile, a 98th level titled Douluo, was still a great threat to her. Now that she is unable to reveal her true cultivation level in the Wuhan Hall, she is worried that the old Gaikai and Daoliu will sense the existence of the Rakshasa god in her body. Seraphim represent light. The god Rakshasa represents darkness, depravity and ugliness. Therefore, the two are immortal beings. The other party will definitely take action to destroy her, so that the gods will not be able to inherit. Or just kill her directly. No matter which one it was not what she wanted to see. She needed revenge. She wanted to destroy everything in the Kyan family, and even her own flesh and blood. Kyan Ringsu was involved in this. But later on, it was the mother after all, so it was naturally impossible for her to do something like this. Second, offering comment. In full view of everyone, it was clearly this thief who killed my grandson. How can such a cruel and ruthless person become the holy son of Wuhan Palace? The agouti Douluo coughed up blood, covered his painful chest with one hand, pointed at Huang Wei and spoke angrily and resentfully. with so many people watching. Second sacrifice. Could it be that I have wronged him? Having said this, Galway Douluo roared, his eyes bloodshot. Although CI Crossing was not his biological grandson, but just a adopted godson, he never married a wife, let alone had any children. He has long regarded his addiction as his only grandson. If it weren't for the inappropriate age, he would have wanted the other person to be his son. Now that my grandson is dead, my enemy is right in front of me, but I can't take revenge. It's really hateful. He is not willing to give in. But at this moment, Huang Wei said coldly, Agatha Douluo, I do not agree with your words. I'm suing you for slander, Galilea. Douluo gritted his teeth and was extremely angry. Slander? What slander? Could it be that everyone is blind? If not you, I would kill. Who? Huang Wei said coldly, Humph, that's nonsense. From the beginning to the end, I never raised my hand. I just chose to protect myself. Your grandson was obviously the one who hit and killed him, but now he relies on me? He said calmly. Also, this holy son has said before that martial arts competitions are risky and no one will let him come up. Hearing this, Jin Crocodile didn't feel comfortable saying anything at this time. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, in full public view, your grandson dares to kill the holy son. This is already a capital crime. You must never forget what level your grandson is, and what level your holy son is. Are you just confused? I still suspect that all this has something to do with you. Exclamation mark. Did you instigate him to do this behind his back? Chapter 37. Golden Crocodile's voice was cold, but it resounded throughout the entire square. Now, there is only a pool of blood on the ground in the main square, which is disgusting to see. At this moment, people are panicking. No, I didn't. I definitely didn't ask him to do that. If I had known he would be like this, I would never have let him come on stage. Ajudis Douluo clenched his fists. He was so angry at what Huang Wei and Golden Crocodile said, especially because Huang Wei, or thief, said such shameless words. However, it was true that under the eyes of everyone, he did not take action, but stabbed his body and died without any reason, turning into a mist of blood. Greyfish. Douluo attacked the holy son. Now I will take him back to the heavenly prison for trial. Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't say any more nonsense. He knew that the current Douluo was heartbroken and couldn't listen to anything, so he could only let him calm down. And the first thing that went wrong in all of this was CI Crossing. If CI Crossing hadn't had the intention to kill Huang Wei would definitely not have killed the other person as a sure person. What he understood was correct. If it weren't for the murderous intention of Huang Wei would only use his second soul skill, chewing melon seeds, drinking drinks, and watching the opponent keep hitting his turtle shell. But what should never have happened was that the assassin had murderous intent on him. So he can't keep the other party. At first glance, this guy is the kind of person with terrible ambitions. If he is allowed to grow up, he is not afraid of the other party harming him, but he is afraid that the other party will cause trouble to his grandfather. However, now, Galway Douluo has absolute murderous intent towards him, so this guy absolutely cannot stay. But it's not up to him to decide now. Let's wait until he grows up. The next second, the Golden Crocodile stunned the Agouti and carried him away from the square in full view of everyone. Clean the square, Bibi Dong spoke calmly. There were people below who injured the numbness of their scalps and quickly tidied them up. Huang Wei ignored these organizers, but glanced calmly below and said calmly, who else wants to challenge this holy son? The domineering aura of a superior person in him was revealed at the scene, shocking the crowd. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. The younger generation who had originally planned to meet Huang Wei for a while now calmed down, and cold sweat continued to break out on their foreheads. After all, they had seen with their own eyes something as strong as Sting Xin turned into a pool of blood. So they are afraid. Really scared. The reason why the man in front of me could become the holy son is indeed not simple. Seeing that those people below who were originally eager to try have calmed down. Huang Wen's expression was as calm as ever. The shocking performance just now not only showed everyone how terrifying Huang Wei is, it also has a powerful deterrent effect of killing chickens. To scare monkeys, this wave is undoubtedly the most successful for Huang Wei point. But for the Thorn Addict, it is the biggest failure point, and there is no turning back from this failure, since no one has come up. I declare that the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace is Huang Wei. Bibi Dong's voice rang out again, resounding throughout the entire Wuhan Palace square. I'll wait to see the Holy Son. The next second, everyone held their hands, bowed slightly, and shouted in unison. Chapter 47. The options this time are a bit difficult for me to deal with. Hearing the address below, and seeing everyone's saluting attitude, Huang Wei's vanity suddenly rose. But he couldn't show it on his expression. He had to keep a serious face, covering up his excited and explosive mentality. Although there were some minor glitches along the way, the result was that it was enough. At this moment, Huang Wei's aura of superiority played a powerful role during this period of time. Everyone could feel the aura of a superior person emanating from his body, which made those below hold their breath, and sweat dripped from their foreheads. His eyes narrowed at the other elder Douluo. These people were not like those people. After all, the status of the son seems to be the same as that of the elders, it's just that it's special. In some aspects, it has more power than the elders, but it also depends on what kind of elder it is. Bibi Dong and others were very satisfied with how quickly Huang Wei stepped into and adapted to the role of the Holy Son. Huang Wei's face was calm, and he said calmly, "Today's canonization ceremony is over. You can go on your own." "Yes, Holy Son." As soon as these words came out, the others left one after another at the same time. I breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of the aura here is so terrifying. These people can't bear it. Even the Soul Douluo under those title Douluo were also affected, but it was not as big as these. At this point, there is a Holy Son in Wuhan Hall. Ulina naturally did not do what these people did. After all, she was the saint of Wuhan Palace, and had the same status as the saint Sun. But she was indeed overwhelmed by Huang Wei's powerful superior aura and was shocked. Even she, a saint, couldn't help but want to bow and bow. But she still held back. However, Yan and Xiao on the side were not like this. They were not the Holy Son, or beings with the same status as the Holy Son, and they were suppressed by the powerful aura of the superior, so they simply stopped themselves and bowed together with those people. Outside Wuhan City, some tavern floors and the like that could see the main square of Wuhan City had been domed here by spies from certain forces. Peeking outside. They were all frightened by what Huang Wei had just seen inside. The 45 level soul sect actually blew himself up. Just because he said he was going to blow himself up, they all broke out in cold sweat and trembled. It's like this at level 45. Either someone is secretly taking action, or that kid's turtle shell defense has the effect of rebounding damage several times. Otherwise, with a mere rebound of 1 or 2 times, it would have been impossible for a level 45 soul sect with a beast spirit to explode into a mist of blood in such an instant. As the ceremony ended, they quickly left. They didn't need to do anything but go back and report to the speaker. In fact, Bibi Dong knew all of this, and she knew how many people from outside forces were lurking around, even on the territory of Wuhan City. These people thought that hibernating was fine, and they were not discovered, but little did they know that behind them there was an eye that was hibernating even deeper. However, she did not take the initiative to eliminate these people. She just wanted to go along with the flow and let these people spread the news about Shengzi Huang Wei. First, it can help Huang Wei grow rapidly in some ways. Secondly, it would build her reputation and make people from outside forces afraid of her. She would know the terrifying defense and rebound lethality of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. This is also one of Bibi Dong's means of deterrence before its external expansion. However, at this moment, the system's voice kept ringing in Huang Wei's mind. Ding. Keep the position of the Holy Son. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. Reward options. 1. The turtle shell defense is strengthened. 2. Tortoise shell critical attack enhancement. 3. Turtle shell gains the means to attack. Hearing this, Huang Wei was quite happy, but after hearing this choice, he couldn't laugh anymore, and fell into silence for an instant, constantly tangled in his heart. System, are you kidding me? Huang Wei complained in his heart. System. The host can choose not to do so. No, I still want it. Huang Wei cursed point looking at the 3 options in front of him. The first one directly ruled out the third option without hesitation. Means of attack. No need. Counter injury is the best attack method. Moreover, he also has a second soul skill, which can continuously store up the power to counter damage and finally shoot it out. This is also one of the means of attack. So now I just need to defend. Even if Jesus comes, he can't persuade me, I said. Then there are 2 options left. The second one is Tortoise Shell Critical Strike Enhancement. He thought for a moment. If he couldn't even defend against the attack of a powerful enemy, even if he could defend against the critical attack in the end, he might not be able to survive. Depending on the urinary properties of the system, there may still be a chance to choose later. Eliminate options 1 and 2. Then only the first one remains. Turtle Shell Defense Strengthened. It was so bad at the first level before, but now it has been strengthened again, and it is a second level. Isn't it even more outrageous? Moreover, the counter injury critical attack is enough. As long as others can't break through his turtle shell defense, he doesn't have to worry. He only needs to eat melon seeds in the turtle shell and watch the opponent hit him. When the opponent is tired, he will concentrate again. The anti-injury energy is ejected. This is a skill that is sure to hit critically. The other party is absolutely dead. Hey. System. I choose 1. Huang Wei secretly thought, choose success. As the mechanical sound of the system fell, Huang Wei didn't feel anything. After all, it was his martial soul turtle shell, and it should be the other person who had feelings for him. He opened the character panel and looked at the screen in front of him. Turtle Invincible System Host, Huang Wei Martial Spirit, Black Turtle Talent, Turtle Longevity Lifespan. 1200 Identity, Holy Son of Wuhan Palace Soul Power. 33, 3-Ring Soul Master, Chapter 38. Soul Skills, Defense, Self-Inflicted Critical Hit Level 1, Tortoise Shell Enhancement Level 2, Turtle Shell Savings, Armor Spirit Space, Magical Power, Golden Turtle Mask Equipment, Thorn Armor, Defensive version of Static Electric Blade, Armor Veil. The following is the effect after the martial soul possession is turned on. Anti-injury rate. 100% critical hit rate. 50% cultivation speed. 10%. Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the confused figure standing still in the center of the square. Those who are still here are a little. What happened to this holy son? But the next second, Huang Wei moved, turned around and walked towards the palace. The elders then left one after another. Entering the hall, Hulina and the other 2 people rushed over immediately. Congratulations on being crowned the holy son. But even if you are the holy son, you are still my junior brother. As soon as Hulina came up, she rushed directly in front of Huang Wei, showing off her senior sister's delicate body, and said arrogantly, she must consolidate her position. Sun Yan and Ziyu were behind him and said. Yan's face looked unnatural. He didn't expect that this guy who was always angry with him would become the holy son. In fact, I just can't let go of my face. As for whether Ziyu feels okay, he is not as pretentious as Yan. Anyway, call it yourself. Moreover, the opponent's strength is indeed terrifying. They are very self-aware, and they really can't beat them. The defense can't be broken, and if you fight, you may die. How can you fight? Chapter 48. The destination of the fairy grass. Huang Wei nodded, responded to the 3 of them, and then said to Hulina, sister, what are you talking about? Junior brother, I have become the holy son, and I'm also your little junior brother. After saying that, he rushed over and hugged Hulina's sexy waist. The head sank directly into it. Hulina didn't react for a while. Damn it, what are you doing? However, Yan and Ziyu behind them glared. Yang pointed at Huang Wei and was about to curse. For Huang Wei, who took advantage of his young age to do such an excessive behavior to his dear Nana, it's really intolerable. But the words haven't fallen yet. Behind Huang Wei. Bibi Dong and Gui Mei walked directly towards this side. Yan also immediately closed his mouth. His Majesty the Pope, 2 elders, the 2 of them saluted immediately. Upon seeing this, Huang Wei also let go of Hulina, who had not yet realized that something was wrong. I've met the teacher, the 2 elders, who Lena looked at the three people in front of her and saluted. Nana, you are back. Well, it's good. Your cultivation level has been raised to level 37. You have to work harder, otherwise your cultivation level will be surpassed by your junior brother, Yan. Ziyu, you are the same. Bibi Dong stopped walking with her long legs, nodded slightly, and said, "It's your majesty, teacher." The three of them nodded immediately. Yes, a strong sense of crisis had arisen in their hearts. Huang Wei is only a 6-year-old child, but now he has the cultivation level of a 33rd level soul master, which is really terrifying. They are like ants being chased by a flaming knife. As long as they stop, they will be overtaken. Although they will not die, they are almost there. As seniors, it is not good to be surpassed by juniors at this moment. Yu Guan was looking at Bibi Dong. It seemed that something was wrong. Or it could be said that Bibi Dong had a little more floral fragrance. Only he can discover this. This is the floral fragrance of Narcissus jade muscles and bones. After Yu Guan carefully thought about it, he was suddenly shocked. However, these words only came from his heart, and he did not dare to say them verbally. No matter what opportunities the other party gets, it has nothing to do with him. Just know it yourself. Moreover, Huang Wei also smelled of fairy grass, 8, anise ice grass, fire apricot gyro shu. Yu Guan's pupils shrank. Huang Wei actually had the smell of 2 kinds of vanilla on his body. Moreover, he knew something about these 2 herbs, which must not be taken. Both are extremely poisonous. Both exist as one. Did he take it at the same time? How can this person still be alive? Yu Guan was extremely shocked and exclaimed inwardly. Because he didn't know that there was still a spring of ice and fire in this world. The 2 elders have nothing to do next. You can go back. I want to chat with the 2 disciples. Bibi Dong felt that for the time being, it was better not to let Yu Guan and Jiu Mei find out about the fairy grass on Huang Wei. So she spoke. But she didn't know. Yu Guan knew everything, but he didn't know how he got there. As for Jiu Mei, he didn't know at all, but nodded. "It's your majesty." When Yu Guan, who was excited in her heart, heard Bibi Dong's words, she suppressed her excitement and nodded quickly. "It's your majesty." "Then leave here quickly." Bibi Dong brought Huang Wei and others to a room. Lena, Yan and Ziyu were all confused. What was the reason why the teacher brought them here? Bibi Dong looked at Huang Wei and said, "Ziyu Wei, that's it." Huang Wei nodded, summoned the martial soul to possess him, and put on the green armor. The 3 of them frowned at this scene, and were all confused. "What is this doing? Do you want us to attack you?" "No, even if I kill you, I won't do it. Too dangerous." But thinking about Huang Wei's second soul skill, as long as the opponent activates it, they will not be hurt in return. But the next second, what Huang Wei said happened was completely different from what they imagined. I saw 3 yellow, and purple soul rings appearing in Huang Wei. On the purple soul ring, 3 flower-like plants of different colors appeared. Although the 3 of them didn't understand what it was, they could feel the unusual charm from these 3 plants. "Junior brother, what is this?" Hulina asked curiously. Yan and Xiao are also eager to know the answer in their hearts. Huang Wei said, "These 3 flowers are a kind of fairy herb. Each one has a very unique medicinal power. These are the 3 fairy herbs I selected, based on your martial arts. This one with a purple halo is a Kilo tulip. This kind of flower is very noble. Taking it can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the sun and the moon, strengthen the foundation, and cultivate the body, and speed up cultivation. It is still in the seedling stage now, and it hasn't really grown. But the effect is not weak. Sister Nana, I prepared this for you. It is very suitable for you. After taking it, there may be additional surprises. The way to take it is to eat only the petals, and finally suck the pistil. You need to use your soul power to absorb it, leaving the rhizome for me." As Huang Wei spoke, he handed the Kilo tulip in his hand to Hulina. Hulina quickly took it carefully. Then Huang Wei introduced the second fairy grass. The second lavender flower is the 9th grade purple zizki, which has the effect of strengthening the root and nourishing the body, replenishing ki and increasing energy. You will know how to eat it after eating it. It varies from person to person. Brother Ziyu, this is prepared for you. The method of taking it is the same as Sister Nana. Huang Wei handed the second flower in his hand to him. Thank you, Holy Sun. Ziyu immediately raised her hands and took it carefully with an excited expression and quickly thanked Huang Wei. Holy Sun, what about mine? Where's mine? Yan looked at the fairy grass in their hands, swallowed immediately, looked at the last one in Huang Wei's hand with a look of great longing. This is a red quivering, soft fairy grass. It looks very simple. It is just composed of red grass blades. The top of the grass blades looks like a rooster's crown. But if you look closely, you can find that it is different. The leaf veins turned out to be red gold. Knowing that he couldn't wait, Huang Wei smiled slightly and said, Yan, of course I have not forgotten you. This plant is called Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. It is of the fire attribute. It matches you very well. The effect is similar to the two plants, but it varies from person to person, and the method of taking it is the same. He said that he had already handed it over. Thank you, Holy Sun. Yang nodded with great excitement and accepted it. This shout from the Holy Sun really came from the heart. When you get the fairy grass, don't tell anyone else. When you go there, even Elder Ju and Elder Ghost. Bibi Dong suddenly spoke up and reminded, it's Teacher, Your Majesty the Pope. The three of them nodded immediately. They were not fools, and naturally understood the stakes involved. Okay, you can take it here. Huang Wei said. So the three of them started taking it according to the method Huang Wei had mentioned before. Huang Wei quickly retracted the roots of the three fairy grasses and entered the space. He was also looking forward to the changes that these three people would bring after eating. Especially Hulina. This guy eats the best fairy grass, the king of fairy grass. I wonder if there will really be a 10-tailed sky fox. After all, he remembered that in the original work, Hulina Sky Fox had 9 tails. Chapter 49. The 10-tailed fox king. Time passes quickly. Chapter 39. The time of a stick of incense passed like this. The first person to wake up was Yan. He could feel that he had changed a lot from before. The soul power becomes even more terrifying. My cultivation level has been raised to level 40. It has been raised 3 levels in a row. Yan's eyes sparkled brightly, and he said excitedly, in addition, the foundation of his body has become more solid, and he can feel that his cultivation speed is much faster than before. The immense joy in his heart was all written on his face. It actually improved to 3 levels. At this moment, even Bibi Dong was shocked. At this moment, Yan has directly become a level 40 soul sect. Thank you, Holy Sun, for the gift. Yan immediately handed over his hand, facing Huang Wei, and all the angry temper in his heart disappeared. No need, we are brothers. Huang Wei gave up slightly and then asked, Yan, are you 13 years old? When Yan heard Huang Wei's words, he was naturally grateful, but he didn't know if he could go back to the previous petty fights. He replied, Holy Sun, I just turned 12 a week ago, and now I'm 13. As he spoke, he scratched his head. Nana and Ziyu are also 13 years old. 13-year-old soul sect, not bad. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. By the way, has there been any change in your martial spirit? Huang Wei asked. Immortal grass can not only be used to improve cultivation, but if you are lucky, it will mutate your martial soul. Yan's martial soul is the Fire Lord, which is very compatible with the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, which is also a fire attribute. It's a pity that it cannot be as good as Mahanjan. After all, they are both birds. Yan immediately summoned the Flame Lord, and around him, the previous flames were particularly strong. The color of the Fire Lord became darker red, and the power of the flames became more terrifying. Yan said, my Flame Lord has also benefited. Now that my power has become stronger than before, so has the flame. It seems to have reached an extreme state. The ultimate fire. Bibi Dong whispered. Yan's Flame Lord didn't have this level before. Compared with the previous flames, the ultimate fire is really very different, and its lethality is very terrifying. Okay, you can take it back. When they wake up, I will take you to hunt for the 4th soul ring. After reading it, Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. The reason why I say this later is because of the other party has benefited so much. The 2 flowers just now are extraordinary immortal grass. Moreover, these 3 people are all at level 37. so logically, they should break through point soon. The second person to wake up was ZU point. When I opened my eyes, I was also excited. He quickly bloomed his soul power. Level 40 soul sect. His tone was full of surprise. Thank you, Holy Sun. Then he immediately handed over his hand, just like Yan. No, we are brothers. Huang Wei smiled slightly. ZU was startled, then smiled and nodded. Besides upgrading, have there been any other changes to your martial spirit? Bibi Dong asked. ZU shook her head. No, but I can feel that my cultivation speed has become much faster. Holy Sun, if you upgrade so quickly, will it destabilize our foundation? Yan suddenly asked. ZU also woke up from her happiness. Yes, this is their biggest concern. Although it seems that the soul power in the body is very stable now. But that may not be the case after acquiring the 4th soul ring. Don't worry, these celestial herbs are all miraculous herbs that strengthen your foundation and cultivate your strength. They will never make your foundation weak. Just be rest assured. Huang Wei said, if such a problem occurs, I will naturally not let you take it. That would be great. The two clenched their fists. Then he looked at Ulina, who was still absorbing next to her, with a curious look on her face. Nana, what took her so long? Bibi Dong was also a little confused. Huang Wei murmured, maybe she has changed a lot, and it shouldn't take long. Sure enough, just when his voice fell, Ulina finally woke up. A flash of light flashed across her pupils, showing a look of great surprise. At the same time, her appearance and aura became more coquettish, becoming a real vixen. This alluring aura moved both ZU and Yan. Both of them were stunned. The same was true for Huang Wei, but he quickly came to his senses. He couldn't lose his composure at this time. My soul power has increased to level 40. Ulina said the same thing, her voice even more beautiful and seductive. Congratulations, so are we. Yan and ZU said, sister Nana, the three of you have reached level 40. It's time to hunt for soul beasts as your 4th soul ring. Huang Wei said, but before that, sister Nana, have there been any other changes in your martial arts spirit? Yeah. Changed? Who? Lena nodded excitedly and immediately summoned her Wuhan Cheyenne, who point the next second. Everyone was shocked. Cheyenne, who has a purple gold crown on his head, and there are also strange purple gold lines on his body, which look very smooth and neat. And the tail behind him, that originally only had 9 tails, now has 1 more, became a 10-tailed fox. My martial spirit has mutated. Now it is no longer the Sky Fox, but the Sky Fox King, the king of the Sky Foxes. The 10 tails. No wonder the moment she activated her martial spirit, her whole aura became extremely noble. My current temptation can not only have an effect on men, but also have the same effect on women, and my charm has the effect of ignoring level defense and backlash, and completely penetrates. This is how terrifying the 10-tailed Fox King is. After hearing what Ulina said, everyone was shocked. Sister Nana, see if you can enchant me, Huang Wei said. As he spoke, the black turtle on his body emerged in the next second, and his body was covered by a layer of turtle shell. Okay, little junior brother, then I will give you a try. Ulina showed a playful expression. The first time she used charm on Huang Wei failed, but she remembered it. The next second, he directly launched the charm soul skill. The current effects and special effects display are not at the same level as before. Yan and ZU beside them were both affected. Their bodies trembled, and they became a little distracted. Bibi Dong was also slightly affected, but was quickly dissipated by her soul power. I admired in my heart. The 10-tailed Sky Fox King is indeed extraordinary. At the same time, I was extremely happy in my heart. This is her disciple, the saint. But now that Huang Wei, the Holy Sun, is here, the future Pope of Wuhan Palace will be in trouble. But maybe it wouldn't be as troublesome as she thought. Let's talk about the future in the future. At this moment, the power of charm penetrated into the turtle shell, which shocked Huang Wei, and so did Bibi Dong. The next second, Huang Wei was hit, but the black turtle on his body seemed to have self-awareness, and did not disappear, because of Huang Wei's loss of control. The layer of turtle shell on his body enveloped him motionlessly. Great successful charm, but why is his martial spirit still there? Who? Lena was happy just now, but she became confused the next second. If this martial spirit is not eliminated, and the tortoise shell is not disappeared, it will not be able to harm Huang Wei in the slightest, and he will not be able to activate his second soul skill in this state point. If someone takes this opportunity, and thinks they can get away with it, they will suffer a critical attack from the turtle shell. Chapter 50. I want to go out and play. Huang Wei was tempted and walked up to Hulina. It was him who should have been afraid point, but this time the scene was reversed, and the person who was scared was Hulina. Back away quickly. Not knowing where the courage came from, he suddenly raised his hand and gently touched the tortoise shell. Yan and Zia held their breaths when they saw this scene. This is not an attack. It shouldn't be hurt by the rebound, right? Sure enough, Hulina held down the turtle shell and did not suffer any backlash. Because this is not an attack, Huang Wei has his own judgment. It really won't be rebounded, Hulina said with some surprise. She had wanted to do this before, but she never had the chance. Yan and Ziyu looked at each other, walked up and stretched out their fingers to control the strength, and pressed lightly on the turtle shell. When they met, they were not hurt, and the hearts of the two of them relaxed. The next second, Huang Wei blinked and woke up from the charm. Huang Wei murmured, "Good guy, the charm of the 10-tailed Sky Fox King can actually penetrate the tortoise shell and affect me. Hey, you actually woke up on your own." Hulina was very surprised when she saw this. Although she has not obtained the 4th soul ring now, and is just a pseudo soul sect, it is impossible to escape from the charm of the 10-tailed Fox King, unless her soul power is much higher than her. She is self-aware of how powerful the charm is now. But Huang Wei is only at level 33, but now he can unlock it automatically. Huang Wei showed a puzzled look on his face and said, "I don't know either." Suddenly his eyes felt cool, and your charm was released. However, just now, when he was charmed, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. It is detected that the host is controlled by charm. Do you want to release it? Huang Wei didn't rush to answer, but spent some time, otherwise it would be solved instantly. What the other party just said was so powerful, wouldn't the 10-tailed Sky Fox King be very shameless? Chapter 40. With this in mind, I delayed the order until now. This system is indeed awesome, but I don't know if it can be solved if it is controlled by other skills in the future. It seems that your martial spirit is also at work. Bibi Dong's voice sounded, and she stared at the big black turtle in front of her with deep eyes. She was thinking in her heart, what kind of martial spirit is this black turtle? In her free time, she specifically checked the information, but there was no such martial soul from ancient times to the present. Then he made a decision in his mind. Forget it, as long as it doesn't harm Zio Wei. He is a precedent for such a martial spirit, so this explanation is more appropriate. With a thought, Huang Wei took back the black turtle spirit. He looked at the three of them and said, "You go hunt for the 4th soul ring. I'll go practice first." Good. The three of them nodded. Then he looked at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong said, "Let's go. Zio Wei, go back by yourself." Huang Wei nodded, yes. Bibi Dong turned around, and Hulina and the others quickly followed. Huang Wei also quickly left here, and walked towards his villa. He had absorbed 2 kinds of ultimate immortal grass before, but he could not absorb other immortal grass for the time being. Otherwise, he really wanted to get one to increase his soul power by several levels. Thinking of this, he was very excited, but reality poured cold water on me. When he returned to the villa, he did not hesitate, and dived directly into his own big lake to start practicing. Time passes quickly. Another month has passed. A month ago, after Hulina and the others obtained the 4th soul ring, they returned to their residence to retreat, thoroughly refining and absorbing all the remaining medicinal power of the fairy grass. They could feel that, if they were refined, their soul power would probably increase in a short period of time. During this month, Huang Wei lived his daily life as usual. The cultivation level has also been raised from level 33 to level 35. On this day, after breakfast, he came to the Pope's palace alone. Zio Wei, why did you come here to be my teacher? When Bibi Dong saw Huang Wei coming in again, his cool face suddenly turned into gentleness. Holy son, Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo called them. Hello, 2 elders. Huang Wei greeted back, then looked at Bibi Dong and said, "Teacher, I want to play in Wuhan City." These days, he was very relaxed and had already visited the entire Wuhan city. He remembered his previous plan against Tang San, and an idea came to him. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. It had been delayed before due to cultivation, but Tang San couldn't be killed now. After all, if the opponent dies, Tang Heo will definitely lose control and go berserk. When the time comes, the power of the big Sumeru hammer and the 9-ring explosion will be very terrifying. Bibi Dong couldn't take it. He must also die. Now at least Tang San is disgusted and can't let him walk normally. Let's start with Xiao Wu and capture him first. Let's wait until our defense is able to block Kandaolia's full blow. Bibi Dong was actually a little surprised by Huang Wei's request. She asked, don't you want to leave Wuhan city? Why are you interested in the outside now? Huang Wei blinked his eyes, showing a filial look, and said, I want to go back to the village to visit my grandfather and go out to gain some knowledge before coming back. I have already finished visiting Wuhan city. When do you plan to leave? Bibi Dong asked. Huang Wei said, now, the sooner the better. My disciple can't wait any longer. Seeing this excited look, Bibi Dong couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, wait a minute, I'll have someone prepare a carriage for you. You didn't come to tell me in advance yesterday. Huang Wei said, that disciple has forgotten about his cultivation. Are you really practicing, or did you just forget about it? Bibi Dong said with a playful smile. This immediately made Huang Wei felt guilty. He showed an embarrassed smile, scratched his head and said, since the teacher knows, then don't expose the disciple. Bibi Dong snorted softly, crossed her legs, and then raised her hand and said, I'm busy with official business, so I won't go back with you. Your news is too sudden, and I didn't prepare any greeting gifts. This is for your grandpa. It is a gift from your village. As a disciple, your grandfather and your village can also take advantage of it. In her hand, a ray of light appeared, a red bag slowly falling down and stopping in front of Huang Wei. Then, let me first thank the teacher on behalf of grandpa and the villagers. Huang Wei immediately took it, put in the soul guide, and thanked him. Go, little slippery man. Bibi Dong waved. Huang Wei turned around and left with a smile. Safety is very important when the Holy Sun travels. After he left, Bibi Dong regained her cool expression, looked at the ghost and said, Elder Ghost, your martial spirit is specially able to blend into other people's shadows. You go and protect the Holy Sun secretly. His Majesty the Pope. The ghost immediately raised his hands, bowed, and then turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the Pope's palace. Huang Wei waited at the entrance of Wuhan Hall for a few minutes before a carriage arrived in front of him. The groom was the familiar hall master from before. He said with great respect, Holy Sun, please take a seat. Huang Wei nodded lightly and got on the carriage. First stop, go to Huangjia village. Huang Wei ordered. Yes. The groom nodded, and the carriage quickly set off. Chapter 51. Going home. Su Yunteo's enthusiasm. The horseman's coachman has already memorized all the safe paths and roads around in Point. There happens to be a very close path leading to Huangjia village. Point driving the carriage, they ran all the way. Chafeng Ma's speed was also very impressive. With his driving skills, Huang Wei didn't feel any discomfort while sitting in the carriage. On the contrary, this bumpy feeling seems to be like a disco. It's very enjoyable. At this rate, it should take about half an hour. We arrived at Huangjia village. The carriage symbolizing the Wuhan palace stopped at the entrance of the village. It happened to be seen by the surrounding villagers coming in and out. It turned out to be Wuhan palace's carriage. Oh my god, who could be here? Why did the Lord of Wuhan Palace come to our little Huangjia village? Wait, could it be that the one from before is back? Is that the first soul master to leave Huangjia village? No, I think Xiao Wei from the village chief's family is back. At this time, the villagers were talking up and down. Huang Wei then remembered that this scene would happen, and it suddenly gave him a headache. Holy Sun, we are here. The groom's voice rang. Huang Wei nodded. You have to tell others about my identity. It's the Holy Sun. The groom nodded respectfully. Huang Wei said, you go find a place to park. I have to stay for a few days before going to the next place. Yes, where will the Holy Sun's next place be? The groom nodded and then asked. Huang Wei said, Notting City. The groom was stunned, but instead of asking Huang Wei what he was doing, he nodded. Yes, Huang Wei changed into Wu Hundian's more ordinary clothes and got out of the car to the villagers. He was not the type to show off. The only people he showed off to were soul masters and people outside. The villagers were just ordinary people. Even if he showed off, it would only arouse their admiration and enthusiastic shouts. He didn't need any of these. Huang Wei got off the carriage under the attention of everyone. It's really Xiao Wei, that little guy from the village chief's house. With this kind of treatment, it seems that this kid is thriving in Wuhan Hall. The villagers were shocked and kept talking to each other, very envious. It would be great if they could also become soul masters. Even if they join the martial arts and become a low status one, that would be a good life point. It's a pity that they don't have this life point. As he said this, he also sighed. Huang Wei got out of the car and the groom drove the carriage away quickly. Huang Wei also entered the village under the enthusiasm of the villagers. Huang Wei was not so aloof, but greeted him in a friendly and down-to-earth manner. And no one was left behind who should be called dear uncles and aunts. Uncles and aunts, these are the condolences His Majesty asked me to bring you. So he took out the bag that Bibi Dong had given him, opened it, took out the contents, and gave them to the villagers. Suddenly there were some very down-to-earth things, such as rice, fruits and vegetables, grains, in short, all the food that should be available. Posted one after another. Although Huangjia village is the richest among several villages, no one would dislike having more food. They all happily accepted it. Thank you, Xiao Wei, and Your Majesty the Pope. The rest of the people didn't feel anything was wrong and were very happy. After taking the food, Huang Wei asked, by the way, where is my grandfather? Chapter 41. The village chief is in the back mountain. A man shouted. At this time, Huang Long came back carrying a bamboo basket. The moment I saw Huang Wei, I was very excited. Quickly entering the house, the two chatted. Huang Wei spent the next 3 days in the village. On the 4th day after 3 days, Huang Wei left Huangjiakan in a carriage. The carriage soon arrived at Notting City. The carriage arrived directly at the Wuhan branch hall in Notting City. As soon as he heard the arrival of the Holy Sun, Su Yuntao, the elder of the branch hall here, hurriedly ran out to greet him. Behind him were all the staff of the branch hall. They had heard about the canonization of the Holy Sun in Wuhan City before. The most excited person is Su Yuntao. Because the name of the Holy Sun is Huang Wei. Isn't this the genius he awakened with innate soul power? This is his pride. He plays it every day. It is really enough for him to play for a lifetime. When colleagues get drunk and brag together, once this incident comes out, all the other people with impressive performance will be dimmed. Damn. I really can't blow it. This Su Yuntao has awakened a Holy Sun. I've seen the Holy Sun. When Su Yuntao saw Huang Wei coming down, he suddenly saluted in panic. The rest of the people are also together, and the speed is very fast. Long time no see, everyone. Brother Su and Grandpa Ma. Huang Wei was not one of those people who didn't care about love, and he didn't have the cold arrogance of the Holy Sun, but he smiled and replied, I don't dare to take it seriously. The Holy Sun's words have frightened my subordinates. Su Yuntao and Mathu Nuo were happy to see that the other party still respected them so much, but they understood that this could only be because they were happy in their hearts. They still maintained a look of fear on their faces and said quickly, it's enough for them to know that Huang Wei has this kind of heart. That's all. Seeing this, Huang Wei shook his head and said nothing more. Su Yuntao immediately asked, Holy Sun, if you have anything to do when you come to the small hall this time, just ask and we will handle it immediately. Huang Wei said, it's nothing. I went back to the village to visit Grandpa a few days ago and took a walk for a while. Now I'm stopping by to see you. I'll go back then. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. This is a good opportunity to stay in the branch hall for a few days and get closer. Holy Sun, we will prepare a room for you immediately. Mathuno said, just the one before is fine. Huang Wei said, yes. Go and execute it immediately. Su Yuntao immediately ordered people to express condolences to the villagers of Huangjia village, and at the same time, help Huangjia village develop economically and complete all aspects, as long as they can be completed. This is a very good performance opportunity. He had tried it before, but it wasn't as intense as it is now. This time it was different. The other party is not only the direct disciple of the Pope, but also the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. This position is incredible. Now that they are destined, the other party is still thinking about their previous friendship, but they have to behave well and hug this giant leg, and they will not have to worry about getting promoted and making a fortune in the future. The people in the branch hall were also very excited when they heard this. This is a great opportunity before us, and those who don't seize it are fools, so they took action one after another. Huang Wei lived a life where clothes came to stretch out his hands and food came to open his mouth. That night, Huang Wei was in the room, knocked on the wall, and said, "The person who protects me, come out." The next second, a black fog shadow appeared in front of Huang Wei, and finally the ghost appeared. "Holy Son, what are your orders?" the ghost asked immediately. Huang Wei was a little surprised and said, "I didn't expect that the one protecting me secretly would be you, Elder Ghost." "Yes, this is an order from the Pope." The ghost nodded. Huang Wei said, "Elder Ghost, I want you to lurk into the Notting City Junior Martial Arts Academy. If you discover something big, then don't make any big moves, just come back and report. Remember, you must be careful." Huang Wei once pushed again the scapegoat to Zhuangui. "My martial spirit Zhuangui just hinted to me that there is a terrifying existence around the academy that is not weaker than the 9th 5th level titled Douluo, and there is another one that I cannot. You'll know. If it's a transformed soul beast, you'll know after you go there anyway." This is just Huang Wei's conservative estimate. As for how strong Tang Heo is, when he explodes without fear of death, he can't say. When the ghost heard this, he was immediately shocked. What? An existence that is not weaker than the 9th 5th level titled Douluo? A transformed soul beast? Although Huang Wei couldn't tell whether it was true or not, in his consciousness, it was yes. His face instantly became serious. "It's the Holy Son. I'll go check it out right away and report back to you." Huang Wei's martial spirit was inherently strange, so he didn't ask too much. The next second it melted into darkness and disappeared into the room. Chapter 52. A ghost enters the academy and makes a shocking discovery in Notting City Academy. Tang Xin had already gotten over his father's departure. Looking at the familiar girl beside him, his eyes became firmer. "Don't worry, Xiao Wu, brother, I will definitely become stronger and protect you. No one can bully you." Today he took Xiao Wu back to Holy Soul Village. He originally planned to see his father, but he didn't expect that only an envelope was left at home. After seeing the envelope, he felt a little frustrated. Finally, in the back mountain, she recognized Xiao Wu as her sister. "Then I immediately returned here at noon. If Huang Wei knew about it, he would definitely curse in his heart. Xiao Wu is really shameless. He has been a rabbit spirit for 100,000 years, but he pretends to be a little ghost as his sister." Thinking of this, I feel like vomiting. Even with the combined ages of Tang Xin and his 2 generations, he is just a needle in the ocean in front of this rabbit spirit. Tang Xin slowly closed his eyes at this moment. In a room in the college, the lights were still on. There is a middle-aged man wearing black clothes here, looking through books, as if looking for something. At the same time, a token appeared in his hand. This token symbolizes the elder of Wuhan Palace and was given to him when Tang Heo came to meet him in person in the office today. He really didn't expect that Tang San's father turned out to be Tang Heo. This is the youngest title Douluo in the mainland, Heoshan Douluo. But even Kan Zhengji, the former Pope of Wuhan Palace, died under his clear sky hammer. This has been rumored by the outside world. As for the inside information, no one knows. Perhaps only Kan Daoliu and Bibi Dong know the truth. And Tang Heo really thought that Kan Zhengji was killed by himself, so he naturally felt a lot more arrogant towards himself. But this time he came to show his identity and give him the token, because he needed to leave for a while and hope that Yu Xiao Gang could take good care of Tang Xin. Yes, the short-haired middle-aged man in black clothes in front of him is none other than Comrade Yu Xiao Gang, the future master of God King Tang San. Now he was looking through the information, intending to summarize Tang San's next path as a soul master. He had already verified that his theory was correct on Tang San, but in fact, it also had some selfish motives on his part. After all, His theory of the 10 core competitions in martial arts is just a theory, but there has been no human testing. He saw hope in Tang San, so naturally he wouldn't let this opportunity go. But at the same time, we must also ensure that when the opponent absorbs the soul beast summarized by the corresponding theory, there will be no dangerous phenomena such as physical self-destruction. Although it cannot be completely eradicated, it can be suppressed and reduced. If it can be suppressed and reduced. Tang San was Tang Heio's biological son. If something happened to the other party in the process of absorbing the spirit, and he was crippled or self-destructed, then Tang Heio would definitely not let him go. He would definitely beat him into a pulp with the clear sky hammer. In this way, he continued to study. Everything in Notting City is so peaceful and peaceful. Within the Nordin Junior Soul Master Academy, a black shadow was quickly escaping into it, blending into the darkness, spying on everything in the academy. At this moment, a middle-aged tutor who was drinking was walking drunkenly on the college road, mumbling some nonsense. Under the moonlight, his shadow also became the target of ghostly invasion. The ghost murmured in his heart. The Holy Sun said, "You must be vigilant. There is an existence equivalent to a 95th level titled Douluo around here. Although he is the same as me, he must be careful." No matter what. He had only one purpose for coming here this time, and that was to find out if there really seemed to be a transformed soul beast here. And he had no idea that the title Douluo he was talking about had already left here in the morning. For now, it's all safe. Tang Heio won't be back in a short time. This is also a very fatal gap period. It is also the best opportunity to get off the phone. It's a pity that ghosts don't know all this, and Huang Wei doesn't know either, because Huang Wei is not sure which plot the current timeline corresponds to. After all, in his opinion, Tang Heio was still secretly protecting Tang San's safety outside the academy. The drunk tutor kept walking towards the dormitory area, so the ghost followed him. When he came downstairs of the dormitory, the tutor stumbled and fell hard on the grass and fell asleep. The ghost was speechless for a moment, thinking that it was already night. Everyone has fallen asleep. Even the transformed soul beast must have relaxed his vigilance and fallen asleep. This was a good opportunity to make a move, so he carefully released his powerful mental power, first covering the dormitory building in front of him. He was searching like this, and just when he was about to stop and go back to another place with no results, suddenly, his pupils suddenly opened wide. As if he had discovered some huge monster. His face was full of surprise, and shock, and then he showed a look of ecstasy. It actually exists. The 100,000-year-old soul beast soft bone rabbit has transformed into a human form. Wait. Why is this one so familiar? It's her. Yes, it's really her. The fish that slipped through the net in the Stardow forest. Big news. You have to go back quickly and report to the Holy Sun, and then report to your majesty and send someone to arrest him. Gui Menu's heart was constantly exclaiming. He heard Huang Wei's words and calmed down his impatient heart. There are titled Douluo around here. If they are discovered, they will be alerted. There was no guarantee that everything would go wrong. So he decisively chose to leave, quickly returned to the branch hall, and fled towards Huang Wei's room. Huang Wei, who was in the room at this moment, was about to fall asleep at this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42. However, he was stopped by the appearance of a ghost. "I've seen the Holy Sun," Ghost said with his hands in hand. "Elder Ghost, are you back so soon? You must have found the answer, right, Huang?" Wei was not surprised at the appearance of the ghost, but asked lightly. The ghost nodded. "Yes, Huang," Wei said deliberately. "Oh, let me tell you. I'm just following the tips given by Wuhan Zhuangui and telling you, but I don't know if it is true." The ghost said, "The Holy Sun's martial soul is indeed an extraordinary thing. In the Junior Soul Master Academy of Notting City, there is really a transformed soul beast, and it is also a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit." Huang Wei deliberately showed surprise and shock. "It's actually true. It's still 100,000 years. As he spoke, his face changed to match, and he continued to ask, then did you try to alert the enemy? The ghost shook his head and said, no, when I was about to take action, I recalled the reminder from the Holy Sun before, so I stopped. The Holy Sun, and this 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit transformed into a human, was the one who was previously in the Star Forest. One of the two we and His Majesty the Pope jointly killed, but this one slipped through the net. Then he said cautiously, this time the Holy Sun discovers it, it will definitely be another great achievement. Huang Wei waved his hand and said, thank you for your hard work, Elder Ghost. Go to the headquarters as soon as possible and report this matter to my teacher. As for my safety, there is nothing wrong with me in the branch hall. It's the Holy Sun. Ghost nodded and planned to leave as soon as possible. So he set off and disappeared. You must be fully prepared this time. Chapter 53 Bibi Dong's speculation within the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. There are 7 dormitories for work-study students. It was very quiet late at night, and Xiao Wu, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes with hot sweat on her forehead. Judging from her expression, she seemed to have been awakened from a terrible nightmare. In her dream, she saw that she was captured by the Wuhan Palace people and imprisoned in prison. In order to save him, her brother Tang Xin also died in the hands of those Wuhan Palace people, and she was imprisoned until a certain time. On that day, the current pope, her mother-killing enemy Bibi Dong, was killed and became her soul ring. She looked horrified. Looking at Tang Xin, who was practicing cross-legged and with his eyes closed, her eyes flashed with an inexplicable meaning. Maybe it's just a nightmare. I'm here. As long as Contra and titled Douluo don't show up, I won't be discovered. What's more, even if Contra comes, I won't be able to find it without careful observation. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu's tense heart suddenly relaxed slowly. Where Wuhan divided the hall, Huang Wei was already asleep, living happily with a beauty in his sleep. So happy. Wuhan City is not that quiet at night. There are still many inns with their doors open. Many Wuhan Palace staff come to have a drink and drink water after work or during a break. These places are all shops far away from Wuhan Palace. Within 1 kilometer around Wuhan Palace, it is very quiet. This is also a rule, so as not to disturb the rest of the big shots inside and make them angry. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong's dormitory, she was about to fall asleep after finishing her work. Suddenly, I felt a familiar breath coming towards me quickly. She was stunned for a moment and didn't understand why. Why is Elder Ghost here? Didn't he go to protect Xiao Wei? Did something happen to Xiao Wei? Thinking of this, she felt anxious and a little angry. She wanted to see who dared to touch her Bibi Dong disciple, the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. But after calming down and thinking about it, the fact that the ghost elder came back alone may not necessarily mean that Xiao Wei is in danger. At this time, the bastard has already fallen asleep. She put on some clothes, opened the door, and walked out slowly. Just then, the ghost appeared in front of her in the form of a black shadow mist, kneeling on one knee. His Majesty the Pope. The ghost said respectfully, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but I discovered something shocking and had to come to disturb you. Please forgive me. Bibi Dong frowned slightly. Seeing the other party's expression, he understood that it was definitely not a trivial matter, so he said, Elder Ghost, please get up and tell me the shocking thing you discovered. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gui Mei breathed a sigh of relief, stood up immediately, and told everything that Huang Wei asked him to go to the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy in the first place. The 100,000-year transformed soul beast is still the fish that slipped through the net in the Stardow Forest. Good. Very good. Xiao Wei's martial spirit is really becoming more and more mysterious. It can even sense such things arrive. When Bibi Dong heard this, a glint and coldness flashed in her eyes, but she was in an extremely good mood. Ever since that time, I have no idea where the fish that slipped through the net has gone. I didn't expect that it actually entered the human world. It's really brave, but it also gives us a huge opportunity. We make the decision in the human world. Bibi Dong smiled melodiously, extremely happy. Yes, Xiao Wei is right to ask you to be careful. I didn't expect that there are people around there who are comparable to level 95 titled Douluo. But, who is this person? Bibi Dong turned around and walked slowly. Her eyes narrowed slightly. An endless chill filled the air, and she couldn't think of anything. Ghost Douluo said, "First of all, we can rule out those from the spirit hall. There are other forces with title Douluo on the mainland, namely the Chen Xin sect, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Bone Douluo Guring, Dragon Douluo, and Haoshan. Those few from the sect. There is also a Poison Douluo from Xiandao." As he said that, he frowned slightly. The Haoshan sect can't hide from the world, so it shouldn't be the other party. Bibi Dong analyzed it calmly and said, "Huang Wei mentioned an important point. The word comparable is very important. In other words, if the opponent's soul power has not reached level 95, then everything above level 9 can be surpassed. If levels 15 and 95 are eliminated, then the scope can be reduced infinitely." The two looked at each other, and there was only one who met this condition. Poison Douluo du Gubo. No, there is another one, and that is Tang Heo, who beat my teacher to death 6 years ago. Bibi Dong suddenly felt that there was something missing. After thinking about it carefully, she found the missing place in the next second, and immediately said it. When she said the word teacher, there was a hint of hidden pain. On the contrary, he was not so sad about Tang Heo. No matter what, the other party was indirectly helping her. Otherwise, with her strength at that time, it would still be difficult to kill Qian Zunji or even devour everything he had. The most important thing is that, if there is no occasion, if she dares to do this blatantly in Wuhan Palace, she will definitely be killed by Qian Daoliu. So she had been enduring the bullying, looking for a real opportunity for revenge. So this day came, and Tang Heo gave him a huge opportunity. After Qian Zunji was severely injured, Ken was not dead at all. With the foundation of Wuhan Palace at that time, it was very simple to save Qian Zunji from the danger of his life, especially with the existence of Qian Daoliu, a demigod angel. But how could she let such a good opportunity go to waste? So that night, she took the initiative to come to the door without any hesitation. With quick eyes and quick hands, she killed Qian Zunji with one blow and devoured him at the same time. Later she was discovered by Qian Daoliu, but unfortunately, she had already given birth to Qian Ringsu at that time, and Qian Ringsu no longer had a father, so Qian Daoliu did not kill Bibi Dong. If that was really the case, Qian Ringsu he truly became a child without a father and a mother, and from a certain perspective, this was also his fault. As a teacher of the Pope, he forcibly impregnated his disciple, which even he couldn't stand. But since he was his biological son, he could only turn a blind eye and let it pass. I didn't expect this bad news to come out in the end. Now that Qian Ringsu has become his only bloodline, he naturally takes over and trains her well. Tang Heo. When the ghost heard this name, he became extremely angry and clenched his fists. The shadowy scene from the past that he didn't want to recall reappeared again. The scene where they join forces and are beaten to pieces by Tang Heo. It really left a big psychological shadow on him. The other party was really too powerful and violent. The ghost sweet dropped and said, "Has he taken a liking to this 100,000-year transformed soul beast?" Bibi Dong nodded. "He seems to have a child, right?" The ghost remembered and nodded. Yes, at that time he was holding a baby in his arms, the baby he had with the 100,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor. The next second he became even more angry. Damn it, he was holding a child and a wife, and they couldn't handle it. It was really embarrassing. Bibi Dong's chill flickered. That's right, he must be raising her and planning to use her when his child grows up. Go to Wuhan Hall to search for all the people named Tang and bring them to me. He paused for half a second and continued, "As for that side, we won't be able to escape for a while, and if it is really the other party, the three of us may not be opponents. We need to let the elders or people from the enshrinement all take action together. With the previous lesson learned, then you must be absolutely sure this time. You can tell Huang Wei about this by the way, regardless of whether the opponent is Tang Heo or not. There is nothing wrong with them being fully prepared. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the worst." Chapter 54. The Douluo from Wuhan Palace appear together. The ghost quickly passed the news to the second worshipper of the golden crocodile. Then he quickly flew towards Notting City. When he saw that Huang Wei had fallen asleep, he did not disturb him. This matter was not urgent this night anyway. In the enshrining hall, the second enshrined golden crocodile took the envelope in his hand and looked at it with a look of astonishment on his face. Then take it to Kai and Douluo. Kai and Douluo sensed that he had come in. The former, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes and saw that the person who came was actually Jin Crocodile. He was a little surprised and asked slowly, "Leo Jin, it's not like your style to come here so late. What's the matter?" The two have a very good relationship. They met very early in life and have been together to this day. In private, two people call each other, and only in public will they formally call the big worshipper or the second worshipper. Jin Crocodile said, "Leo Liu, maybe you will be interested in this letter." The letter in his hand came to Kai and Douluo's hands instantly under the push of an angel's divine power. He was also curious about what was recorded in it, and he actually asked this guy Jin Crocodile to come over at this time to seek his advice. After taking it apart, Kai and Douluo smiled and said, "The soul beast that has transformed into 100,000 years, the person hidden behind it is most likely Tang Heo. He is worthy of being the holy son of Wuhan Palace. Wuhan is really interesting and has such a precognitive function. Fortunately he is from my Wuhan Palace." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and his tone was a little indifferent. That guy Tang Chen has disappeared for so many years, and he may have died. Otherwise, according to the old man's character, if he returns to the Haotian sect, he will definitely bring those people here to collect debts. Tang Heo has nothing to worry about. You can make the decision on your own. You know I will not be born easily. If you don't take action, that's it. If you do, you must use the fastest thunder to kill it and completely eradicate it. Once they are killed and the Haotian sect learns the news, the rest of the people may have nothing to do. However, the current sect leader Tang Zhao is his eldest brother and will definitely deal with Wuhan Palace secretly. So since we have decided to do it, we will send people, after it is done, find the Haotian sect's hidden place as soon as possible so that it will never come out. Kai and Douluo had a very fierce demigod aura that made golden crocodile sweat drip from his forehead. If Tang Heo hadn't severely injured his precious son, Bibi Dong wouldn't have had the chance to succeed, so he had to make the other party pay with blood. He couldn't kill Bibi Dong, but he wanted to kill Tang Heo. Douluo, who has such a strong murderous intention, obviously violates the symbol of light of the seraphim. But so what? He didn't kill the person. It was Jin Crocodile and the others. He had never left the worship hall, let alone done it himself, so he didn't kill the person. What's more, the opposite of light is darkness. Jin Crocodile already understood Kai and Douluo's determination to kill someone with a borrowed sword, but he didn't care because he was willing to be the sword. There was a hint of gloomy murderous intent on the old and gentle face, and he cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, old Liu. I will definitely do it cleanly when I personally take action, and there will definitely be no future troubles." Kai and Dao showed a knowing smile, then closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and prayed. The hands of a strong man have been stained with the blood of countless people, including him. Even the angels and gods of the divine realm are like this, so he is not guilty. It is this cruel world that is guilty. If you want to blame this world. Golden Crocodile turned around and left quickly. Go down and directly dispatch all the elders of the enshrinement hall and all the elders of the elders hall. To sum up, all the title Douluo in Wuhan Palace set out collectively this time, and they must not let Tang Heo go. As for the Agouta fish imprisoned in prison, let's keep him locked up for now. Currently, there are a total of all title Douluo in the Wuhan Palace. 2 for Golden Crocodile, 3 for Golden Crocodile, 4 for 5, 6 for Kai and Jin, 7 for Subduing Demons, Elder Yuguan, Elder Ghost, Elder Yulong, Elder Demon Bear, Elder Ghost Leopard, Elder Agouti, Elder Turtle, Elder Mad Lion, etc. But now the ghost is not here, Yulong is not here, and the blood stabbing is not here either. Yulong will not appear, and Thornblood will not follow, but the ghosts will fight with them over there in Notting City. Everyone is very curious, but what kind of enemy is it that wants all the title Douluo in Wuhan Palace to be dispatched? But there was no Bibi Dong among them, because Bibi Dong was following them secretly. Set off the next day. Chapter 43. Everyone arrived at Notting City and entered the Notting City Martial Arts Branch Hall. This terrifying battle directly scared the people here out of their wits. Notting City is the territory of the Xiandao Empire, but in the small Xiandao Empire, only Douluo, a Douluo, can still stop us from arresting people and killing people. It's ridiculous. The other elders expressed contempt and disdain. Huang Wei walked out, and everyone was waiting for him here. Holy Sun. Everyone called him one after another. Huang Wei nodded. Everyone. Douluo, thank you for your hard work. Holy Sun, listen to the second offering. Did you ask us to come here? Although they knew this was an order from the Great Enshrinement, they still don't know the reason. Suddenly, at this time, Bibi Dong appeared beside Huang Wei out of nowhere, and Jiui Mei and Yu Guan naturally leaned towards that side. His Majesty the Pope. Some Douluo whose status was not as good as Bibi Dong's, all called him consciously, didn't the Great Minister explain the situation to you? Bibi Dong didn't have much good intentions towards the people in front of him, and spoke indifferently. Although these people didn't like Bibi Dong's attitude, they didn't dare to say anything. It can be seen from the various expressions of these people that Huang Wei was very disappointed. No wonder he was beaten violently and completely defeated in the later stage. It would be great if this group of people could be as united as the people on Tang San's side. Although there are many of them, they are just like a pile of loose sand. As long as they are hit by the central troops and disrupt their formation, they can be killed in one blow and all of them will be destroyed. I didn't have so much time to tell you before. Now that everyone is ready, let's tell them all at once. Golden Crocodile said. The next second he took out the ghost envelope and showed it to everyone. While talking. Everyone immediately understood. Demon conquering Douluo leaned back on the table with a lazy look on his face. He took a deep breath and said quietly, no matter what, a 100,000-year-old soul beast that has transformed is still in the academy. It must have not grown up, and it is not worth mentioning at all. We are worried about this, and we are just speculating about Tang Heo, so it would be too much to make a fuss if all the Douluo in Wuhan Palace take action together, right? The other Douluo heard this and felt that this was indeed the case. Your Majesty, this is the copy I found out overnight according to the instructions of Your Majesty Ghost Douluo. In the entire Notting City Academy, there is only one child named Tang Xin with the surname Tang, and this child is made by me myself. One of the awakened martial soul children. He was born with full soul power, but his martial soul was a waste martial soul from Blue Silver Grass, so my subordinates did not report it. At this time, Su Yunteo walked towards this side, his body trembling. Very frightened and nervous, he quickly handed the information copy in his hands to the people in front of him. As for who picked it up, he didn't know. Chapter 55 The crisis is coming. Bibi Dong took it directly and checked the information on it. Tang Xin, Holy Soul Village, Bibi Dong murmured. Then he handed it to Jin Crocodile for worship. When the others took it and took a look, they also felt something was wrong. After that incident 6 years ago, Tang Heo disappeared. It can be determined that he is not dead. Since he was holding a baby in his hands at that time, he must have gone into hiding to raise it. If you do the math now, it's just right. This martial soul named Tang is from Blue Silver Grass, but he is full of innate soul power. Golden Crocodile frowned slightly and said calmly, it's so strange. An ordinary Blue Silver Grass is not mutated. How can it meet the condition of being born with full soul power? Unless it is the bloodline of the Blue Silver Emperor that has not grown up, or in other words this guy might be a twin martial soul, and the second martial soul meets this condition. Su Yunteo, you only saw the Blue Silver Grass appearing on his right hand. After all, everyone's first innate martial soul other than the beast martial soul appears in the right hand. Su Yunteo was stunned and quickly recalled the memories of that day, with beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. The rest of the people didn't care about him at all. After listening to Zanfeng's words, they felt that it was very practical and the truth was really coming. Su Yunteo's face turned pale and he said, Sir, at that time, the child only paid attention to his right hand and didn't look at his left hand at all. If it was really a twin martial spirit, he, a child who had just awakened the martial spirit, would definitely not know how to take it back. I will definitely show you your left hand. After he finished speaking, he swallowed heavily. The breaths of so many titled Douluo are suffocating him. It's so scary. You should leave here quickly. Your arrival does not make me happy, but makes me suffocated and frightened. What? He said makes sense. Bibi Dong said calmly. The rest of the people also feel that this is the case. If a child who has just awakened his martial soul is really a twin martial soul, he will definitely show it to Su Yunteo, and Su Yunteo will definitely be able to detect it, but there is no such thing now. It seems that the other party, it's very possible that there really is only blue silver grass in this case. The first guess before the big offering was established. The combination of the front and back is really consistent. Although that person was not the only one who awakened the blue silver grass, the other person was the one who awakened the innate soul power of the blue silver grass. Not saying anything nonsense, just 1 in a million. There must be other reasons. In this case, there is another possibility, that is, his second martial spirit may have appeared a little later. Jin Crocodile felt like he didn't believe it when he said this. I feel like this is the first kind of big offering that is more appropriate. Demon conquering Douluo said, yes. The other Douluo nodded. Bibi Dong said, yes or no. Catch him and you will know after asking. Elder Ghost, sneak in and catch these 2 people. As for the 100,000-year-old beast, just knock it out. Bibi Dong looked at the ghost and said, Douluo are all gathered here now. Yes. The ghost nodded, then turned into a black mist and disappeared. It's finally starting. Grandpa. Jin Crocodile, your spiritual will is so powerful that you might be able to find someone with a titled Douluo lurking around. Huang Wei spoke at this time. He didn't know if the other party had done it before. However, judging from everyone's reaction, it seemed that there was no such thing. They were discussing it as soon as they came over and simply ignored the matter. So Jin Crocodile nodded. It was the Holy Sun who reminded me. Everyone was also satisfied with Huang Wei. He was more attentive than them, but not wrong. A 6-year-old 35th level soul master. It seems that one can become a soul sect at the age of 7. Because there are still a few months until Huang Wei is 7 years old. The golden crocodile began to release powerful spiritual thoughts. If they found a being similar to Tang Heo, they would immediately go over, surround them, and kill them with all their strength. But it would be best to lure out Notting City. The aftermath of the battle between the 2 sides will inevitably affect this place, especially the Wuhan branch hall and the people inside. The most important thing is that the sun is still here. Even though he is a soul lord and his defense power is relatively strong, it is definitely impossible to resist the power of so many titled Douluo. Their idea is indeed correct. Now Huang Wei can't even resist the attack of a titled Douluo, let alone so many. Even the aftermath, under the extremely huge and powerful spiritual power of the 98th level titled Douluo, Golden Crocodile, it swept across the entire Notting City in an instant. It was quickly taken back. Opening his eyes, he shook his head and said, no, in that case this person is probably not here. Huang Wei was stunned for a moment, and then he understood something. It seems that this time period is when Tang Heo happens to go out to do errands. I don't know when that guy will come back, or what he will do, but none of this matters. Anyway, the key figures are about to be arrested. Huang Wei immediately said, no matter what, capture Tang Xin and study it carefully, and then have people go to Holy Soul Village to secretly inquire whether there is an outsider named Tang Heo, and whether his son is named Tang San. As for his mother not here all the time, then everything is clear. As for Uzaya Gang's matter, he had no intention of telling Bibi Dong. As soon as these people leave, he looked for an opportunity to kill Uzaya Gang secretly. As long as the matter is handled cleanly, Bibi Dong will never know that Uzaya Gang was killed by him. The Holy Sun is right. The second consecrated golden crocodile nodded and praised Huang Wei very much. At the age of 6, he was so stable, with a clear mind, the ability to analyze calmly, and both strength and IQ. He was far superior to his peers and even some adults, and he had the ability to truly serve as the son of God. Naturally, they didn't want the Holy Sun to be just a person with empty defense and a weak brain. The one in front of me now is very good. In the Notting City Soul Master Academy, Tang Xin studied knowledge in the morning, and then practiced on his own. Xiao Wu is also practicing, but not so actively, because she is a soul beast that has transformed into a soul of 100,000 years, and does not need to practice at all. She can quickly unlock and improve when her own cultivation level is matched point even otherwise. She has always been lukewarm about cultivation point. The best thing is not to practice point, but at this time, Xiao Wu felt a little easy. What's going on? Why does this uneasy feeling appear again? Her eyes looked into the distance. There was peace, but the next second her pupils shrank, and she felt that the crisis was behind her. At this moment, a black hand appeared in the shadow behind her and slapped the back of her neck. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Wu felt weak all over and extremely sleepy. Finally, her eyes closed, her legs became weak, and she fell to the ground. This movement immediately attracted the attention of Tang San, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing in the sun point. He opened his eyes suddenly, and just as he was about to turn his head, he realized that a crisis was coming. Hostility. Who could it be? Tang Xin was suddenly startled. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he was very sensitive to these bad auras. He turned around and was about to use Phantom Trace to retreat. There was no one behind him, but there was a person lying not far in front of him. It was Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, wait a minute, something is wrong with the shadow. Just when Tang Xin was about to shout out, he suddenly noticed something was wrong with the shadow. The next second, a black mist appeared behind him and slapped him directly on the neck. Tang Xin was hit and fell unconscious. He originally planned to just knock Xiao Wu out point, but he was afraid that this boy would shout loudly when he was caught and attract the attention of others, so he also beat him unconscious. The ghost was a little surprised and then said indifferently, "There is something wrong with this boy." He discovered that there is something wrong with the shadow at such a young age. Haha, no matter how evil you are, in the face of absolute strength, if you do not grow up as a future threat, you will only die young. The Holy Sun was right to tell me to be cautious before. With that said, he directly carried Xiao Wu and Tang San and left the place quickly. Tang Xin, Sister Xiao Wu, however, at this moment, Wang Sheng, who was Kish, ran over and scratched his head when he saw the two missing people in front of him. It's strange that these two guys are still there. Why are they missing? Forget it, the teacher is the same. He suddenly asked me to add classes temporarily. Maybe he will go back. Chapter 44. As he said that, he immediately turned around and ran towards the classroom. Chapter 56. Takeaway. In the Wuhan branch hall, the ghost has returned and placed the two children in his hands on the ground. One male and one female. Is this Tang Xin and Xiao Wu? Looking at the two children in front of him, Huang Wei thought to himself that he had seen the two people in the anime in his previous life, and the ones here now were somewhat similar to the ones in them, but they were not the same point anyway. It's not ugly and looks normal, sure enough. It's the transformation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Everyone looked at the girl with long pink hair and bunny ears and suddenly exclaimed. They all became excited. According to the speed of the Holy Sun's cultivation, it won't take long to become a titled Douluo. I plan to keep this 100,000-year soul ring in the Wuhan Palace prison first, and then kill the Holy Sun when he steps into the titled Douluo. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of threat and danger, but she didn't say much. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to Huang Wei, a 6-year-old 35th level soul master. His cultivation speed was truly incredible. Maybe he can really surpass that Tang Heo and become the youngest titled Douluo in the entire continent. Jin Crocodile looked at Huang Wei and was very satisfied. This was the person most likely to succeed the Pope in Wuhan Palace. So he took the initiative and said, I agree, this is also the meaning of a big offering. Although Kai and Aoliu didn't say anything before, if he informed the other party about this matter, the other party would definitely praise his good decision. Huang Wei glanced at Bibi Dong. In fact, he wanted to leave this 100,000-year soul beast to her, but he seemed to understand what Bibi Dong meant, so he nodded in agreement. At worst, he can just find another one on the grounds that he is not suitable anyway. With his defensive power by then, attacks from mere 100,000-year-old soul beasts will not be a big deal. It's better to leave the rabbit Xiao Wu to Bibi Dong to kill. Her mother already has the spirit ring of someone else's first martial spirit. No matter how bad it is for her as a daughter, she should get a second martial spirit. Now that Bibi Dong has been given the title of Douluo, according to normal principles, it would be no problem for all the second spirits to be attached with 100,000 year spirit rings. He didn't know how many soul rings the opponent's second martial soul currently had, and how they were configured. Haha, it really takes no effort to get a 100,000 year soul ring, and you can die for free. It's a pity we are all full in this case. Then put this transformed soul beast into the Wuhan Palace prison, seal her cultivation, and make her become a real ordinary person. The other Douluo nodded. As for this Tang San, what else do they want to say? However, Huang Wei, who was cautious, said, "Elders, please don't stay here for a long time. You should take them back to Wuhan Palace as soon as possible. If Tang Hao comes there, he will definitely be unable to fly. Although Wuhan City is likely to become the main battlefield at that time, they cannot stay here forever. Before leaving, let me eliminate the scent of your presence, okay?" Just like that, everyone quickly carried Xiao Wu and Tang San and flew towards Wuhan City Point. If Tang Hao dares to come and ask for someone, then they will not hesitate to join forces and kill him. Don't forget, Yu Guan and Gui Mei's martial soul fusion skills are fatal. If it is really Tang Hao, he will definitely be furious when the time comes, but he won't find out that it was our spirit all in the short term, so you don't have to worry. Bibi Dong looked at Su Yuntao and others who looked worried and spoke slowly. "We know His Majesty the Pope." Su Yuntao immediately bowed his hands. "Xiao Wei, how many days have it been since you came out? When will you return to Wuhan Hall?" Bibi Dong asked. "I also went back with the teacher to practice hard and improve my soul power." Huang Wei thought about it and originally wanted to stay and find an opportunity to kill Yu Xiao Gang before leaving. But now he can't, because Bibi Dong will send people to monitor him, and if he acts rashly, the ghost will definitely follow him. When the time comes, what he did to kill Yu Xiao Gang will be seen by the ghost. Huang Wei was naturally not afraid when he saw him point, but now Bibi Dong still loves Yu Xiao Gang. If Bibi Dong knew that she had killed Yu Xiao Gang, the other party would probably go crazy and even kill him. No matter what, he didn't want his relationship with Bibi Dong to deteriorate or have any gaps, so he needed to think twice before acting. Even if he could keep an eye on Gui Mei and not report the matter, the other party would probably only agree to him on the surface and turn around and report it to Bibi Dong secretly. Or if the other party leaked the words while dreaming, then I would be GG. So, after eliminating all risks, he decided not to do it. Huang Wei's heart was filled with strong murderous thoughts towards Yu Xiao Gang, and he thought secretly, Yu Xiao Gang, Yu Xiao Gang, I will let you, a hypocritical guy, live for a while first, and I will find an opportunity to kill you again in the future. Exclamation mark. Wait until I get back, and I'll deal with that disciple of yours who is also a hypocrite. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let's go back together. Suddenly, Huang Wei came to Su Yuntao and said something in his ear. Su Yuntao was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Then Huang Wei smiled mysteriously and left with Bibi Dong and others. Su Yuntao immediately went to greet him. Then he immediately went to tell the other people in Wuhan Hall to go and forget what happened today. Exclamation mark. Otherwise your life will be in danger. Nothing happened in the Wuhan branch hall, and everything went as usual. Including Bibi Dong. The other elders who had just left did the same. They did not go through the main entrance of Wuhan Hall, but left quickly through the back door, where no one could find them. On the way, he also gathered his soul power to hide the traces of his arrival as much as possible. In the Wuhan Palace, those who had seen this group of people all kept their mouths shut. They knew that this was a matter of life and death, and they did not dare not to take it seriously. At the same time, in the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, in a classroom, the teacher had finished giving the temporary lessons regarding Tang Xin and Xiao Wu, who did not come to attend the lecture. He frowned slightly, expressing his displeasure. He didn't say much just now, but now that the class was over, he went directly to the office to find the class teacher to complain. As for the Kishwangsheng and others in the classroom, they saw that the seats of Tang Xin and Xiao's sister, who usually arrived on time, were actually vacant for the whole class. Huang Wei, the teacher's face has not looked better since you came back to report. He has always been calm. It must be because Tang Xin and Sister Xiao did not come. Where did the two of them go back? The rest of the students from Kish gathered around and asked curiously. Huang Sheng spread his hands and expressed his innocence. I really don't know where they went, but Tang Xin is the master's disciple. Could they have gone to the master's place? Well, it's not impossible. Let's go back first. The other party can't escape anyway. The others nodded, feeling that this statement was correct. Without too many doubts, they left one after another. The classroom was already empty. At this moment, in the office, the instructor of the previous class directly went to the head teacher to complain. After the head teacher learned that the two were absent from class, his expression changed and he became angry. He got up and walked towards Yu Xiao Gang's office, intending to ask clearly. If something happened, Yu Xiao Gang would say hello in advance, but there was no such thing today. Even if he is a friend of the dean, this is too out of line. A guy who eats and drinks in the academy. Chapter 57 Induction in Bloodline. At the same time, in the back mountain of Shenghan village, there was a large waterfall cliff, surrounded by Gaosang mountains, and lined with large trees. I really didn't expect that there would be such a treasured land behind the Holy Soul village. The surrounding vegetation has been irrigated by the soul energy here all year round, and it has grown more prosperous and larger than outside. There is a large cave entrance behind the waterfall, called Waterfall Cave. Here, sitting is a middle-aged man wearing tattered robes and with a stubble on his face. The man has a very old aura about him. Next to him, there is a blue silver grass that is bigger than the blue silver grass outside. He is Tang Heo, and the blue silver grass beside him is also the blue silver emperor I Yin. Tang Heo sat here and whispered to him, "Don't worry, I Yin, our child has grown up. I will find a good place to transplant you in the future. Xiaozhen is very good. Before he grows up, I will always stay behind him to protect him secretly. No one can hurt him." That group of people in Wuhan Palace, when they grow up, I will personally destroy them and avenge you. The greatest hatred, Tang Heo said. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. His hands were gently stroking the petals of the blue silver emperor. But the next second, the blue silver emperor was swinging unusually, as if he was eager to tell Tang Heo some kind of message. Tang Heo also suddenly noticed something was wrong with the blue silver emperor's swing. He initially thought she was responding to his words, but after a closer look, his expression changed in the next second. Although I Yin was dead, he understood her. To be able to act like this, something must have happened. And Tang Xin is the bloodline of I Yin, who is still in an unawakened state, but I Yin and him are truly connected by blood, but Tang Xin doesn't know it yet. Now there is only one thing that can explain why I Yin is so careless and uneasy. You mean something happened to the mistress? Tang Heo's eyes widened, his face darkened, and he quickly stood up. The blue silver emperor frantically made a posture of drooping petals. Confirmed this matter. Impossible. I've only been out for a short time, and I specifically told Yu Xiao Gang to keep an eye on him before I left. Do you know what happened to him? Tang Heo's downcast face showed a bit of eagerness. The petals of the blue silver emperor kept swaying, shaking their heads as they watched. The representative didn't know. She only sensed that the mistress was in danger, but she couldn't sense what happened. Even if she was caught, she couldn't sense that she was caught. Ah Yin, don't worry, I'll go back now. Tang Heo took one step forward, and his tall and strong body broke through the waterfall and flew crazily towards Notting City. He didn't notice at all that in the Holy Soul village at this moment, there was a man with a smile on his face, asking people around him about his affairs. The man was someone from the Wuhan Palace, sent by Bibi Dong to inquire about Tang Heo and Tang Xin according to Huang Wei's previous wishes. As expected, these villagers were tempted by the gold soul coins and told everything they knew. There is indeed a blacksmith Tang Heo in the Holy Soul village. His son is named Tang San. Lang Yan Ko was gifted with soul power and he came back with a girl not long ago. They said they were very envious. This was the benefit of becoming a soul master, talking endlessly. And the spy got his wish and got the information he wanted very easily. I didn't expect this task to be easier than I thought. He chuckled secretly in his heart point. So he looked at the surrounding villagers with a bright smile and said with a smile, "Thank you for informing everyone. Since the other party is not at home, I won't bother you." He said and left quickly. Wait until the villagers disperse. Secretly sneaking into Tang Heo's house from another direction. After searching over and over again, only the most common things existed. It seems that I have lived here for a long time. I didn't expect that the dignified Haoshan Douluo's home would be so dirty and messy, and the smell of alcohol is so strong. TSK, write it all down and report them all when the time comes. Chapter 45. I took out a small notebook and wrote, then turned around and left quickly, going back to hand in my homework. Similarly, in Yu Xiao Gang's independent office at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, he was studying a topic. When he saw the man who pushed the door directly in, he was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered who this person was. Isn't he the head teacher of the primary school class? Why are you here? And the other person's expression, didn't he look very good? What happened? So I heard what the head teacher said, and after sorting it out, I found out that he came to complain. But how could Xiaozhen and Xiao not go to class? You, Xiao Gang, what else do you have to say? The head teacher asked coldly. Yu Xiao Gang frowned slightly and said slowly, I don't know how Xiao Wu is, but Xiaozhen is definitely not such a person. They must have other urgent things to do, and they didn't tell me. Haha, then you know he's not like this? The head teacher's face was stern and his tone was a bit sarcastic. After hearing what the other party said, Yu Xiao Gang looked unkind and unhappy, and said coldly, I, Yu Xiao Gang's disciple, know best that it is not your turn to instigate him. I want he do it. If I say no, I will kill him. Find it back, and I will give you an explanation when the time comes. You can go back now. You have disturbed my research. HMPH. Remember what you said. The head teacher snorted coldly and did not look down upon the guy in front of him at all. He was a useless martial soul who would never reach level 29 for the rest of his life. If it weren't for the dean's relationship, he would still wait. There seems to be nothing he can do. The opponent is level 29, but his soul power is only level 25, even lower than the other party. Suddenly he felt some burning pain on his face, turned around and left. He also left a sarcastic murmur. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. It is a pity to waste a good seedling. That boy is also a fool, and he deserves to be like this. He is an unworthy thing. Close the door and disappear. Hearing this, Yu Xiao Gang's face was livid with anger. His expression was gloomy, his fists were clenched, and he wanted to rush out and beat the opponent to death. But he calmed down and did not let this impulsive reason go to his head. Although he is level 29 and the opponent is only level 25, the opponent is a strong attack type possessed by the beast spirit. And his Luo Sanpao. If it really comes to a head-to-head fight, he may not be his opponent. As someone who studies this area, he is naturally not a fool. Finally, he loosened his fists and sighed deeply. His face was full of helplessness and bitterness. It's really an unfair fate. It's an unfair fate. If it weren't for my martial soul being born with a defect, it would mutate and go in a bad direction. It is absolutely impossible for me to be so angry now. In any case, he is also a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the top 3 sects on the mainland. He couldn't care about this now, but left the office directly to look for Tang Xin and the others. He happened to meet Wang Sheng and others on the way, so he invited several people from the other party to search separately. At the same time, the titled Douluo was very fast, and Tang Heo had already rushed over from the back hill of Holy Soul Village as fast as he could. The difference between the two sides seems to be a long time, but in fact it is only less than a minute. Chapter 58 Haoshan's Wrath. When I felt the arrival of this powerful aura, my first reaction was to be stunned, and then I felt a little familiar. I nodded and saw that the person who came was actually Tang Heo. Yu Xiao Gang's expression changed slightly. Why is the other party here? Didn't he leave? Could it be that something happened to the mistress and the two of them? Tang Heo's arrival immediately restrained his soul power, and without causing the rest of the academy to notice, he arrived in front of Yu Xiao Gang and asked in a deep voice, "Where is the mistress?" He glanced with his mental power and found that his son was missing. and the 100,000-year-old beast rabbit was also missing. Sure enough, something happened. Yu Xiao Gang had a cold sweat on his forehead and immediately reported, "Hey Ocean Crown, I don't know, I'm in the study." He told the whole story quickly. He himself is very confused. He is really innocent and doesn't know anything. It is a passive search from beginning to end point. The next second, Tang Heo quickly came to the place where the aura of the last mistress and the soft bone rabbit remained. He looked around and wanted to explore deeply, but he did not find any other aura point. His brows suddenly frowned. Yu Xiao Gang asked, "Hey Ocean Man, what clues can you find?" Tang Heo didn't answer him, but racked his brains and thought. He was very anxious now. He actually lost his mistress. The people in Wuhan Palace definitely don't know that Tang Xin is his son, so it can't be about Xiao-san. So the only thing that can be confirmed is that it's the 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit. The transformed 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit is very tempting. Even if you don't need a title Douluo, you can spot it, as long as Contra looks carefully. The current mistress and the transformed soft bone rabbit are no match for him at all. Not to mention that, since there is no breath left, this is definitely not something that a Contra can do. At least it must be a title Douluo or above. So he kept doing elimination methods in his mind. If you can come to such a remote place, then it can only be the Wuhan Palace. Thinking of this, his eyes became fierce and solemn. Marshal Seoul Hall. He flew directly towards the Wuhan branch hall. Marshal Seoul Hall. Could it be they did it? If that's the case, maybe I can do something about it. Yu Xiao Gang looked at Tang Heo, who flew away so eagerly, and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. He suddenly remembered that he was also an elder of Wuhan Hall after all, and he should be able to find out some things. Tang Heo came to the Wuhan branch hall, but he didn't feel the aura of Tang San and others at all, nor did he feel the soft bone rabbit at all. The people inside sensed the terrifying murderous aura coming. They all became frightened. Especially Su Yunteo inside was panicked. This aura is so terrifying. Could it be that Haoshan Douluo, that His Majesty the Pope mentioned is here? How to do? Didn't Your Majesty say that he wouldn't notice it so quickly? Su Yunteo's face immediately turned pale, and he was extremely frightened. In the midst of fright, the easiest thing to do was to betray his face and eyes. He had also heard of the ferocious reputation of Haoshan Douluo. This was the terrifying existence that killed the former Pope Khan Zongji. In front of the other party's hammer, my branch hall is nothing but a dregs. Let your chief here come out, otherwise I will separate your halls and break them into pieces. Tang Heo's eyes were cold, and a dark and angry voice sounded. He also realized that the people in this small place had very low cultivation levels and could not act under the pressure of his aura, so he restrained himself a lot. The guard below was trembling and terrified, kneeling directly on the ground. This aura was too terrifying and overbearing, and there was no room for resistance. Sir, please calm down. What happened to offend you? Su Yunteo ran out shivering and said. Su Yunteo, let me ask you, did the people from your spirit hall arrest me, Tang-san? Tang Heo asked coldly. You'd better answer me, or I'll turn you into meat with a hammer. As he said that, the huge Haoshan hammer was suspended above Su Yunteo's head, with a terrifying Haoshan power emerging. Snap! Su Yunteo was so frightened that his legs became weak and completely powerless. He knelt on the ground and said with fear and trembling, Your Majesty, don't kill me, don't kill me. I said. They are going back to Wuhan City. When faced with the danger of death, even he who had previously advocated keeping silent, betrayed Bibi Dong and others at this moment and confessed, there's nothing I can do, I'll die if I don't speak. Once you die, there is nothing point, but this is what the Holy Sun secretly told him in his ear before leaving. If he really faced the threat of Haoshan's arrival and died, he should tell the other party that they had returned to Wuhan City Point, because they will set up a monstrous attack there, waiting for Tang Heo to come. As long as the other party comes over, there will be no return. When Tang Heo heard what the other party said, it was indeed the case. He was too lazy to waste time with these rubbish, so he soared into the sky and flew directly towards Wuhan City. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't expect that the other party would find out so quickly. This, Su Yunteo said bitterly. Sir, if you tell me, you won't be afraid. Several guards beside him asked. Su Yunteo said, don't be afraid. I was allowed by the Holy Sun, and this is what the Holy Sun asked me to do. Over there in Wuhan City, all the Douluo in Wuhan Palace gathered together, waiting for his arrival. When Haoshan arrives, is the day of the battle and his death. No matter what, we have led the battlefield out of here, and you don't have to die. Everyone is just taking the money. There is no need to risk your money life. You just pretend you don't know about this. Su Yunteo immediately stood up and walked inside. Yes. Several guards also shut their mouths obediently. If it were them who were suspended above the clear sky hammer, they would also say so. What's more, the other party also has the promise of the sun. However, at this moment, a burst of footsteps rushed over quickly. Who? Su Yunteo turned around. Several guards had been frightened by what happened before, and now they were also on tenterhooks. When he saw that the person who appeared was a middle-aged man, he was stunned. Wait a moment. You must know this token. Uzayada Gang took out a token belonging to the Elder of Wuhan Palace from the Soul Guide. Elder token. Everyone was shocked and immediately saluted. Elder, what are your orders? Su Yunteo spoke immediately. Damn it, why is there another wave after one wave? This seat is really hard to sit in. Uzayada Gang asked in a deep voice. Did our people capture Tang San and Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu is the little girl next to Tang San. He still doesn't know that Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-old rabbit in the form of a rabbit. Yes. Su Yunteo thought for a moment, then nodded and said, there is no way. The other party has the elder token. This is definitely not picked up point. But why hasn't he heard of this elder? Why is he so weak? He seems to be stronger than him. Couldn't it be through the back door? What's more, as an elder of Wuhan Palace, why would this guy not know the plan? Uzayada Gang's expression changed drastically, and he looked at the direction Tang Hao had just left, which was Wuhan City. Damn. Something happened. He was very anxious and didn't know what to do. It was too late to rush over now. Chapter 46. That's all. Let everything depend on fate. At the waist, he finally sighed. There was no way he could get there quickly enough. But, gritting his teeth, he said, prepare the fastest carriage for me immediately and go to Wuhan City. Ah, yes. Su Yunteo was dumbfounded. This guy really came through the back door. As an elder, he can't fly. That elder, what's your surname? He wanted to confirm. You. Uzayada Gang. Uzayada Gang said directly. It turns out you are the one who ranks first in the top 10 competing theories of martial arts. When Su Yunteo heard this, he immediately understood and was shocked, and then immediately went to prepare. Based on this alone, it seems likely he didn't know the inside story anyway. In the end, Uzayada Gang took a carriage and rushed to Wuhan City quickly. Chapter 59. Tang San learned the truth in the Wuhan Hall. In the prison, Tang San was awakened by a wave of cold water. Everyone was in a daze. Tang San woke up with a start and found that he was trapped in an iron prison with iron rings on his hands, feet and neck, and his whole body was pressed against the wall, showing a big posture. This time it was Huang Wei who interrogated Tang San, and he came in person. Tang San's clothes, soul guides, and hidden weapons were all taken off by him. Now Tang San was no longer wearing his original clothes, but the white clothes of his prisoners. Now Tang San is really a helpless little chicken. Those hidden weapons that he was proud of were gone, so he was also useless. As for the skills and techniques of Zhuanshan Gong, Huang Wei was to prevent the opponent from breaking free, and specially use the strongest iron rings and chains to cover the opponent's palms. Even if you can use the mysterious jade hand, you can't even think of breaking through it. The other elders went out one after another, laid traps, and evacuated the people in the city in advance. Although they didn't know when Tang Hao would come, they knew it wouldn't be long. This time, Wuhan City became the main battle zone, so they stopped Tang Hao in a valley forest outside Wuhan City. This forest was the only way to get to Wuhan City. As long as the damage is intercepted outside, the damage to Wuhan City will be minimized. In Wuhan City, everyone is nervously preparing for war. No matter what, for people like them with low cultivation level, war is a very terrible death. Hello. Tang San. At this moment, in the prison, Huang Wei looked at Tang San, who was struggling after waking up, and showed a comfortable smile. This hypocrite, when he watched anime in his previous life, he felt that this person was very hypocritical, and now he would definitely fall into his hands. Good torture. Where is Xiao Wu? Where is my sister Xiao Wu? And who are you? And why did you bring me here? I have no enmity with you. Tang San looked at the young man in front of him, who was about the same age as him, and asked point as for why the other party knew his name. He was certainly not a fool, as he had been born in 2 lifetimes. He must have investigated before arresting him. But he didn't understand that he was just a poor boy from the Holy Soul village with no identity or background. Why was he caught by this group of inexplicable people? Huang Wei said calmly, "Don't waste your efforts. Let me introduce myself. I, Huang Wei, the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace. Martial Soul Hall. Holy Son? Huang Wei? Why?" Tang San still doesn't understand this extremely unfamiliar name. Huang Wei looked at Tang San, showing a gentle look, and said calmly, "Don't worry, Tang San. Your little sister Xiao Wu is safe now. She is locked up in another place. Why did we arrest her? It's naturally because she is a rabbit spirit transformed from a 100,000-year-old soul beast. The purpose of capturing her is to protect the safety of the people. It would be bad if she goes crazy and harms the people. Secondly, killing her can obtain a 100,000-year-old soul ring and soul bone. No one can resist this temptation." What? Xiao Wu is the transformation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Tang San's expression changed when he heard this, and then he was stunned, feeling unbelievable that the 100,000-year-old soul beast that everyone was afraid of was right next to him. Then he was stunned again, and roared angrily, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Wu can't be a 100,000-year soul beast. You must be lying to me." Huang Wei snorted coldly and said indifferently, "As the Holy Son of Wuhan Palace, I have no need to lie to you. Otherwise it would be enough for me to arrest you alone." Haha, then why did you arrest me? Tang San still didn't he understand, and said angrily. He looked down at his current situation. It was too exaggerated. His hands, feet, neck, and waist were all covered with iron rings. He was afraid that he could break through them. All the hidden weapons on his body were gone. His expression changed again and again, and he was unable to recover. "Oh my god, this is it." Huang Wei spoke calmly, "Because your surname is Tang, your father is Tang Heo, a titled Douluo, and the culprit who killed Khan Zhongji, the former Pope of Wuhan Palace 6 years ago. From then on, your father lived in seclusion in the Holy Soul village with the baby you. He turned into a drunkard and a blacksmith, and you didn't know anything. You are his son. As the saying goes, the father makes mistakes and the son takes responsibility for them. This is what we are arresting. Your reason is also to lure your father over and surround and kill him. This time, he can't escape knowing the truth. He did not say that Bibi Dong killed him, but directly blamed it all on Tang Heo. Anyway, everyone in the outside world, even everyone in Wuhan Palace, except Khan Douluo and Bibi Dong, believed that the former Pope Kang Zhongji was killed by Tang Heo with a clear sky hammer. So he just went with the flow and left without a lot of explanations. Haha, that's it. Hearing this, Tang San was extremely shocked, and then he sighed bitterly and coldly. Now he also understands the ins and outs. Even as a man of 2 generations, he was helpless and extremely shocked. He never expected that his father was such a terrifying existence as a titled Douluo. "No, you can't kill my father. If you want to kill me, just kill me." Tang San gritted his teeth and said, "I'm his son. I take responsibility. However, you must have been chasing my father back then. Otherwise how could my father kill you? That's natural, because your mother is also a 100,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor soul beast, and you are the creature born of a human and a soul beast. As expected, only you surnamed Tang can do such a thing." Huang Wei said lightly, "It's really weird for humans to fuck animals." Tang San's eyes narrowed. "My mother is actually the Blue Silver Emperor, a 100,000-year-old soul beast. That's why he hasn't seen his mother since he was born. Every time he asked about his father kept silent. And when he awakened Blue Silver Grass and Clear Sky Hammer, his father would be so excited. It all makes sense now." What about my mother? You killed her. Tang San's eyes turned red with anger, and he wanted to kill Huang Wei. Huang Wei shook his head. You have misunderstood. We did not kill her, but she chose to sacrifice the 100,000-year-old soul ring that became your father's 9th soul ring. That is, your mother, his wife. Thump. Boom. Hearing the truth, Tang San's heart trembled violently, as if he was shocked by thunder and lightning. It turned out that his mother was always there, but looked at him in a different way. At this moment, even he had emotions in his eyes and tears kept flowing. Tang San looked ferocious and said angrily, that's also someone from your spirit hall who forced her to sacrifice. Huang Wei nodded and admitted, indeed. Tang San roared angrily, with the veins on his face exposed, and roared crazily, Martial Spirit Hall, you'd better kill me now. Otherwise, get out of here. I, Tang San, swear by my fate, that I will kill you one day. Destroy your Wuhan Palace. His resentment towards Wuhan Palace was to the extreme, and he could only hate that he did not have the strength now. I will kill you, but not now. After all, you still have a secret. Your soul is not from this world at all. Your left hand has awakened the clear sky hammer. You are a twin martial soul, so you are destined not to survive. With that said, Huang Wei turned around. He felt the strong fluctuations outside. He understood that Tang Heo had arrived, and the war was about to begin. Your father is here, and I will bring his head to you when the time comes. Oh, by the way, your father is not in his prime now. He is injured, and will definitely die. Huang Wei added one more sentence, and then closed the cell door. Puff. Tang Sin was so angry that he spat out a large mouthful of blood and then passed out. Chapter 60. The battle begins. Huang Wei quickly appeared at the entrance of the Pope's palace. A hurried voice came from behind and shouted, Holy Son, you can't go out. A Douluo battle is about to break out outside. Although your defense is powerful, it is impossible to withstand the power of so many titled Douluo. Huang Wei turned around and saw that the person coming was Salus, the Platinum Bishop of Wuhan Palace. This guy was also one of the celebrities. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. Huang Wei nodded and asked, where are the saints and the others now? Salus respectfully reported, the saints are still practicing in the Death Canyon and have not come out. Moreover, they do not know what is about to happen here. Hearing this, Huang Wei nodded. There was a big show today. It would be a pity not to come back. He rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of something, so he summoned the martial soul Black Turtle, possessed him directly, and activated his second soul skill. Salus looked at him suddenly acting like this, and later understood that it was to protect himself, but Huang Wei's operation in the next second made him dumbfounded. Bishop Salus, are you contrapped? Huang Wei looked at him with an intriguing smile. Salus didn't understand why Huang Wei asked this, but he still nodded. That's right, Holy Son. I'm an 88th level contrap. Speaking of this, even he couldn't help showing a hint of arrogance. Huang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Come on, use the power of Soul Saint level 75 to attack me continuously. Unless I tell you to stop, go ahead and don't stop. Salus was suddenly startled and looked at Huang Wei, thinking that the other person had made a mistake or simply heard something wrong. Don't be stunned. Come on, Huang Wei said. The Holy Son will not be injured. Salus was a little afraid. If the other party was injured, then he would definitely die. Huang Wei said calmly, don't worry about attacking. As long as it's within the range I gave you, I won't be hurt. This is something the Great Worshipper has personally tried. Saying that, he also had to move Douluo out. Okay. Salus then summoned his own martial soul. His martial soul was very powerful and had great potential, so he began to follow Huang Wei's instructions and use the power of the 75th level Soul Saint. He first tentatively hit Huang Wei's turtle shell and was shocked when he found that nothing happened. He knew that the Saint Son's defense was extremely powerful, but he never expected that the defense of the 35th level Soul Saint could easily withstand a simple blow from the 75th level Soul Saint. On the ground the turtle shell in front of him not only easily withstood the attack, but also had no cracks at all. Even if it moved he was shocked. So he took a deep breath, felt completely relieved, and continued to attack Huang Wei. Bang bang bang. At the same time, a green energy ball in Huang Wei's hand gradually condensed and increased in size at an extremely slow speed. The guards at the entrance of the Pope's palace were also stunned when they saw this scene. They also heard what the Holy Sun just said, so they stood calmly without moving. Otherwise, he would definitely take action to stop Salus now, even if he is not his opponent. At the same time, outside the Wuhan palace, all the titled Douluo who had appeared in Notting City were lurking here. Soon, they all felt a very terrifying and angry aura of power quickly. This smell is so familiar. Sure, approaching enough. The damn bastard Tang Heo is here. Gui Mei and Yu Guan gritted their teeth and said. The next second, there was a shadowy fear coming from the depths of my soul. 6 years later, they still feel like this, which has a huge impact on them. As expected of the youngest titled Douluo, this aura is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 47. But today we join forces. This place is the tomb of his fall. The other Douluo spoke one after another, showing a cold and stern look. Soon Tang Heo's figure appeared here, and he immediately realized that something was wrong around here. The next second, a fierce titled Douluo attack was shot directly towards him. Tang Heo immediately stopped moving forward. He held his right palm, and the energy in his hand quickly surged and condensed. The rusty Haoshan hammer with scarlet energy, a vast and terrifying surging force appeared, hitting the attack in front. Bang! Directly destroyed with one hammer. Little tricks. Tang Heo's cold and stern face showed disdain. Now he was eager to rescue Tang San, and had no time to play with these rubbish. The next second, terrifying titled Douluo attacks continued to shoot out. His pupils shrank slightly, and he waved the clear sky hammer to attack and resist. He knew that he had entered the opponent's titled Douluo formation. Others may not know it, but he knows that Wuhan Palace has the most titled Douluo. Come out. Tang Heo was furious and dropped a hammer. The terrifying power tore through the air and the sound waves continued. Soul skills. The next second, a soul attack that was even more terrifying than before erupted from below. Immediately afterwards, figures flew up one after another. Bibi Dong, Golden Crocodile, 3 offerings, 4 offerings, 5 offerings, 6 offerings to Kyanjin, 7 offerings to subdue the devil, Elder Yuguan, Elder Ghost, Elder Demon Bear, Elder Ghost Leopard, Elder Turtle, Elder Crazy Lion, Elder Nahuang. Many take action. There are 6 major worshippers and 7 major elders. From this moment, Kyan Daoliu was in the worship hall, watching the scene outside. As a great worshipper, he was not in a hurry to take action, but he was certain that Tang Heo would never come back today. Elder Yulong will continue to secretly take care of Kyan Ringsu in the Xiandao Empire, and the Agouti is still imprisoned in prison. However, even so, there are still 14 titled Douluo here. 14 against 1. This is enough to show how powerful Tang Heo is. If they can't defeat Tang Heo, then they can all ask for the names of elders to be removed. The power of the 14 titled Douluo easily offset the power of Tang Heo's strike. They are both titled Douluo, and they all have the advantages of their own martial souls, so naturally they will not be as weak as in the original work. 14 martial spirits appeared. Their vast power was very scary, but none of this can scare Tang Heo. Okay, we are all here. Where is my son Tang San? Tang Heo's explosive sound sounded extremely cold. The realm of the god of death is displayed on his body. The 9 spirit rings gathered together in an instant. When the last 100,000 year spirit ring appeared, his aura was almost as high as that of the 14 titled Douluo. When everyone saw this scene, the rest of the people who had not seen it all narrowed their eyes. 100,000 year soul ring. Even Gui Mei and Yu Guan, who had already seen each other once, looked frightened this time. The rest of the people immediately showed fear. But there are so many of them, how can they not take down a little Tang Heo? And there is also Golden Crocodile, a 98 level peak attack type Douluo. The same soul ring as Tang Heo also appeared on his body. Then came Bibi Dong's #1 martial arts spirit, the Death Demon Spider. It is also configured exactly the same as Tang Heo. The god of death realm in Bibi Dong was also revealed. Obviously, they must kill Tang Heo this time. However, Bibi Dong's heart was not as positive as the others. In any case, Tang Heo was kind to him. but as the opposite, she must eliminate the other party. Although the two of them were a little surprised just now, it was not as intense as the others, it was just fleeting. Chapter 61. Is this a battle? This is a complete torture and crushing. 14 Douluo dodged and appeared around one after another, completely surrounding Tang Heo. The murderous intent emerged from his body. The 8th soul skill is so exciting. Nahang. Douluo's charming voice sounded. Suddenly a layer of amplitude was added to everyone. The blood in everyone's body began to boil, and their combat effectiveness increased a lot. In addition, they themselves also displayed their own soul skills with appropriate amplitudes. Led by Ghost Leopard Douluo, they all used their soul skills to surround and kill Tang Heo at 360 degrees. Suffer death. Tang Heo. Tang Heo's eyes were very calm, scanning among these people. Finally, he set his sights on Yu Guan and Gui Mei. These two people were the only ones in Wuhan Palace who could use Wuhan fusion skills, and they were a threat to him, so he quickly disappeared in a flash. Killed towards Yu Guan and Gui Mei. A chrysanthemum and a brat. Could it be that I have forgotten the taste of my hammer? Die to me. Tang Heo's figure appeared in front of them, and the huge clear sky hammer smashed down directly. Old Ghost Laoju. Careful. Martial Spirit's true form. At the end of the month, the ghost's expression changed, and the frightening shadow memories from 6 years ago reappeared, making them tremble with fear. Without hesitation, they decisively summoned the 7th soul skill. The 9th soul skill. Come out. 2 huge real bodies appeared, and instantly released the 9th soul skill. At the end of the moon, chrysanthemums were scattered all over the ground, and the flowers fell to the heart. The ghostly ones are the sprites of hell. The two of them together resisted the blow of the clear sky hammer, but after feeling the impact of the clear sky hammer, his expression changed again, so fierce. The body was shaking violently. What are you still looking at? Take action. Yu Guan and the other two roared. The 3rd soul skill, spider web binding. As Bibi Dong's cold voice sounded, huge poisonous spider webs fell from the sky and quickly enveloped Tang Heo from all directions. Tang Heo was stuck. It's now martial spirit's true form. The 9th soul skill. The other Douluo caught hold of Tang Heo's slowness, and while instantly releasing his martial spirit true form, they used their 9th soul skill, which was also their strongest trick, and attacked Tang Heo. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Puff. Being hit by so many title Douluo's strongest blows with absolute murderous intent, even Tang Heo couldn't bear it. A large mouthful of old blood spurted out from his mouth on the spot. His body, which was not completely healed to begin with, was now even worse. He understood that this was not going to work, and he could not endure it any longer. He was going to use powerful skills. Die. Open. Tang Heo's eyes were red, and a terrifying force of bloody soul surged out of his body, forming a terrifying shield that instantly knocked away all the title Douluo who hit his body. This is one of his soul skills, Heotian body protection, and a soul skill that deflects energy. What? Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? He can still burst out with such power after being injured like this. Everyone was extremely horrified and quickly retreated. The battle with Tang Heo was really thrilling. But don't be afraid, there are many of them. Be careful. He is going to use the Heotian sect's secret skill, seeing the huge crimson blood evil key clear sky hammer in Tang Heo's hand continue to expand into a very terrifying and unimaginable giant. Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who were knocked back, remembered the previous scene and immediately reminded them. Heotians. Incarnation. Big Sumeru hammer. Random cloak. Die to me. Tang Heo was completely furious and planned to destroy everything here and everyone here who stopped him from saving his son. Seeing this horrific scene, all the Douluo in Wuhan Hall were shrouded in death. Their hairs stood up in panic. I have long heard that the Heotian sect's secret knowledge is terrifying and can defeat all kinds of magic with one force. Although they are titled Douluo, their power has completely exploded. Tang Heo is very good and can basically make up for some of the gaps in levels. Not all the Douluo here are at level 95, some are only at level 92 or 93. All Douluo use the martial soul's true body skills to use the strongest body protecting soul skills to defend themselves when Tang Heo's big Sumeru hammer was about to fall. Golden Crocodile finally moved. Before, he had only used these people to test Tang Heo's specific strength. That's why I didn't rush to take action. Now that he had a clear idea, it was time for him to take action. As soon as the golden crocodile's true form appeared, it was so huge that the sky shook. The huge golden crocodile, with a murderous and ferocious aura, directly raised its hand to receive the blow of Tang Heo's great Sumeru hammer. Bang! A sonic boom resounded throughout the sky and spread out, rolling up huge waves. Feeling the ultimate explosion of power brought about by this hammer, Golden Crocodile frowned, but that was all point. Although Tang Heo was powerful, he was still far from enough in front of his 98th level peak Douluo point. Now that the 14 Douluo fucked Tang Heo, they already looked up to him very much. Point on the other hand, Tang Heo's pupils suddenly shrank, feeling that there was great terror the golden crocodile exerted force again, and the huge golden crocodile opened its bloody mouth and bit hard at the big Sumeru hammer. Click. I saw, in full view of everyone, the huge Sumeru hammer instantly shattered. What? Impossible. Chapter 48. Tang Heo couldn't believe it. He suffered a huge backlash in the next second, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out again, filling the sky with blood mist. His body was like a kite with its string broken, constantly flying backwards at extremely fast speeds. Bipolar static realm. However, at this moment, the ghost transformed into a ghost figure and quickly came to Yuguan's side and stuck together back to back with him. A surge of monstrous power instantly emerged from his body, and the two terrifying powers instantly merged into one, spreading out to the surroundings. Everything fell into a realm of forced stillness. Tang Heo's expression suddenly changed again, and he thought to himself, oops, it seems I underestimated Wu Hundian this time. If I die here this time, then I really can't save Zio-san. No, I want to leave here and think long term. Exclamation mark. Aryan is still waiting for me to go back. I can't die, but the next moment, I felt that my body froze, and everything around me seemed to stop at this moment. No, it's still moving. There's no need to really stop. It's just that the speed has become very slow. Tang Heo looked ferocious and embarrassed, and quickly summoned all the strength in his body to collide with the power sealed in him. His body began to tremble, while still no matter what, he is no ordinary title Douluo now. As long as he is strong enough, he firmly believes that he can break through it. Quick, now that he has broken through the title Douluo and is in this violent state, we can't hold on for long. Yuguan and Gui Mei hurriedly spoke. Jin Crocodile said calmly, this action of yours is actually a bit redundant. I'm enough to deal with him alone. All you need to do is block his retreat. He is very confident in his own strength, and this confidence is arrogant. Because subconsciously, he alone was enough to kill Tang Heo. Why did he need help from others the next second? He used his soul skill to rush out. The huge golden crocodile turned into a long sky impact and fell towards Tang Heo's heart. Seeing this, the other Douluo acted according to the wishes of the two worshippers. Since the other party wanted to show off, wouldn't it be nice for them to step aside and watch the show? Golden Crocodile hasn't fought for a long time. Now that he has finally fought, he doesn't want the fight to end so soon. Tang Heo, who was constantly attacking the static field, felt the death crisis coming, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. If this can't continue, I will die, and Zio-san will never be saved. Break it for me. At this moment, Tang Heo roared in his heart, breaking through the upper limit of the sky, and the first soul ring on his body exploded. Ring explosion. With a bang, the terrifying power exploded again. In an instant, the ultimate power was activated, and Tang Heo successfully broke through the seal. Puff. Guan and Gui Mei had expressions of disbelief on their faces, and both vomited a mouthful of blood when they were hit back. Tang Heo decisively activated his right arm soul bone to withstand the fierce and fatal blow from the golden crocodile. However, it only took an instant for it to be crushed and broken by the golden crocodile's attack. Click. The next second, a clear and pleasant sound of bones breaking was heard. Then a bloody arm flew out. Ah. Tang Heo stared in pain, screamed wildly, his eyes were wide open, bloodshot, his whole body was shaking, and his body was flying upside down. Blood spurted out from the broken arm and mouth. His face was extremely pale, and his original injuries were even more severe. No, I can't die here, otherwise Xiaozhen Yin will still be there waiting for me to go back. At this time, Tang Heo felt a deep desire to retreat. He had always had people he cared about, and now was not the best time to die point, but he didn't regret coming today. Golden Crocodile's eyes suddenly flashed, and he quickly reached out to grab the bones in front of him that shone with a different light. Soul bone. The other knowledgeable Douluo suddenly exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with desire. This soul bone is not an ordinary kind. You must know that even they may not have soul bones. After having soul bones, the combat effectiveness is different. But it was a pity that Tang Heo was not lucky enough to meet Jin Crocodile and take action himself. Completely crushed, Tang Heo gritted his teeth. That was the inherited soul bone treasure of the Haoshan sect, and it must not be taken away by outsiders. Otherwise, he would be even more ashamed of his sect. Even more shameless to face it, so he wants to take it back. Jin Crocodile smiled lightly. So you're here to give me a gift. It's a good soul bone. This thing belongs to my spirit hall. Wishful thinking. Come back, Tang. Heo was completely furious and crazy, shouting point the realm of the god of death bloomed again, and was directly pushed to the strongest stage. He supported the severely injured body, and endured the severe pain from his arms. The soul rings all over his body also showed signs of cracking point the second soul ring, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and the eighth soul ring exploded instantly. 7 rings in a row. This is because he plans to risk his life to regain the Haoshan sect soul bone from the golden crocodile point. This has exceeded his current burden point. Now he only has endless rage, bloodlust and madness. Blow up the ring. Kill them all. Tang Heo swore that it was not easy for him, and it was definitely not easy for these people. He spat out blood again, and the big Sumeru hammer transformed into many shadows, flying towards the surrounding spirals, and the dance of the cloak was chaotic. Haoshan's unique skill! Exclamation mark. Chaotic cloak hammering technique. He is now using it forcefully by suppressing the backlash in his body. Chapter 62. The selfish motives of acting as the agent of Xiandao Biologia. At the same time, in Douluo Star, in the space of Xiandao consciousness, a shining figure appeared. He had just returned from a meeting in the God Realm. This is the Douluo Star Xiandao of this generation, and he is also a genuine second level god. Because it is impossible for the God Realm to only pay attention to the Douluo Star all the time, he secretly monitors it most of the time. After all, the universe is vast, and there is more than just Douluo Star to take care of under the God Realm, and the God Realm is also short of manpower as a second level god. He, Pioluogia, has been serving as the heavenly Dao of the Douluo Star plane for thousands of years, although he is Douluo Xingshan Dao. Douluo Xingshan Dao is not him. He is just an agent now. These thousands of years are calculated according to Douluo Star. He has been in this position since Poseidon became a god. Ever since Poseidon, in the past few thousand years, no one from the original realm on Douluo planet has become a god. This also made his performance very poor. Yes, in the god realm, these second level gods and first level gods all need to show their performance. Performance is determined by the number of people who become gods within the area of management. But now he has a smile on his face that is determined to win. Because it was mentioned in the meeting not long ago that if one or more gods can appear in the lower plane in the next 500 years, this includes the inherited gods. The first 5 people all have the opportunity to be promoted to the first level of god and have the qualification to retire in the position of heaven. Whoever comes first and has the largest number will be the most advantageous. The premise is that the agent of Xiandao is not allowed to help, and the god's position of the agent of Xiandao cannot be passed down directly. Someone or himself needs to report to the god realm and pass the test before it can be passed on. No matter what, as soon as this performance reward came out, all the second level gods who acted as agents of the lower plane of heaven were shocked and excited. The promotion of the second level god to the first level god is a chance, but it is attractive enough. As long as you enter the first level of god. your power will be greatly improved, and the power and level of your own god will also be improved. How could you not be moved? This is also true including to Bloga Point, but the rest of the second level gods who act as agents of heaven in the lower plane are very distressed, because they have not found anyone with the qualifications in their own plane. But Douluo was different. Looking at the distressed expressions of those gods, he suddenly laughed secretly in his heart, because before he came, he had already sensed the Chosen One coming from the center of the Douluo star plane point. The Chosen One is also commonly known as the Son of the Plane, a human being who is destined to become a god, and beside this shining light, there are several points emitting weak light, which means there is more than one statue. But there are several of them. Those people were all chosen by the true heavenly consciousness of the original Douluo star, to assist the children of the plane with great luck and luck. At that time, he was already happy. So I went into the center, and saw the appearance of these people. They were all young cubs, and needed time to develop. As an agent of heaven, if he relies on the power of planes in Douluo star, he can actually be qualified to compete with the first level gods for a short time. This is the power of the agent of heaven. At the same time, with the help of the plane center, you can roughly peek into a corner of the future, and you can also roughly know the general development of these people. So he was in an extremely happy mood at this moment. Hahaha, this performance reward is destined to be prepared for me, Douluo. In the space of the will of heaven, Douluo was already smiling. But suddenly, his smile suddenly solidified, because of the reaction coming from the center of the plane. He was excited, thinking that a new chosen person or a person of destiny appeared. He quickly summoned it, and took a look. The next second, he was dumbfounded. A light spot in the center of the plane was actually flashing the red color of death. What's going on? Why is this lucky man like this? P.O. Luojia's expression changed. This one flashes with the red light of death, but its light is slightly weaker than that of the son of the plane. Ranking second point, he took a closer look, and saw that this was Tang Heo's fate, the biological father of Tang San, the son of the plane. He immediately used his consciousness to explore Tang Heo's situation on Douluo planet at this moment. His eyes seemed to penetrate all the heavens and worlds, and descended to the outskirts of Wuhan City. Just then, I saw that Tang Heo had already broken one of his hands. He was in great pain, and he exploded 7 rings in a row, and was about to hit the golden crocodile. No, it's all messed up. The original layout was not like this at all. How could it become like this? What the hell? Is he mentally ill? A person of this level comes to the spirit hall to die, and how could the people in Wuhan Palace be so ignorant of martial ethics? 14 people were dispatched, and there was also a 98th level peak Douluo. Everything is in chaos. No, Tang Heo must not die now. Otherwise, my performance reward may be in danger. Tang Heo is dead. Then who will be his protector for Tang San's future growth path? Douluo's eyes kept changing. He didn't understand what happened during the time he left for the meeting. At this moment, he saw that the 100,000-year soul beast and Tang San, who also had great destiny, were locked up inside the dungeon of Wuhan Palace. This was a complete change from the scene he had peeped at before. This layout is all messed up. He firmly believes that the layout in the plane center will never go wrong. If there is a problem, it can only be with these people, or there is some kind of change. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49. Douluo's expression condensed. There were rules in the god's realm that he could not help. But for the sake of my own performance rewards, I'm just giving a little help, so it shouldn't be a big problem. As long as you make your tail clean and erase it well, people in the god realm won't be able to find it. What's more, after the meeting in the god realm, those people have been disbanded, and the higher ups have things to deal with. It doesn't seem to be a small matter, and it is definitely not going to happen now. I'll keep an eye on what's going on here. So he clenched his fists and looked fierce, planning to take a small gamble and rescue Tang Heo from the golden crocodile first. Otherwise, Tang Heo will definitely die. If Tang Heo dies, there will be a huge chain reaction in the future. This is very detrimental to him. He admitted that he had selfish motives, but the divine world is also a place of sophistication. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's done." At this moment, he was even more anxious than Tang Heo. After careful consideration, I still decided to make this move. So at this moment, he took action secretly. There was a force that penetrated into the bodies of those Wuhandi and Douluo. At least let you have a temporary balance first. Since we can't strengthen Tang Heo, we can only restrict you. At this moment, outside Wuhan Palace, go to hell. Tang Heo's eyes were scarlet, and he roared into the sky. With one hand, he picked up the big Sumeru hammer behind the 7 consecutive explosion rings and smashed it directly towards the golden crocodile. The layers of power were compressed to the extreme, creating a violent sonic boom. This scene is like the wrath of heaven, very terrifying. At this moment, even Jin Crocodile's previous smile faded when he saw this scene. Facing the madman like Tang Heo's 7 consecutive bombings, he became a little more serious. "You all get out of the way," Jin Crocodile shouted to the others in a deep voice. He quickly put away the soul bone he had just obtained. Use the 8th soul skill, the Great Crocodile King. In an instant, countless golden crocodile kings flashed, attacking and tearing apart the target in a wide range. Each crocodile king has 80% of its own strength and becomes braver as it fights. After absorbing a certain amount of power, it will self-destruct, causing large-scale damage. The other Douluo heard this and were about to leave, but their expressions suddenly changed drastically. They found that the body could not move, and it seemed that there was some mysterious power within the body. "Asshole, why don't you leave?" Jin Crocodile's expression changed. He was about to move, but found that he couldn't move. Just when the golden crocodile's expression changed drastically, in the next second, the golden crocodile king, who was constantly confronting Tang Heo, condensed into terrifying power and exploded again in the already terrifying explosion. "No, defend quickly." Jin Crocodile's expression changed drastically. He also understood why those people didn't leave. It wasn't that they didn't leave, but that they couldn't move. No one discovered the reason. But at this moment, Tang Heo felt surprised because he found that his attack actually exploded in advance. It seems like something is controlling it. Chapter 63 Sudden accident. A terrifying power explosion. The part of the sonic boom that hit those Douluo seemed to be amplified in a brief moment. This is a damn thing. At this moment, they were all panicking. Fortunately, their soul power could still be channeled, and they could use soul skills without any hesitation. They all used their martial souls to defend themselves the moment they used it. They were hit. All Douluo felt this terrifying power and flew away. The bad state of my body at that moment was completely gone. At this moment, boom. The terrifying explosion formed a terrifying sonic boom that spread continuously. The strong aftermath destroyed all the walls outside Wuhan City. Some of the outermost standing guard also exploded into blood and mud at this moment. The outer walls and everything were in pieces, and some people who had no time to escape were affected and died. This scene happened too suddenly and too quickly. This made everyone in the city panic. In the sky outside, a huge explosion raised a huge mushroom cloud. It was like a hydrogen bomb exploding, creating a mushroom cloud that covered the sky and the sun. Outside the city, Huang Wei, who was condensing the energy Rasengan, saw this scene, and his expression changed. How could this happen? With so many people taking action, this scene shouldn't happen. This aftermath quickly moved the people on the periphery to the central area. Huang Wei hurriedly gave instructions to Salus. As the holy son of Wuhan Palace, he naturally had to care about the people in Wuhan City. Salus, who was slightly weak, nodded quickly, yes, although he was frightened by Huang Wei's amazing defensive power. No matter what, the matter was still more serious now. So they all took action and summoned some high-level defense and healing soul masters to work together. The aftermath has not stopped and is still continuing. However, at this critical moment, within Wuhan City, a huge statue of a seraph stood towering above the sky, and then a barrier of golden light as bright as the sun instantly enveloped the entire Wuhan City. In an instant, he withstood the terrifying impact coming towards his face. Bang bang bang. Buzz buzz. The impact force continuously hit the protective cover of Xianxi's golden light, making repeated and loud impact and buzzing sounds. Seeing this scene, Huang Wei knew that Douluo had taken action. After all, this was Wuhan City, and it was impossible for one of his family properties to be destroyed. Maybe even he didn't react just now, and he didn't expect that the collision of Tang Heo's and Golden Crocodile's moves would create such a powerful force. It's really weird. The rest of the people in Wuhan City also breathed a sigh of relief. What Tang Heo is doing is the ultimate explosive flow, breaking all kinds of magic with one force. But why is this power so unusual? Is it bigger than imagined? Impossible. I know the strength of Golden Crocodile very well. He has already occupied it just now. Given the absolute overwhelming advantage, why is there such a big accident happening now? He really can't understand this. No matter what, this is not what I want to see. All existences that threaten Wuhan Palace must die. In the main hall of Seraphim Enshrinement, the great enshrined demigod Douluo put his hands behind his back and kept his eyes open to all the movements outside. The calm face was no longer calm, but was replaced by shock, and at the same time he became more determined. The thought of eradicating Tang Heo's roots was reflected in the cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. To save the face of Wuhan Palace. Secondly, destroying a future is enough to put Wuhan Palace in danger of annihilation by one person. Now he already feels threatened by Tang Heo. Although this danger is very weak. But don't forget that there is a Haoshan sect behind the other party. Although this Haoshan sect apparently severed ties with him, expelled the sect, and secluded himself from the world, everything is just the surface. As for what's going on inside, he doesn't know. Although he was not afraid. After all, if the Haoshan sect was really powerful, then when their Wuhan Palace wanted to hunt down Tang Heo and destroy the Haoshan sect would not have chosen to sever ties with Tang Heo and live in seclusion. Instead of going out, just come out and have a fight. Although there is also a reason for Tang Chen's disappearance. The leader of Haoshan sect is Tang Heo's brother Tang Zhao. Others may not pay attention to Tang Heo, but he definitely won't. Outside. Soon the smoke cleared. All true colors are exposed. I saw that a whole forest was destroyed, collapsed and turned into a complete mess at the same time. Those Douluo, except for Golden Crocodile, all hit the ground one after another. The martial soul's true body was directly shattered. They also couldn't understand why such an outrageous thing happened. But it happened. At this moment, Tang Heo fell from the sky. But there is still a weak breath. The others were affected and vomited blood. The Golden Crocodile in the core explosion zone was also shattered at this moment, and he let out a breath. But there was no other serious problem. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Kill him. Jin Crocodile looked at Tang Heo over there and said coldly. The murderous intent is revealed. The others wiped the blood from their mouths, stood up forcefully, holding their abdomens, and walked towards Tang Heo. Suddenly a voice came from Jin Crocodile's ear. Bring him over to see me. Golden Crocodile hurriedly paused and shouted, wait a minute. The great worshipper has an order to capture him alive. With such a big explosion, it's impossible for him to be alive, right? The ghost leopard, turtle, and evil bear walked directly towards Tang Heo, hating Tang Heo very much. If it weren't for the other party, he wouldn't be so seriously injured now. The cultivation level of the three of them is the lowest among this group of people, only level 92 or 93. If they really joined forces to fight Tang Heo when they first arrived, they have no chance of winning. But now looking at Tang Heo, who looked like a dead dog, he suddenly showed a satisfied smile. To their surprise, this guy is quite tenacious. He is still alive and has a weak breath. It's a pity that the great minister wants to see you. Otherwise we would kill you with our own hands now. Ghost leopard, turtle, and demon bear said. At this moment, Tang Heo's right hand was also smashed, as were both of his calves. His whole body was blurred. It was really miserable. The three of them worked together to break a seal into the body. So he lifted it up. I didn't expect that this Tang Heo has more than one soul bone. Looking at the two soul bones emitting light on the ground, Golden Crocodile was suddenly surprised. Then he took it over and quickly put it into the soul guide. I will hand over these 3 soul bones later and wait for the big sacrifice to make a decision, he said. The rest of the people nodded and had no objections. Go back, everyone. Take him back. Jin Crocodile waved his hand. Chapter 50. Ghost Leopard, Turtle, and Demon Bear took action. In the space of Hyundai consciousness, Barlow Jia became anxious and forgot about this incident. The explosion would also have an impact on Tang Heo himself. Oops, I can't take action anymore. They have become suspicious, and the plane center is also warning me. Tang Heo, I will help you one last time and unlock the Douluo seal on you. How is everything? It all depends on your creation. Boluo Jia shook his head and said bitterly. A mysterious power was injected into Tang Heo. The seals of the 3 Douluo just released were instantly released. Immediately afterwards, Tang Heo's consciousness returned somewhat vaguely. I'm going to die before and after, so I'll take the 3 of you to support me before I die. Tang Heo suddenly smiled cruelly, his eyes colored red. With every thought and movement in the next second, the 100,000-year-old soul ring and the remaining soul bone energy in the body were completely released, as well as the cordancy of the title Douluo deep within the body. Then his whole body was surged by a terrifying energy storm, and his body instantly expanded to the extreme. Xiazhen, Ayin, goodbye, I'll go first. The moment this scene happened, everyone felt a surge of power coming. When Tang Heo's voice sounded, everyone's eyes narrowed. No. He's going to blow himself up. Throw him away. Jiang Mo's expression suddenly changed and he shouted. The ghost leopard, turtle, and demon bear were injured. When they reacted, their bodies were suddenly pulled by Tang Heo's power. The next second, a terrifying scarlet energy enveloped them. A titled Douluo self-destructed. Even though the opponent was already disabled like this, he still had a 100,000-year soul ring on him. No, don't. Big worshipper. Second worshipper, save me. Facing death, the 3 couldn't help shouting for help. Come with me to hell. Haha. Wuhan Palace. In the next life, I, Tang Heo, will come to take revenge. Boom. No. One had time to rescue. There was already a big explosion, and they could only protect themselves, but he still vomited a lot of blood and flew out. Chapter 64. The original will of heaven corrects itself. Seeing this sudden scene, Boluo Jia in the heavenly will space was also dumbfounded. Why did this guy blow himself up? But now that it was over, he couldn't say anything. Then he frowned, and just when he was about to think that there would be no performance bonus this time, he looked at the plane center and found that Tang Heo's luck had not decreased, which was a bit surprising. Moreover, Tang Heo's great luck disappeared from Tang Heo's body, and he automatically moved in a certain direction. Seems to be looking for someone. Soon, he arrived in a Grand Canyon in the Star Luo Empire, and entered a habitat with the 3 characters of Haoshan sect written on it. At this moment, Tang Zio, who was sitting cross-legged in the secret room, practicing and trying to break through, felt a little distressed. A 95th peak level titled Douluo has never been able to loosen his grip. He knew that this matter could not be rushed, but he did not expect that an unexpected change would occur at this moment. Tang Zio's face changed, and he found that his cultivation, which had always been firm, was loosened at this moment, and he successfully broke through to level 96. This, Tang Zio was shocked, then overjoyed. It was really luck that helped me. I didn't expect the accident to come so suddenly. Tang Zio laughed loudly in the secret room. After reaching level 96, his own strength has also been greatly improved. Sure enough, after reaching the titled Douluo level, there is a huge difference in strength at each subsequent level. Tang Zio clenched his fists, but at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. The right eyelid twitched wildly. My heart palpitated. Very uncomfortable. He raised his hands and quickly covered his chest. This moment was very dull. Why do I have this uncomfortable feeling? It feels like I have lost a very important relative. Jump. Right eye jump. Choi disaster. 4. some reason, the thought of saving someone appeared in his mind, just like his last words before leaving. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly took out the life jade token belonging to Tang Heo from the soul guide, and found that it was broken and dim. Brother Heo. Tang Xiao roared angrily. The sect now rejects Tang Heo as his eldest brother. He absolutely loves his younger brother. He was relieved that he hadn't died before. But now the Life Jade tablet is a special secret method used by the Haitian sect to embellish a person's life energy on it. Since childhood point, the Jade tablet of life cannot be easily destroyed because it is made of very strong jade point. At this moment, his face was gloomy, a violent aura emerged from his body, and he was extremely angry. No matter who it is, Brother Heo, don't worry, I will definitely rescue the person you entrusted to me on your deathbed. As for you, you want to be seen alive and dead. With that said, without saying a word, Tang Xiao convened a high-level meeting with all the elders and other people to announce the news that Tang Heo was dead. As soon as this news came out, it still caused huge fluctuations. Although they hate Tang Heo, no matter what, Tang Heo is also a descendant of their Haitian sect. Master, do you want to go out? The great elder asked with a gloomy look. I want to go out and bring his son back to Haitian sect. No one can stop me this time. Tang Xiao's face was firm, and his aura was very violent, which shocked all the elders. Broke through level 96. At first I was happy, but then I was worried. You can go. Haitian sect, we will help you watch. But if the person who killed Tang Heo is someone from Wuhan Palace, you must not be impulsive. After you rescue him secretly, you will return to Haitian sect immediately. We, Haitian sect, cannot another loss of talent. I'll wait for the opportunity to repay this hatred in the future. If you don't agree to our conditions, we will risk our lives today, and you won't even be able to get out. Everyone stood up one after another, and their soul rings and clear sky hammers bloomed, with terrifying auras threatening them. Okay, I promise you. Tang Xiao gritted his teeth. I'll go with you. It's good to have someone to take care of you. At this time, the second elder stood up and said, good. Without further ado, let's go now. Tang Xiao said. Now the feeling in his mind is getting stronger and stronger. Everything points to Wuhan City. Sure enough, it was those bastards from Wuhan Palace who did it. The two men wore black robes and set off quickly. Seeing this scene, Douluo in the heavenly wall space breathed a sigh of relief. This is the original consciousness of heaven on Douluo star that has activated the vacancy filling mode. No matter what, you hurry up and rescue the person and take him away. Everything will be safe. Then, let him develop well and come out as little as possible. When the time comes, Tang-san, as the son of the plane, will definitely be able to get everything that should belong to him, and then go to the spirit hall to seek revenge. After that, he will become a god. As long as he is fast enough, and he will still be able to resurrect his father after becoming a god. As he spoke, his thoughts moved, looking for Tang Heo's dead soul wandering on Douluo planet point. So he waved his hand and pulled him into this space. Looking at Tang Heo's soul, which was so weak and truly sleeping, Douluo smiled slightly and said, future god, you owe me a big favor. At this moment, outside Wuhan City, Tang Heo completed his self-destruction. It was now a mess. Not even flesh and blood was left. How could this Tang Heo be so crazy? Those who had come far away from the explosion were holding their bodies in severe pain, coughing blood from their mouths, and wounds all over their bodies, except for the golden crocodile's hair being a little messy and some internal injuries from the impact. Everything else was fine. Their faces were extremely haggard, and the only clothes they wore were tattered trousers. Some of those with low cultivation and close proximity had severe fractures. Their bodies were covered in blood and wounds, and they looked very miserable. But Bibi Dong was doing better. She had activated her 9th soul skill, Immortal Body, at the critical moment, and she was the least injured in the whole audience. Damn Tang Heo. Everyone suddenly remembered and looked over suddenly. It was discovered that the bodies of the ghost leopard, turtle and demon bear over there were also completely shattered and separated by the explosion, and they could no longer die. Everyone in Wuhan Hall was heartbroken. This accident actually caused them to lose 3 titled Douluo. This would never have happened. It's all my fault. I am guilty. If I had directly killed Tang Heo with his killing moves from the beginning, they wouldn't have died. I would go to the big altar in person to receive the punishment. With a sad sigh, Golden Crocodile shook his head. He was much older and felt guilty in his heart. Second worshipper, I can't blame you, someone said. However, Jin Crocodile waved his hand to stop him and said, move their corpses back so that they can be buried alive. Those who sacrificed their lives for my Wuhan palace must not chill their hearts and cannot be neglected. Yes. Everyone nodded as their bodies were in severe pain. Bibi Dong waved his hand and put the bodies of these people into the soul guide. He turned around and said, now that Tang Heo has been killed, it's time for us to go back for treatment. Come to the worship hall. Hey. At this moment, Kai and Dao Liu Sai sounded in their ears at the same time. The holy light shield in Wuhan city also disappeared. Everyone quickly headed towards the worship hall. Huang Wei was also dumbfounded. Damn it, this was far beyond his imagination. This Tang Heo was even more awesome than what was described in the original work. He just self-destructed. Hey, what a pity for 3 titled Douluo. Huang Wei shook his head. I originally wanted to carry Tang Heo's head to find Tang San, but now that it has self-destructed, leaving only a pile of blood residue, it's disgusting to look at it, so I decided to forget it. So he silently looked at the energy ball condensed in his hand and sighed. After all, there is no chance to use it. Wait, can I use this energy ball as nourishment to ripen the fairy grass rhizomes in the Jialing space? But after thinking about it, I felt a little ridiculous, because this was rebound damage. If the stem was killed by the rebound, wouldn't I be taken advantage of? So in the end, he first suppressed and converged the energy ball, and released the black turtle's possession state. Anyway, the power of the second soul ring can be condensed all the time, and it does not need to be continued. It can be stored intermittently in the middle. This is also a murderous and life-saving trick he has prepared for the future. Huang Wei, who rushed to rescue the disaster, murmured again, a good generation of Haoshan Douluo has just fallen. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.